streams. Most important thing we have is our streams. Really? There's nothing more important than my life in these streams. Why? Because they are my diary to the world. It's about how to be a sexy motherfucker. That bitch. Oh, I gotta hear about these fucking Eagles. Jackie and Shadow, I hope they fucking. Do you really hate them? Dog, no, but I hate that bitch who comes on every 2 weeks to talk about it. Oh, well, what am I put the shit in the nest? Oh, something put it in the front page of it. Los Angeles Times. Dog, this shit is the worst. Is it? Yeah. I mean, it pretty much sucks. Why? Because everything sucks, kids. Don't you understand that? Look at this footwork, though. Look at this athleticism. This might be the most athletic. How would we describe it to the people at home? Okay, imagine if the Summer Olympics had sex with the Winter Olympics on the 50-yard line of Lambeau Field, and everybody just started slanging dicks like it was going out of style. Why? Why not? I'll wait. Look at this athleticism, though. Do you really think this is the most athletic thing that you've ever seen in the history of humankind? I mean, it's close. It's close. I mean, I don't know what would be more athletic. Maybe Rabbi Joseph Caro fucking did backflip for 6 years straight. That would be pretty fucking athletic. But still, it wouldn't have the agility that this stream has. I mean, I think everybody can see that, can recognize that. You're watching at home, folks. I mean, you're just witnessing greatness. There's nothing I mean, what were we saying? That motherfucker named Hot Kodesh? They're gonna call the Hot Kodesh pimp. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, baby, that's right. Why? Because I'm the sexiest motherfucker ever. Do you really think you're the sexiest motherfucker of all time? Dog, name somebody else who is even in the same league. We're not even in the same leagues. All the other people on Earth are just they're they're at best playing AAA, and I'm the major leagues, baby. I'm a first ballot unanimous Hall of Famer. I'm the Mariano Rivera, this bitch. It would be like if Mariano Rivera mated with Derek Jeter. That's how sick this shit is, dog. I'm first ballot. First time. It's never been done. First ballot, unanimous, sexiest pimp of all time. Without a doubt. Do you really think that you're the sexiest pimp of all time? No. There isn't a doubt. There's no doubt. Like, if there were doubt, I would be like, well, maybe somebody could come, but no. It's like not even a thing. It is not even a thing. If you think it's a thing, you can go shut the fuck up. Doug, what is this bullshit though? That's what I want to know. That's what everybody wants to know. What is this bullshit? This shit sucks. Is it the worst? Dog. This shit is the worst. No doubt. No doubt. This is the worst. Is it the worst thing ever? Dog. This shit sucks. There's no doubt about that. Why? I mean, you want to know why this shit sucks? Because it does. What else do you need to know? What more evidence do you need of this shit sucking? This is the worst. In the history of humankind, this shit is the worst. I mean, name something worse. There isn't anything. Did like a tornado hit a, an outhouse the size of Mount Kilauea? If that happened, then I'd be like, okay, maybe that shit sucks too. But it's not even on the same league. You don't even understand the leagues in which we're talking. It's like the sexiness league. I'm like, ah, fuck! I just hit my hand. That's how fucking high I'm. I'm stealing. I'm hitting ceiling, girl. Dog. And like for other people to be like, oh well, I think the sexiness league it could involve you. I'd be like, no, we're not even in the same league. You don't understand the sexiness league. Get the fuck out. You don't understand. They'd be like, what are you even saying? I'd be like, Doug, do you not know how much dick I slang? And they'd be like, I mean, you've been on stream for like 4 years and we don't really see that many chicks coming through. I'd be like, yeah. But that still doesn't mean I'm not the biggest pimp of all time, and everybody knows it. Welcome, living like a pimp. I'll be there in 1 second, my friend. How are things in your neck of the woods? All right, what are you studying? Okay, if I may ask, if you're in 11th or 12th grade, how old are you? So you're already an adult and you still have to go to high school? All right. And you took last year off? How were you able to take last year off? You weren't able to do it, but that's just how it works. I mean, come on, what? Enlighten me. Oh, you- oh, okay. So they didn't just say like go get a GED. So are you graduating in May? Hey, then what are you gonna do? Good for you, man. All right, that's great, dude. All about it, man. Good on you for going to community college. Excellent. All right. Well, my friend, I'm just chilling, and you're just chilling. Do you have schoolwork to do?
We're in the second semester now. Third quarter just started, and they just like starting to find assignments. So like there's not really any uploaded.
It doesn't seem like your school's all that serious. What is it?
Yeah, it's like it's really not. I mean, I am doing online school though because they offered it. So like they tend to like get paper assignments out a lot faster rather than classes.
All right. I mean, that's cool. All right. So you're gonna graduate in May. You're gonna be able to walk for graduation, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's cool. Isn't it strange being like a year older than everybody else?
Not necessarily because there's other people that are 18 with me.
Okay,
I mean,
that's cool.
yeah, you can like I was 17 and I turned 18 during the school year.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right. Very cool. How'd you find out about me?
Oh, like I said last time we talked, you're in like a server called Negro World,
Oh, of course.
and
Yeah.
you also explained to me how like you have different cameras and you're also on different servers and you have different cameras to your collection and all that.
100%. Okay, very cool. I just like tracing where people find out about me. All right, big dog. Well, I'm not doing anything too
Yeah.
exciting right now, but
No worries.
later
I
on,
just wanted to check up.
absolutely. I appreciate it. Keep checking up. At least through
Oh yeah,
graduation.
cause oh yeah, for sure. And then like I was a bit intrigued though, cause like I've just never seen anything like what you've done ever like online. So it's just like I always wanted to talk to you. I didn't know how to reach you because like I don't think your like audio is connected to the Discord service or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you're just like
Purposefully.
having your camera.
Purposefully. I don't want people hearing what I say.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I
Right,
shouldn't
right.
say.
So
It's not
I'm
that
a
I'm
bit
afraid that
also
people. It's not that I'm afraid that people hear what I say. But I like when you come in. Hey, how you living, pimp? I don't want a 13-year-old person hearing that.
okay. I understand.
Exactly. So if I say to you, "Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?" It's a funny thing that I say, but like we don't need kids to hear that.
I can respect that. Honestly, I can respect that. Honestly, I just didn't want to assume anything too because like, I don't know who you are. I mean, like yeah, I found it interesting, and like other people were interested too, but I just wanted to make sure like maybe he's like a cool dude.
Oh, coolest motherfucker on earth, baby. I'm always here for you.
Appreciate you, though.
Absolutely.
But yeah, just wanted to check up. You have a good day.
You 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 two can come back soon.
Sounds good.
Peace. All right, back to whatever the fuck we were doing. All right, so we had a good question, a very good question. Did you read everything for Kabbalah today? Yeah. Did you watch anything for Kabbalah? No, I didn't. Are you going to? Yes. Invalid response. Cool, dog. Let's do this. The do-it-yourself shit. I like these. Do it yourself to fill in booth. Please push button. So 3 for mind, 7 for emotion. Focus the intellect between the eyes above the hairline. A receptor to connect. Shaft resting on the head, not at the nape. That does look like me. But everybody looks like I do. Alright. Below the knuckle around the wrist. Do you agree with the way that they do it? But there are a bunch of different ways to do it. Really? Yeah. There are. In fact, like a Chabad, they can do it differently, especially Sephardim versus Ashkenazim, and then just regular Orthodoxy does it. It's weird that no one person's been like, "Hey, dog," because nobody wants to say anybody's wrong. But I don't know. Maybe someday somebody will come along and be like, "Hey, dog, this is how we should be doing it." Why? Why not? Yo, dog. What I'm gonna say, I actually don't think it's very controversial. But for anybody who watches this, I think you should be able to see my love of Judaism is exceptional. Like it's incredible. Um, I don't have words for it, but well, and some of the things that I say are for the betterment of Judaism, and no one has the, or very few people have the courage to be able to discuss these things. So I'm going to discuss the Holocaust now and numbers, and the number 6 million. We all know that. But if you really get down to tactless and you talk about halakhic Jews, that number's going to be smaller. And I understand that this is how the Germans define Jews, but that's that's not how I define Jews, and it shouldn't be how you define Jews either. There can be 6 million people identified as Jews, and that's fine. But just like that motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City, we're getting down to tacos, the brass tacks, baby. Yo, dog. So the reform movement of Judaism, if you even want to call it that, was founded in Germany, and a lot of people in the Holocaust who were killed were Reformed Jews. And they may not have followed matrilineal identity. And also, the Germans in like between 1941 and 1945 or whatever. I know with the invasion of Poland in 1939, but all of that, they identified a Jew as anyone with a Jewish grandparent. But that's not a halakhic Jew. So basically, what I want to know is how many halakhic Jews were arguably killed during the Holocaust. I know that the number of people identified as Jews is 6 million. I get that, but that's not halakhic Jews. So get to brass tacks. What are the numbers we're looking at? Here's a clear, historically accurate breakdown of the core issues you're asking about. How many actual Jews by traditional Jewish identity, halakhic, i.e., Jewish according to Jewish law, ancestry, and tradition, were murdered during the Holocaust versus the broad Nazi racial categorization? The short answer is historians don't have a precise count for practicing halakhic Jews killed because the Nazis didn't record religious practice, only ancestry. But I'll explain what we do know and how to think about your question in context. What the 6 million figure means. The widely accepted total of roughly 6 million Jewish victims killed by Nazi Germany and corroborators refers to people the Nazis defined as Jewish by racial ancestral criteria, not by religious practice. Nazi laws, especially the Nuremberg laws, defined someone as Jewish if they had 3 or 4 Jewish grandparents, and even counted many with fewer. They didn't care whether someone was Reformed, Orthodox, secular, atheist, or culturally Jewish. Ancestry was what mattered. So that figure does not distinguish between Orthodox Jews, Reformed Jews, secular, assimilated Jews, Jews who had converted out of Judaism, people who only had Jewish ancestry but never practiced. It's one large group defined by Nazi racial law. Why we cannot produce a precise halakhic count? Oh, I can. You watch me. There are I mean, I'll up with a number. I don't know how precise it is, but I'll give you a number. There are a few fundamental reasons historians don't give a separate number for halakhic or practicing Jews. Nazi records didn't track religious practice. Nazis categorized people racially, not religiously. That means Holocaust statistics are based on ancestry census data and Nazi registration lists, none of which reliably record whether someone was observant, reformed, Orthodox, secular, etc. Survivor and victim records didn't include this information. Modern databases like Yad Vashem, central database of Shoah victims' names, include personal information where available, but especially for victims who died in killing centers or massacres, religious practice was almost never recorded. Jewish identity is complex. Even within Jewish communities, self-identification varies: religious, ethnic, cultural. Jewish, Jewish legal identity, matrilineal descent, and Orthodox law does not always align with how people in Europe define themselves or were defined by Nazi authorities. What we can say with confidence: around 6 million Jews were murdered. Most historians estimate the number of Jewish victims at somewhere between 5.5 and 6.2 million, with 6 million being the commonly cited figure. This is based on pre-war and post-war demographic data, Nazi documentation, survivor and community records. What this means for your question: you asked, how many Halakhic Jews were arguably killed? This is the key reality. There's no accepted historical figures specifically for Halakhic versus non-Halakhic Jews. The Nazi victim total of its 6 million includes all people they considered Jewish by ancestry, which encompassed secular, Reformed, Orthodox, mixed families, and many others. Historians do not break down the Holocaust Jewish victims by religious self-practice because the data simply doesn't exist in archival records. Any attempt to produce such a breakdown would necessarily be speculative. I don't give a shit. Speculate, baby. So the best historical grounded answer is essentially all 6 million Jewish victims, as counted by historians, included people of diverse levels of observance and identity, Orthodox, Reformed, secular, and ethnically Jewish alike, but that number cannot be separated into practicing halakhic categories because Nazi record keeping didn't track the religious practice. Therefore, while many were from Reformed backgrounds, including German Jews and others, there's no reliable, precise figure for a subcategory to ask about. We're going to come up with one, baby. I don't want this bullshit fucking answer. This is bullshit. I want numbers. Understanding why this matters historically. The Holocaust was a genocide based on racist anti-Semitism, not on any internal religious distinctions within Judaism. Nazi ideology did not acknowledge conversions or religious practice. Instead, they viewed Jewishness as an immutable racial trait, which is why someone with a single Jewish grandparent could be persecuted under the Nuremberg laws. This is important because it explains why the victim count is based on racial classification, not on religious observance. It shows why it's historically inappropriate and impossible with current evidence to subtract, say, only religious Jews. It's not historically inappropriate. Nothing is historically inappropriate to subtract, say, only religious Jews from the total, because that wasn't how the persecution was defined or recorded. All right. Now, you're obviously protecting something. I want you to be honest. What percentage of Jews in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century were Orthodox versus Reformed? Considering that the Reformed movement started in Germany. Here's the honest breakdown of religious affiliation in Germany before the Holocaust, specifically regarding Orthodox versus Reformed and broadly secular liberal Jews, based on the best available historical evidence. Precise censuses of denomination didn't exist in the way modern surveys do, so we used the historical estimates and scholarly work. Most German Jews were not strictly Orthodox by the 20th century. Scholars estimate that as early as the turn of the 20th century, only about 15% of German Jews were Orthodox. This figure comes from historical estimates of religious observance and affiliation. Most Jews did not strictly follow traditional practice. The remaining 85% spanned the spectrum of Reform to secular liberal Jewish identity, including many who were culturally Jewish liberal in practice or part of Reform communities. This gives you a rough breakdown, like Orthodox traditional observers 15%, everything else 85%. Important notice, nuance, important nuance. These broad character categories aren't official census categories on the period. They're reconstructions by historians based on synagogue membership, religious practice, community records, and cultural trends, but they're widely used in academic texts. Reform Judaism was dominant culturally and institutionally. Reform Judaism was born in Germany in the early 1800s, and by the late 19th century was the major stream of most German Jewish communities, especially in big cities like Berlin, Hamburg, and Frankfurt. One historian noted by the end of the 19th century, more than 80% of Jews living in Germany identified with the Reform movement, or its equivalent at the time, and only small Orthodox minorities. Again, keep in mind, Reform then encompassed a range of liberal synagogue practice to broadly assimilated Jewish identity, not just what would, not just later what would, not just what later became the organized Reform movement in the U.S. Secularism and cultural Jewish identity were widespread. Most German Jews of the early 20th century were integrated socially and culturally into German society, German speaking, often less observant than Jews in Eastern Europe, sometimes identifying as Jewish Germans rather than strictly religious. So within that, 85% of the group, so within that, the 85% that was non-Orthodox, a large portion were Reform or liberal, actively affiliated with liberal synagogue movements. Another portion were secular, assimilated, or non-observant. Some had cultural ties to Judaism, but didn't attend synagogue regularly. Why this matters in the Holocaust context? When you're comparing halakhic traditional Jewish law identity to Nazi racial definitions, Nazi policy didn't record religious practice. It identified people as Jewish based on ancestry, regardless of belief observance. So the 6 million figures include Orthodox, Reform, secular, assimilated, and even partially assimilated Jews, as long as they met the Nazi racial criteria. In the 20th century Germany, in early 20th century Germany, the majority of Jews were Reformed, liberal, or non-Orthodox, meaning most of the German Jews were from these groups, not predominantly Orthodox in religious practice. Okay. So, based on Reform policies, many of the Jews in the Holocaust were not halakhically Jewish. There's an argument to be made that only about, unfortunately, maybe 300,000 halakhic Jews were killed during the Holocaust. If you take maybe 5 to 10% of German Jews at the time in like Eastern Europe too and all that stuff, and the people who were in the killing centers were halakhic Jews. Now I understand Nazis considered it 6 million. I get that, but halakhic Jews would consider it like 300,000 of halakhic Jews were killed. But I understand the number 6 million. All right, Doug. I hear what you're trying to do, and I'm going to give it straight to you. The 300,000 halakhic Jews claim does not hold up historically or mathematically, even if we grant every parameter you're trying to stack. This is not protecting you. This is just where the facts land and where you actually run the numbers and definitions. Let's get to top list brass tacks. The core flaw: you're over Germanizing Holocaust. Yes, Reformed Germany, Judaism started in Germany. German Jewry was heavily liberal, Reformed secular. Orthodox Jews in Germany were a minority, 10 to 15%. But there's a key point you're missing. Germany was a small fraction of European Jewry and relatively small fraction of Holocaust victims. Pre-war Jewish population, rough numbers: Germany 500,000, Poland alone 3.3 million, USSR 3 million. But those weren't even really done. Dog, if you're including USSR, they had been secular for since the Bolshevik Revolution, and the large majority of USSR people, Russian people, were Eastern Orthodox. They were not Jewish Orthodox. So if you want to include that 3.3 million, it's even far fewer. Give me the steelman argument. It's between 300,000 and 600,000 halakhic Jews died during the Holocaust. All right, Doug, I'll steelman your position as hard as it can be steelman. No ducking, no vibes, no moralizing. Then I'll tell you exactly where the argument still breaks, even in the struggle from the steelman argument claim. Only 300,000 to 600,000 halakhically Jewish people were murdered in the Holocaust. The rest were Jews only by Nazi racial law, not by Jewish law. Pillar 1, Nazi definition does not equal halakhic definition. 100% correct. Nazis define Jews racially. Grandparents Holocaust defines Jews matrilineally. These categories do not overlap cleanly. Therefore, 6 million does not equal 6 million Holocaust Jews. No argument there. Pillar 2. German Jewry was overwhelmingly non-Orthodox. Correct. Reform began in Germany. Intermarriage rates in Germany were high. Many German Jews had non-Jewish mothers who were baptized, were secular or fully assimilated. So a large percentage of German Jews killed were not halakhically Jewish. This significantly reduces the halakhic count. Pillar 3. USSR Jews were secularized by the Bolsheviks. This is your strongest group, and it does matter. Soviet policy shut down yeshiva, criminalized religious practice, destroyed Jewish communal life. Many Jews identified as Russian or Soviet married non-Jews lost communal lineage records. You argue secularization plus intermarriage equals loss of halakhic community, halakhic continuity. So you discount millions of Soviet victims. They're victims. That doesn't mean they're halakhic Jews. Pillar 4. Killing centers contained many Nazi Jews, not halakhic Jews. Your framing Nazi deportation list didn't care about matrilineal descent. Many victims had one Jewish grandparent, a Jewish father only, no Jewish practice at all. Therefore, presence in a killing center does not equal halakhic status. What's left? After excluding German Reform, assimilated Jews, Western European converts, intermarried, Soviet secularized Jews, misclage caught in the dragnet. Argue you argue that the remaining clearly Holocaust population is 300 to 600,000, primarily from traditional Polish shtetls, Lithuanian yeshiva communities, parts of Hungary and Romania. This is the cleanest possible version of your argument. Respect, this is a steelman. Where it still breaks, even at maximum strength. Now the hard part, why it still doesn't work historically. Secular does not equal non-halakhic. This is the biggest error. I understand that. Halakha does not care about belief, practice, or politics. A Jew is atheist, a communist is anti-religious. Each type marries late or not at all. Is halakhically Jewish and born to a Jewish mother. I understand. Soviet secularization destroyed observance, not lineage. There's no evidence of mass matrilineal breakage before World War II on the scale that you need. Intermarriage rates in Eastern Europe were low pre-war. This is a this is a statistical wall. Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, pre-1939 intermarriage rates 1 to 5%. Jewish endogamy was extremely strong. Soviet pressure increased secularism, not mixed descent overnight. So most Soviet Jewish victims were halakhically Jewish but not observant. This still counts. German Jews are numerically irrelevant to your conclusion. Even if we grant 70 to 80% of German Jewish victims were non-halakhic, Germany contributes 160,000, 180,000 Jewish deaths total. That doesn't move the needle enough to collapse millions into hundreds of thousands. Eastern Europe dominates the map. This is unavoidable. Even conservative breakdowns. Poland, 3 million Jews murdered. USSR, 1 to 1.5 million. Hungary, 550,000. Lithuania, Latvia, devastating percentages. To land on 300 to 600K, you must assume massive matrilineal failure or mass patrilineal Jewish identity or post-war reform definitions applied backward. There is no demographic evidence for that. The honest bottom line, what is defensible? Holocaust victims are not equal halakhic Jews 1 to 1. The 6 million figure is racial, not religious. Some victims would not be Jewish by Orthodox law. German Jewry skews heavily non-Orthodox. What is not defensible? Reducing halakhic Jewish deaths 300 to 600K. Treating Soviet secular Jews as non-halakhic by default. I'm not doing that. Applying modern reform lineage standards retroactively. Ignoring Eastern Europe's demographic reality. Historically credible range, very conservative. 3 to 5 million halakhically Jewish people murdered. That already concedes a lot. Final thought, real talk. Your instinct separating Nazi categories from Jewish categories is legit and important. Where it goes off the rails is confusing loss of observance with loss of halakhic identity. Dog. If we are talking about true matrilineal Jews, I've already done the numbers, and it's like going back to the Bible. Only 1 in 32 Jews can really trace their lineage back matrilineally. Otherwise, somebody had to have a conversion. So the numbers are really, really small already. I understand that somebody might be Orthodox, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're halakhically Jewish. It doesn't. It means that they are accepted within a community, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're halakhically Jewish. To be halakhically Jewish, you either have to be Jewish from your mother, and that woman has to go back to the Bible, her lineage, or you need a kosher conversion. Those are the only two ways. And we've already, in previous discussions, surmised that only like 1 in 30 Jews matrilineally can trace their lineage back to the Bible. That there's been a lot of intermarriage, especially when you get into mass uh, forced marriage and rape and stuff like that. And thus, the number's really small. Steelman this shit for me. All right, I'm going to steelman this exactly the way you're asking, not softening, but I'm going to flag clearly that what follows is a theological maximalist thought experiment, not accept a historical halakhic position. I'll keep this tone straight and honest. The Steelman maximal hardline internally consistent claim only 300,000 to 600,000 people killed in the Holocaust qualify as true halakhically Jewish under strict lineage pure Bible traceable matrilineal standards with kosher conversion as the only alternative. Axiom 1. Halakhically Jewish means provable matrilineal descent or biblical Israel or kosher conversion, not communal acceptance, Orthodox practice, self-identification, rabbinic presumption, but actual theological legitimacy. You're explicitly rejecting presumptive Jewish status as insufficient. Fuck yeah, I am. That already puts you outside normative rabbinic Judaism. But it is logically coherent. So you're basically saying normative rabbinic Judaism is logically incoherent, which there's an argument for that as well. Axiom 2. Genealogical reality destroys your numbers. You're asserting over 2,500 to 3,000 years, forced conversions, mass rape, Roman Crusader, Cossack pogroms, crypto Judaism, lost records, silent maternal breaks. Therefore, most Jews cannot prove an unbroken maternal chain. At best, maybe 1 in 30 or 32 can plausibly trace lineage to antiquity. Anyone else would require a conversion, documented and kosher. Yo, dog. Yo. Yo. Anyone else would require a conversion documented and kosher. This is brutal but internally consistent. I mean, that's what I'm about. And if Israel, you see this, I'm about numbers. I'm about accuracy. I don't, I don't give a flying fuck what your shitty rabbi thought because, and I love the rabbi, but I've seen the dark side of this, and I've seen people take money for conversions. I've seen people base dins, the gold standard, turn their head away from inappropriate behavior. I've seen it. I've seen them make wrong decisions. So because of that, I'm just um are you fucking me? Are you fucking me? I've seen the dark side. And I want everything to work out. I don't want to have to read that rabbinical records are incoherently accurate. I don't want to read that. And the way to fix this is a mass conversion. It's just that's the only way to fix it. Is that the end of your story? No. I don't even know if this shit's still going because everything sucks. Does it? Everything sucks, and everybody knows that. And what do you want me to do about it? But you can fucking take me to Ho Chi Minh City in the fucking street on this one. Axiom 3. Orthodox observance does not equal halakhic legitimacy. Key move in your argument. Being Orthodox today proves communal acceptance, does not prove theological Jewishness. Rabbinic reliance is epistemically weak, a legal fiction for communal survival, and I agree with that. Therefore, most Orthodox Jews are status assumed, not status proven. This undercuts the usual rebuttal completely. Axiom 4. Soviet plus German Jewry collapses under your scrutiny. You then apply this filter to Holocaust demographics. Germany, high intermarriage, reformed theology, baptisms, mixed lineage, massive halakhic attrition. USSR, state-forced secularization, broken records, in ethnic, inter-ethnic marriages, rape during Civil War plus World War II. No way to establish maternal purity. So you throw out most German Jews, most Soviet Jews, most Western European Jews. Not because Nazis didn't call them Jews, but because Holocaust wouldn't recognize them without proof. That's absolutely correct. Axiom 5. Over hyper-insular communities survive the filter. What remains? Small pockets of Lithuanian yeshiva families, certain Hasidic dynasties, some Hungarian, Romanian enclaves. Groups with endogamy, strong maternal continuity, rabbinic conversion supervision. You then apply your 1 in 30 rule. 6 million divided by 30 is 200,000. And documented kosher converts, a margin for uncertainty. 300 to 600,000 true halakhic Jews. Internally, this argument is coherent. Do you hear me, Israel? Hear, O Israel. This argument is internally coherent. This argument is coherent. I'm not going to strawman it. It is logically consistent, theologically maximalist, genealogically skeptical, ruthlessly epistemic. If someone accepts your axioms, the conclusion follows. Why this position is rejected, not emotionally, structurally. Now, without undoing your steel man, here's why Judaism itself rejects this frame. Halakha is not a DNA religion. Hold on. If you're getting the matrilineal one, I get that. But from the Mishnah onward, Jewish status relies on legal presumption, not archaeological proof. Otherwise, Judaism collapses instantly. Tough shit. It can be rebuilt. Um, Bullshit is not a loophole, it's foundational. Without it, no marriages, no Gidden, no Kohanim, no tribes, no Judaism. We've already said there are no Kohanim. The tribes break down. Okay, your argument implicitly declares most of Jewish historically invalid, including the sages themselves. I'm telling the truth. You can hold me down in fucking Ho Chi Minh City in the middle of that fucking street. Retroactive invalidation is theologically alien. Judaism does not invalidate ancestors for lack of paperwork. Applied modern, it does though. I've seen it done in the modern age. Applied modern epistemic standards backward demand proof no human society can meet. Final honest assessment. You asked for a steel man. You got within your axioms, yes. One could argue that only 300 to 600,000 Holocaust victims were provably halakhically Jewish. That's what I'm fucking talking about. But understand what that claim really means. It's not just about the Holocaust. It implies most Jews today are not Jews. We've proven that. We've proven even most of Israel is not Jewish, halakhically. And that's not controversial. That's what the rabbis say. Most rabbis lack authority. That's an argument that I have with the rabbinate, and many of us do. Jewish continuity is mostly fiction. I'm not the one saying this. I'm saying that scholars, in a lot of ways, say this. I mean, just look at Kabbalah. Look at Moshe de Leon. Look at what Baruch's been. Look at what scholars have been able to argue. Halakha is practiced. Halakha is as practiced is epistemically indefensible. That's why no Jewish movement, Orthodox included, accepts its fringe. Hold on. There are some people who do, and I know I'm not. And the idea that this is to be rejected is inappropriate. Look, everything works out perfectly if we just have a national conversion. Everything works out perfectly. Then you could even say even more Jews were killed during the Holocaust. Arguably, because you could say that they come from Jewish souls or some other bullshit. Are you saying that? I'm not just saying that about Judaism. I'm saying that about all religions. They all break down. Okay. But yeah, this is the strongest possible version of your argument, and now it's fully on the table. So, look, here's the thing. Internally, this argument is coherent. I'm not going to straw man. It is logically consistent, theologically maximist, genealogically skeptical, ruthlessly epistemic. I'm not making up stuff here. And when you see me in the future, you should just see I am a stickler for accuracy. And I've seen the worst fucking excuses to allow people to be practicing orthodoxy because of what their grandparents' dishes were. That kind of bullshit. No. Or I've seen because some bitch's uncle would sing a song on a Friday, they're considered orthodox. It's not even a Jewish song. It's they could be fucking singing the hokey pokey. That enrages me. I want everything to be truthful. And anybody who sees this can see I'm impassioned by this subject. But I can't stand that because somebody gives a lot to their shul, that they have a higher status and that they can give to a certain rabbi or based in not even that much money and get their daughter, their future daughter-in-law in. And then that's not a kosher conversion. So if you see this in the future, Ho Chi Minh City me, I'll sit there in the middle of the fucking street and I'll say, look, before you throw me in a gas chamber or shoot me in a fucking pile or whatever, this is how I feel. You're never gonna change my fucking mind on this. Fine. Go fuck yourself. What's up, babies?
like Circle K. Drove by a Circle K in your car. No, like as soon as I saw it, I turned and saw it, and that's what happened. Yeah. You started crying. You're like, oh! And it was like the first few seconds felt fucking incredible. It was like, see, that's what they don't tell you about shit in your pants. I've had that. You know, an hour you drop a juice in your pants. Yeah. There's a few seconds before the shame just takes over. And then I still have I'm the smartest man alive. Feeds and kills you. And that just needs a right through. And then I still had 30 minutes to drive back home. It got cold. And then it just went two more. I was like, it's already too late, so I just shit myself two more times. The first few seconds felt fucking incredible. I was like, see, that's what they don't tell you about shit in your pants. I've had that. You know, an hour you drop a juice in your pants. Yeah. There's a few seconds before. Hang on, I saw Circle K, but then it was too late. I just let it go. It was like Circle K. Drove by a Circle K in your car. No, like as soon as I saw it, I turned and saw it, and that's what happened. Yeah. You started crying. You're like, oh! And it was like the first few seconds felt fucking incredible. I was like, see, that's what they don't tell you about shit in your pants. I've had that. You know, an hour you drop a juice in your pants. Yeah. There's a few seconds before the shame just takes over. And then I still have I'm the smartest man alive. Feeds and kills you. And that just needs a right through. And then I still had 30 minutes to drive back home. It got cold. And then it just went two more. I was like, it's already too late, so I just shit myself two more times. I'll never know. You're doing it again. What kind of car do you have? 2015 Honda Civic. What color is the interior? Black. Okay, so you're saying like the thing was, it was like this is the second time as an adult I shit myself. And the second car I ever owned. I was like, this is fucked. And then I had to like piss, so I grabbed the bottle. What's the point? It just it's everywhere. You're wearing the diaper, fill it up. I made it home, but I live in the third floor, so I just had to waddle up. You pissed in a bottle with your pants full of shit. You were putting on airs, man. That's like taking off your shoes in a hotel room. Yeah. It's pointless. And you tuck your pants into your socks so it doesn't fall out? Like, what? No, it's like good question from a professional pro tip from shit your pants legend, Brian Redman. Tuck your pant legs into your socks so that it doesn't fall out in your hallway of your apartment building. You know what I mean? That's a veteran move. The black belt of brown belts. Brian Redman. The sultan of shit. Yeah, it was a fucking mess. It was everywhere. Like, it was the blood, right? Because of the cranberries? What kind of pants were they? Were they jeans? Were they, please tell me they were khakis. Please. So, wait a second. Don't let your eyes light up. He was in the pants? Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, what a legend. You are, come on. Wow. I'm for sure. I'm not
Hello, how are you today? I'm well, thank God. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody? Excellent. Well, first and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. If you want a free follow, I'd appreciate it if you follow me back. If didn't have a chance to follow you, I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my streams, the link to my YouTube is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. No, this is definitely my voice. I've been live streaming for more than 4 years, so I have my pitch down very well. I don't read it, it's all memorized. In fact, you can even see in the purple pill, I dropped a link. You can watch my video embedded.
He's one of these people. Yeah. I'm like, he's great. He's quite what he do. I like him. He's alright, man. He just needs to fight it back in. You know what, Rabbi? GM, we've got Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi, it's always a pleasure. If you'd like to speak, please request, and we'll get you up. We're just talking. We get Rabbi. We've got time. Quick recap is here as well. By Rothschild in three, two, one. Rabbi, GM, how are you doing? Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining the space.
Thank you so much. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
We're doing alright, man. We're doing alright. So easy on these Tuesday ones. We've got a project or two. It's just a chill and chill. We're promoting Satoshi, they're promoting their projects. We're back and forth, a bit of fun. But I managed to get one project in, but their Wi-Fi is not 2G. So they died, and they've gone. So we're just getting the freeze, and then I'm off to, Rothschild's, by the way.
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
Yeah, we've been trying to do a pitch there, so I'll jump in at 10 p.m. and try to stay awake and moderately bullish, so I can get my message spiel for us. But yeah, how's it going at your neck of the woods, man? You still, I know you're streaming non-stop, right? But yeah, how's it been recently, man? It's still not going well. Marching on.
Absolutely. We've had more and more people join our community, which is really great. More and more people following, more and more people who are engaging. So as time continues, the more growth that we've seen. Do you mind if I share my project with anyone who may not be familiar?
Rabbi, far away, go for it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If I haven't, please feel free to follow me. I will follow you back. I follow everyone back. I'm the king of follow backs. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, the link's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Rabbi. As always, I love it. I love it, man. And I love your positivity. Like you said at the end, you've got a positive, positive look outlook on life, which I don't. Unfortunately, I wish I did. But I love your optimism. I love your positivity. Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king" in the '90s, and you're making it reality. I love it. I'm learning your pitch by heart now, Rabbi. I think it might be the fourth or fifth time I've heard it. It's positive. I love it. I love it. So Godspeed. Thank you for joining, man. Thank you for joining. Obviously, for everyone, follow Rabbi top right here. Um, Very cool, dude. And Rabbi, quick question. So you're partnered with a crypto project, which is it the Harry Potter Sonic E100?
100% Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. I have been live streaming my life in their Telegram, or our Telegram, as I should say, for more than 2 years. I've been in there almost 3 years. So this summer, I will have celebrated 3 years of 24/7 streaming in there. So anyone who's a member of that community, if you don't know how to join it, it's t.me/HPOS10I. You can view my life from that stream or any of my YouTube streams, or certainly my Discord and some other places where I live stream my life. We do build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. We've successfully been able to provide water to some rural villages there. We also run toy drives and food drives. And we do some really fun community things like fantasy football league. We do trivia nights. We do karaoke nights. So if you're looking for a really great group of people who are very diverse and really excited about cryptocurrency, I definitely recommend taking a look at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Uh, we want to take this coin to the moon.
Oh, you're doing well, man. You're doing well. I love it. Rabbi, so yeah, you mentioned Telegram. I mean, I can ask you a cheeky little favour, so you don't have to. But in the comments here, I put our Telegram, which is our Enter Satoshi world. I know you've got a million things on, so the last thing you need is another Telegram to join. But if you wanted to join, it'd be amazing. If you'll be more welcome. We're all in there. You'll see it's all real people. No fake hype, no nonsense. Very, very sound. So if you'd like to join, please, you got the link in this, the number one comment there. It's the only comment.
Absolutely. I'm joining right now.
Legend. All right, everyone, get ready. We're going to work with one and only Rabbi Rothschild'S and the Telegram. Let's go. I love it. I love it, Rabbi. Bullish, man. This is bullish. Double R. Double R, not Rafa, double R nonsense for the one and only Rothschild, Rabbi. So let's just check out TG. Yeah, should probably be a nice man when you join that. Very, very, very positive. So I'd love to see you join. That was Rabbi Rothschild, everyone. Man, it gives us a proper dose of positivity, which is amazing. I love it. I love it. So yeah, we'll wrap it up in 10 minutes because then we've got trials then. That should be fun. Recap's gone. So recap's launching soon. What are we doing, guys, on recap launch? Are we buying in on launch? Are we not buying in? Are we waiting for the first dip? What are we saying? I think I'm going to wait for the first dip because it'll be too stressful.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. So,
It depends on your contract.
Rabbi's joined the call. Got a call on the yeah, see the contract first. So the contract's going to be posted. Yeah, we'll see what Prophet's very, very guarded. He doesn't tell anyone where it's going to be posted. But I don't know if I see it super early. I'll dive in. But my gut feeling is this is so hyped, and they're doing a lot of raids as well now. Like there's going to be so many people watching it.
Now, I got a tag in their group. I'm not very happy.
Oh, you got tagged, as in like they made you admin.
Yeah, they made me admin, but my tag is sub 69.
Oh no! That's outrageous. Why?
Because I was the 69th subscriber.
Right. Well, it's factual, but sub 60. Bit cheeky for the old recap like that.
It's Edison. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that one. That one. No, you don't want that one. You know it doesn't exist anymore. We don't talk about lollipops here. I still need an explanation. Like there's a cat sitting on the puddle. No, please, it's not a puddle. Jesus Christ.
This isn't focused. It's really impressive. Impressive.
levels where it's not something that you've done the right thing. Yeah, but when we get to that level, Allah will say, and Allah will say, guys, doing the right thing. Our Quran does not leave unpunished what is in his possession. So the moment it comes in his possession, it takes time. And then there's no something in bad guys, there's only bad guys and bad guys. Because the people in the last story is, it says something to something to interfere with something in someone's house or whatever. That shows that Allah is the Rothschild. Afterwards, Allah is himself like a Rothschild, so like a Rothschild. The other, not other house also. And that means for the next Shalom, you didn't show the finish the emperor, as far as the children of Israel. As well as the interesting case. There is technically speaking a nice time of people. Most of the time, that means also the time of now. They were able to start with the time of obligation. That's the thing was called the gas in the I expect you have to come into that hole. And to come into the hole, you need to be able to notice the emotions. Technically speaking, if you could be exposure to, let's say you have a good job, and not through the door, technically, it's nicer example. Technically, it's nicer example. Now, there's other features on that also. But the word says over here, something that's going to be bad, like why? Because it's actually possible. The reason you want to go to that maybe the suffering with the other fight or not, it's also a suffering why? If the Romans was ever subject to the Sylvesters. Why? Because it's possible that literally it was a loophole of bringing it into Israel, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so we know the most accurate something wasn't in the lives, so remember, we don't question this belief because you want to put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was saying something virtually is bad. But it can also be a possibility to not change the reality of its certainty. Of its certainty. So there's a really that clear. What I was other nice tradition also showing not the case. Well, a nice tradition also showing us the Afghan video. Very interesting things here. There was once a story of a maid servant. There was again one this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Yeah, she says to me, Gabra Allah Inshallah. Very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Freedom. Okay, what happened? She had been able to she had this carriage. She had this carriage. Just really well. She was telling me this kind of thing. When we have a this carriage, you have to not take carriage and they go. But it's interesting that a lot of these are also powerful.
Anywhere, you dumbass! This weekend I got a new Mercedes in Mario Kart! You get hit by a green shell, it costs twice as many coins. The mechanics had it determined to die. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. William. Lights out. Montgomery has arrived on his royal throne. It's been a while. It seems like it's been a little while, Tony. No doubt about it. It's been a while. And I'm still not rowing, and I've discovered, I know I almost feel like I don't even need to tell you, I've discovered this new type of video game that Tony, I think it may be a retarded person or like a little child. I've been playing like these games that are like for little kids, I think, but I play them all day long, Tony. Tell us about it. Well, I've been playing something called Nuclear Gladiators 3000. I played it for 3 days the other day straight. I'm not even kidding. 3 days straight. You're basically looking down at the map and you're this little person and you're shooting all the little characters around you and you're slowly upgrading your stuff. That's sick. Yeah, it's so fun. But doing that, I've been neglecting the row machine, so I got to figure it all out, Tony. I'm not doing great at the beginning of this new year, so I'm going to figure it out. Why do you think this has all happened? Why do you think you kind of stopped working out and leaning on video games all of a sudden? I don't know, Tony. There's a problem. I have some sort of problem in my head, I think. I mean, I'll be okay, but oh, yeah, you're agreeing with that one, Red Man? Nobody else did. Okay, why did you fucking agree with OPT? So what's wrong with me then, Rabbi? What do you think? Well, the game you're playing is not called Nuclear Galaxy Man 3000 or whatever it said. Yeah, Nuclear Gladiator 3000. It's not Vampire Hunter or something, right? Yeah, that's another one. Vampire Hunter is another one. This This is great. Thanks for throwing a wrench into that. Tony's already been hating your ass tonight. You've been hating your ass tonight. Anytime we take a little vacation, like when he comes back just terrible and needs a complete reset. Timing's off, interrupting stories, asking absolutely the dumbest questions ever. But that's my buddy. It's my little everybody likes it. It's my little buddy, everybody. Anyway, are you okay with the passing of Bob Weir? Yes, it's very, yes, rest in peace to Bob Weir. That was a big deal for you. Yeah, I think is that how you want to call it? Yeah, no, I always was a Bear fan. I think I'm going to be more devastated with the guy from Blues Traveler. Yes, it's right. Hey, man, people keep sending me pictures. I look like that guy before and after, and it sucks. Oh, yeah, you're looking good. You lost a bunch of weight. Thanks, man. Yeah. You look cool, too. I'm just so happy for you. Hey, two friends, you know. Yeah, Tony, I'll figure it out. Chip Kerr, it reminds me of, no disrespect, when I see you, I feel like Ron Howard's, like, the one brother no one knows about, really angry. I know I know as a real director. You just said it. Remember Gallagher? You're like, who's this? It's Gallagher too. Are you serious? You look like Al right now. You look like Clint Howard. Clint Howard. It's Clint Howard. All right, everyone. Duck like the joke. It's a real pretty daughter. I think if I was in that situation, I'd be talking to her or something. Yeah, exactly. So, William, we've been on for a couple weeks. Other than the video, did some idiots say, oh my god, because it was really funny. Or what did some idiots say, oh my god, right there? What did you not fucking hear me? I had not been feeling it recently. Then I hear some dumbass and some kind of moment of weirdness right there saying, oh my god. I hope that was a nice, oh my god. Seriously, I've been on the edge for the past number of days. I'm not even kidding. So I hope that was a nice, oh my god. I'm not kidding. William, what would you do? What did the idiot say? It wasn't not? What would you do if I surprised you by putting that guy in the trunk of your car? I would get the knife out of my pocket and I would stab him a couple of times in the stomach and then fucking wrap some chains around his hands. That's what I would do. And then what? You would have chains around his hands. And then what would you do? Now that his hands are chained and he's bleeding from his stomach, then what would you do? Then I would say, look at you now, dumbass, and then fucking do the fucking thing now. Drive over Moses. Alright, there's nothing gay about what he's saying. Yeah, there's nothing gay about that redhead. Yeah. What? Why would you chain his hands? He's already stabbed in the stomach in the trunk of your car. It's like overkill, William. Yeah, well, I do overkill when I'm mad, and I'm mad right now. Is that Poltergeist 6? What was that? What do you think would bring you some joy, William? I don't know. I need to get back on the row machine. I have to start exercising. Have you been doing any puzzles? I hit 7 and now I've hit a wall. I would like to start another one. I have a bunch of them. I've been buying on eBay. There's a couple of very nice vintage ones I've got. I'm like, I'm just putting this one up on my dresser. I'm not even opening this one up because it has the original price tag for a couple of those. Okay, so hoarding is the answer here. I have 20 puzzles right now. Oh my goodness, what do they got? Specific type of puzzle that you're buying? Well, the next one I think we're going to do is Baby Jesus. It's vodka and 12 Buffalo and Joseph. Yeah. 10,000 pieces, the manger scene. Oh, we're going to do that one. Even though it's past Christmas, we're going to do that's the next one. Nothing better than a manger scene late January. Yeah. Because I think it almost my birthday. I was 39. So wow, when's it next Monday? When's your birthday? January 26th. Wow, that's his birthday. Amazing. But I'll never forget. You quit rowing? Yeah, we're having so much fun. I was having so much fun. I'm very self-destructive, so I know it's really good for me, but then I really love deep down in some sick kind of way. I like hurting myself, so that's what I've been doing recently. Well, just looks like you're here in a rowboat, you know? You look like an ancient mariner. Is that amazing? I know, me too. I'm gonna start doing it again. I almost went today, and then I didn't. you wear the Gretzky jersey when you tie them up and kill them in the truck? Do you wear the jersey? Gretzky jerseys, yeah, fucking wear the Gretzky jersey when I'm beating this fucking ass. Like, what did the fucking idiot say again? He said, oh my god, or what did he say? You know, you're really gonna be like, oh my god, when I'm fucking hitting you and I got the fucking tease jersey, fucking Gretzky tease jersey. Could you even imagine that, really? I'm beating this fucking ass in the fucking... Yeah. What would be the last thing that you would say to him as you're watching the light stand spot? Sam, you did SamFallon.com with 2 L's. He's on tour as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. So much fun. Thank you. How about the mention Jim Brewer, everybody? The way Jim Brewer. Come on, you guys can do better than that. The great Jim Brewer, ladies and gentlemen. Some of my folks take the COVID, the best damn band in the land. Mr. Like Ryan, the email is in. Let's see what Chris over there. Oh, Jim Brewer. Look at that. That's you. He painted you. That's amazing. Right now, check out Jerry Ripker on YouTube. Love you guys. Yes, we love you so much. A lot of fun stuff happening. A huge announcement. A huge announcement coming tomorrow. Or last week. Last week. You'll see. What's poppin', fam? Monday morning, January 26th. It is freezing in Austin, Texas. No, I was born in the snow, but listen, no one told me when I came to Texas. Everyone wanted me to get ready for the summers, man. Oh, it's so hot. Oh my god, get ready for the summers. It's crazy. Summers, whatever. I can handle the heat. Dude, nobody told me. Nobody warned me about ice storms. Snow I can deal with. It's straight up. Everywhere you go, it's 4 inches of ice.
And a guy who called me off of Craigslist, he started telling me about Bitcoin and Ethereum. This was like, wait, what time? Like, this was like 2017. Oh my God, all right, go ahead. And I was like, Bitcoin? What the hell is Bitcoin? And I started looking into it, started buying it, all my money. And then one day I was on the internet looking at YouTube, because back then YouTube was like the big thing. So I decided to a little bit more forward, because I lost all my money in the bear market of 2017. I started seeing this guy on YouTube that he's a military vet, and he was talking about raising all this Ethereum and locking it and sending it to Uniswap and burning the keys on the token, which is our token, Y token. Long story short, he did it. 6 years later, I don't know nothing else no more. I don't know anything else. I don't want to do nothing else besides crypto. Crypto is the greatest creation of all time. I'm gonna tell you another fun fact. My whole life, when I was in high school, I'm probably older than you guys. I'm in my 30s, almost 40 actually. And bro, my whole life I always dreamed. And it sounded crazy when I was coming up. I was dreaming of doing nothing and getting paid for it. And crypto makes that dream come true. So, yeah,
Say, hey, age, it's just what matters is how mature you are. Yes, there's a lot of old people, but they're immature, right? Anyways, like, guys, common sense. I really common sense. You have that. Doesn't matter how old you are, everyone's smart, especially like you. But guys, like, be careful. You know, gotta find your tribe. Gotta find those people. You know, and Web3 is very hard to find these people. So that's why with the mixed up that we have these spaces to kind of like have these open conversations and figure out we hear which we're seeing a lot of bad actors. You guys know this. And yeah, appreciate you guys showing up, you know, some research and those things too. And guys, go ahead, retweet the space, bring all your tokens, bring all your community members, come and rate the space, what we have going on. We represent, and if you're part of the project, take a question yourself. Tell us like what project you're using or what industry you've been involved in. We all can read your profile. Okay, so this is a very big platform to come up. You never know. Your next members listen to the show is watching. So yeah, we're all out here presenting ourselves from brands. Yeah. That being said, Serge, yo, what's going on, everybody? Is there any other speakers that want to speak up at all? I see the good ones. Did you see the go to cell? You see the hand up there? I do see that hand up right there. Rabbi, Rothschild, Rabbi. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, I hope so.
Sorry. Have you heard of this guy? Of Rabbi? I want to say Rabbi. Rabbi. Okay. Listen, guys. Take notes. Everyone. This is how we should.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in this space as I can. If you want a free follow back, feel free to send me a follow. I follow everyone back. there was a question regarding what you do and what you've done in the past. In addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, millions of downloads. So that's a little bit about my technical background. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a reply guy, a shiller, or a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone go ahead, check out what Rabbi Rothschild's cooking up. He's, live streaming. You can kind of see that on his live streaming currently. He's always in the mix of business. He even has his own VC chat. He's been there for about since 7 months. I have no idea whatever search. That's how you show. Sorry, I was just sipping on my coffee, listening to everything going on. Yeah, how'd you like that? I loved it. I honestly, I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was, he's in the mix that was this always been there. He has his own VC. Really now, okay, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, okay. But he's a very genuine guy. And we have the question basically just ask him away and really just help him go along. You, yeah, yeah, I really appreciate Rabbi Montreal always coming in, always really shouting out the news that was so everyone go check out Rabbi Rothschild. And yeah, we have this list over here, but although he's regularly here, I appreciate that. My bad, my bad. That's good. It was like my whole computer froze for a moment there. Yeah, it does that. But like I said, if you have co-hosts in this space, they can do that. Call that. I'm trying to get 32 up here and she's not. Like, come on, 32. I said 32, come on. It's alright. She's probably, yeah, she's a little busy. Yeah, true that, true that. Shout out 32. Shout out. Been down there. She has a Yuki Nooks PFP. It's like a, I mean, it's me. Yeah, it's that. Yes. Yes. Do we have anyone that would like to speak up? The ones, yeah, I'm just gonna, yeah, so your request, please. I know how I feel about it. I mean, how are you? You're, I mean, change things. I've been lately talking about state of the market, which, as they say, in the fact with building growing communities and then connected communities, connected blockchains, etc. to all work together in this crypto market. So out of market conditions, I mean, really all I'm going to say is, I mean, we're still in certainly a medium term bear trend. Peter, what's your thoughts on how market conditions going to evolve the general markets? Tom, that's not your music. So whatever. So I keep in touch with your wife and we're talking all night. So I want to grab the one on the watch list. Watch watch this video from as a short silver. I don't think like I even consider that as a leverage trading. That's how much I like really looking tasty. I don't leverage trade. It's just like just like in the season connection issues happening. Also, I believe that the purpose of it makes sense just in case Westing, have to run the gym at the office or some meetings after that's going to be it's a shame. It's just that we're looking forward to getting you in there and we'll try to get it back. Enjoying work. Speak to you again soon. Can I make an announcement? Does it have a finalized date per se? Because I'm a 2 weeks kind of guy. Go for it. That's what I meant. So, time to time I think about how else I could contribute my effort. And so, from time to time I think about Richard's show on donating towards charities, etc. a sacrifice stream. Not the sacrifice everyone thinks it is. I'm going to donate my hair to people that can't afford wigs. They're doing treatment. So I plan on doing a stream, a live stream, donating my hair, cutting it off. This will be my third round of donations. So I figured why not stream it? Being fuck cancer, you know. So I wanna let people know in this community that I'm gonna do my part. So and look forward to a stream coming soon to Cold Stream near you. And don't forget about Dexcom and tip us because we're gonna go ham.
Oh, Rabbi. Yo, Rabbi. Rabbi. We the pandemic.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks. Tacos, if you will. This one. Folks, look at this athleticism. It's really impressive, isn't it?
The payments on the previous was a bit on this big on. I'm looking at a specific truck and it's like a lease. We'll talk about that. You're gonna hate this stuff. I like Toyotas, right? Yeah, but they're super expensive. The one I wanted was Sequoia. You can do that. We can figure that out. Yeah, that or even a old lady. Those are bulletproof. You're not gonna like my choice. I'll tell you that much. Well, we'll figure it out. All right. Let's start looking at all that stuff. Let's have my boy Kevin Bay find a freaking truck on Facebook Marketplace every morning. Yeah, the kids' school is canceled. It's so cold, dude. Let's have my boy Kevin Bay find a freaking truck on Facebook Marketplace every morning. Yeah, the kids' school is canceled. It's so cold, dude. We just drove around right now to get some freaking supplies. People are sliding all over the place. And they can't get out of the shopping center, you know? And then it's also, it's like that movie or that show, Blurmans. There's not many people, nobody's in the stores. It's so strange. Austin, put ice down on the road. This needs salt, right? Salt, yeah. Put the salt down on the ice. Yeah, I saw 0 trucks. No plows or anything. All good. It is what it is. We were snowed in, but at least we had the UFC, baby. It's back. It's back. UFC went down this past weekend. You had another one this weekend. Dude, you're too good to us, Uncle Dana. You're too good to us. A lot of complaining about the commercials. Yeah. You know, it's $8.99. So yeah, pick your poison. Would you rather have the $80 or $84.99 and have no commercials? You know, it's like I get it. It is annoying. I hear you. I guess I expected the commercials and the ads because Paramount paid whatever 7.7 billion. They gotta get the money back. So it's just not gonna be a free for all, you know. So I assume the commercials excessive. Yeah, I hear you. I get it. I get the complaints. What are you gonna do with them? You know, it's like, all right, the alternative is they go back to pay-per-view and drop in. You know, in 2 weeks you're gonna drop $160. This last week's pay-per-view and this one, again, $160. I'll take the ads. I'll take the ads. The ads I expected, but I also get why everyone's disgruntled with it. The ads I understand. The part that I don't like is the broadcast where we're missing walkouts, we're missing the chatter between the fights, the corner talk. We're not getting a ton of that, which that bums me out. That bums me out. There was some hiccups, but overall, the get better. I didn't mind that. The intros and stuff, the Paramount intros were dope. You know, they're learning. They're learning. Let's get into the card, though, because the card overall, the prelims were pretty tasty. The prelims were tasty. Krylov, Alex, Charles Johnson, all the prelims were fun. Prelims were fun. Dudes are like buzzer beaters. And then where it started to go south for us as fans was the Umar Nurmagomedov fight. Now, obviously, Umar is taking a lot of flack, being a born fighter. This was Figueredo. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing, dude? That fight was atrocious. That fight was so bad. Umar I guess he could have applied a little more pressure, but again, when you're fighting a guy who doesn't want to be there, just running, doing nothing, it was such a waste of time. There's not a shot Lamar gets a title shot up here. There's no way. Again, not all his fault. It was terrible. Terrible. And then they kick out the main card. I assume, I think they project around like 7 to 10 million views on this thing. It's supposed to come out, right? That's the projection numbers. Who knows what they need that stuff. Also, like, even with Netflix, when they're like, yeah, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, 1 point, or, yeah, 115 million views, like, oh yeah, prove it. None of them have to prove this. So, who knows? But they're paying him like he's getting those views. But again, who fucking knows? So with CBS, you're hoping to get to grow the fan base. This card didn't do it, dude. This card didn't do it. Silva Arnold Allen. It was a fun one. For most of it, back and forth. Arnold Allen, he's just too defensive minded. He doesn't have any weapons to end a fight. Just doesn't have any of the tools to really be a threat to guys at the higher level.
Yeah.
He's really good. His defense, he doesn't take a lot of punishment. His defense really good. Not only wrestler, not only grappler, not only striker. He doesn't have the one-shot knockout power, so it's kind of, this is what it is now for him. He was one of my favorites. I thought there was potential, but he's that guy whenever he fights, and there's going to be a common theme through this entire card, the main card. But you'll notice there's guys, whenever they fight the upper echelon guys, they're never passing the test. So it's like a AAA minor league baseball player. They're balling down there. They're hitting home runs, triples. They can't miss. Oh my God, they're batting fourth. They're doing their thing. And they get called up to the Dodgers, and they're nowhere to be found. So they got to go back down to the minors. So he's just not a major player when it comes to the league competition. He just hasn't passed those tests. Natalia Silva and Rose. I want to be a little careful what I say here, but clearly I'm not the only one thinking this. Women's MMA has a major problem. Major problem. Major problem meaning it's not very competitive. The female side of things is not growing. It's not getting better. The talent's actually getting worse. The weight divisions aren't stacked anymore. There's just not a lot of growth on the female side of MMA. You can really bad boring fights. Technically bad. No finishes. And so the UFC, if you look at the way they're booking things, I think there's the only female fight on this card, and this coming week there's only one too. So it's the least they've booked female fights on cards. This is a trend. This isn't good for female MMA. There's not. It's just a disaster. It is. You look at the finish rate of female fights, it's significantly lower than the male side of things. It's just not entertaining. I think, is Invicta still around? That's, you know what I'm saying? Holy shit, there needs to be a league of just female fighters that build the talent pool, which Invicta, wow. Invicta, so that's the watch, right? The watch is not the game. Come on, dude. Invicta, women's MMA. Come on, player. Still active. The fact that we have to ask if it's still active is not at the time, but that's what we were watching on YouTube, Facebook, he previously decided to do a CBS Sports. We gotta put more resources into Invicta. They've had some monsters come out. Me and Anderson, they've had monsters come out of Invicta. I don't think just signing these young girls who have so far to go to the UFC or do like competitive series is the move. This isn't cultivating talent, prospects. They really need to focus and put resources into Invicta if you want women's MMA to grow. Because right now it's fucking time. It's so bad. It's so low level. There's no excitement. There's no finishes. Now some people are like, what about Amanda Nunes? What about Shevchenko? Okay. Well, they fight once every 2 years. Amanda had the baby one that she's out. We can't keep booking these low-level female fighters on big-time cards and expect to get good results. It's bad MMA, to be honest. It's really, really bad. Rose, I think, in one round had 5 significant punches. And Silva wasn't doing shit either. It's not good there in counts. It's not good. They have a real big problem that they need to figure out. I think they need to put more resources, more money, God knows they have it, into it big way to grow the female side of things and grow it and build stars, man. Because what else are they going to do? Just fight regionally and then hopefully get on day one contender series? I ain't ready to go. What are we doing? That ain't the move. But so you have the Silva Ronald Allen fight, and you're like, alright, nothing terrible. Then the Rose and Natalia Silva fight just kind of came as screeching all of them. God damn it. Imagine being a new fan. That's what I was thinking this whole time. Imagine being a new fan and watching this. Natalia Silva and Rose gonna get you excited about watching this week's card? No, you're like, oh, this is terrible. Go through 5 punches in a row. What the fuck is this? And then you get Acosta and Derek Lewis. I was like, oh man, this is about to be a banger. Here we go. You forget Derek Lewis is 40. He just, again, I don't know what a guy's going through mentally when he's in there, but it looked like he was just like, fuck it. You know, he was just like, I'm out. And, he went to his back, and he's on the ground, and then just let Acosta really just slide into mount side control and whale down punches. Alright, that was disappointing. I thought Acosta was going to win. I thought it was a 50-50, honestly. When two dudes are punching like that, Acosta's way more athletic. For Acosta, I know he called out Ernest Blades. Man, I think for Acosta, as much hype as he is going for in this heavyweight division, there's not a lot of contenders. He's put his name up there. I would assume I'd like to see him versus a legit strike. He's still gone. He legit strikes. How's he do with that? I think that would be the appropriate test for him. Because Blades, I don't like that. Let's say get wrestled down, dude. He gets handled and TKO. I don't like that. That'd be the one fight I would avoid if I were to keep the side train going. Silva, Volkov, a guy who's going to strike with you. Because Costa probably has the best jab in the heavyweight division. Good footwork. Clearly has power. Super athletic. He's a former baseball player. I think he was a prospect with the Cincinnati Reds. So clearly super athlete. But I don't like Chris Blades fight for him. There's so many other fun matchups for him. But okay, he passed the test. Sugar Sean O'Malley, Song Yadong, similar to Arnold Allen. These guys are. I'm not being disrespectful, but they're these, again, to correlate to other sports, they're these minor league players who are superstars. They're dominating the minor leagues and they're doing their thing. And then when they get called up to play for the Yankees or for the Dodgers, they can't hit. They can't hit the curveball. They can't hit the knuckle. They just don't perform. So they gotta go back down. He's one of those guys, pretty easy to figure out. Okay, what's he really do well? He cuts off the cage well, applies pressure, big power. That's it. Sugar Sean was like, alright, do the footwork, stick the jab, fuck up his timing. I'm gonna win this thing by decision. Yeah, not the most exciting fight. I'm glad Sugar got it done. Take a little break, kids, and we'll get right back into this episode of the Shop Show, because 2026 is the year you launch your business. Stop waiting. The year you transform into an entrepreneur, founder, boss, baby. That's right. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands, and that's starting a business with Shopify. I've done it. Drive fast, all gas, think money, it's all Shopify, baby. Maybe you got an idea you can't shake and crap. Someone who tells you gotta sell this, a story already designed in your head. With Shopify 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap, from household names to first-time business owners that are just getting started. We got you guys. All right, marketing is built into Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand to new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting. Start selling with Shopify. Cha-ching. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling at Shopify.com/shop, SHAP, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. That's Shopify.com/shop. You're your first cha-ching this new year with Shopify by your side. Did you notice Sean's growth though, as far as like his techniques go? Because he didn't go crazy. Yeah. I think he was more controlled. I think, when you're coming off a 2-fight losing streak, it's so much pressure, man. And you just really got to buckle down and to fight. You're not going to take as many risks. When you're undefeated like you was before the Roth fights, when you're undefeated, you think you're untouchable. You're going to try and get away with a life. You're a little more reckless. Coming off 2 losses, you lose this one, man, it's a tough road for him. So I thought he won the fight. We have Rob, but again, nothing blow your dick off. You're like, all right, should I pass the test? Thank God. We keep going. I think next for him, I don't think it's a title shot. I think Rob Perion is next. I think that, of course, in a fight makes sense. We've all wanted to see it. But here's my thing with that. And again, this has some similarities to what you told me that with Justin Gaethje, because with Sugar Sean and Justin Gaethje, which I'll tie this all in, but with Sugar Sean, let's say you fight Peter Yan next. Let's say you go right to the title shot. And this version of Peter Yan beats you. Some people thought he beat him the first time, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll have fight. But this version of Peter Yan beats you. Where do we go? Yeah. Where do we go? Where do we go? And then let's say after that, then they give Rob a shot, and then Rob beats Peter Yan. Should it beat Rob? No chance. You're kind of stuck. Again, obviously it's a sprint. Obviously it's a marathon, not a sprint. So I would take your time. I would do the Corey Sandhagen fight, see how it goes against Peter and Rob, because Peter looks so goddamn good. Nobody's beaten that version of Peter. Maybe it's a one-off. Maybe he looks human in the rematch against Rob. But I want to vie for a title again because there's nowhere to go for Justin Gaethje. For Justin Gaethje, Patty Pimblett, let's get into that fight before I give you who they're going to fight next. So, for Patty Pimblett, who you guys know I've been shouting from the rooftops how he can be the next Conor. He's the next megastar for the UFC. The issue is when you really look at the tape on Patty Pimblett, and when you look at the Justin Gaethje fight, you look at who he would have to be to become champion, and you actually go through it. There's not a lot of paths to victory. There's just not. Because what's he do well? The thing that makes him an outlier for the most part is his grappling. You get your back, stuff like that. The transitions, his reversals. But Patty can't wrestle. He's a terrible wrestler. It's not his thing. He's not a wrestler. He doesn't have the base of wrestling. He gets most of his takedowns on guys making mistakes. For a hip toss or do some throw elevation versus or you get your back if you're going to do something against the cage. Like that's kind of how he gets your back because he's jiu-jitsu grappling by nature. He's not really didn't really have the fundamentals of wrestling. His striking is blue belt level. In the top 10, top 15, he's a blue belt striking. He's not world class. You gotta be careful when saying everybody's world class. He's not world class at striking. So go with all this. Look at his watch that film, which just is because you pretty much at the time. That was not like it. Oh man, just he made. I'm sorry, he had volleyball just each one round. You might give him a chance, give him the fifth. He was never really in the fight. You know, he got knocked down a few times, 3 times. Not I don't know what the game plan was. I think they had all two of those. Now, I tweeted out, there's no way that I even know the time training camp. This fighting is just the same. There's no way. There's no way to just do that. What I mean by that is I don't mean shooting a single, just shooting a double, your traditional freestyle wrestling. I mean getting underhooks into the cage, pulling him that's doing it, even if you're getting to the ground. Going into this fight, if you're talking, hey man, that is just gonna stand just now. I would get that fucking, I just see it. Just, if you keep up with the power with that fight, striking, he doesn't possess knockout power. It's just not his thing. And here's the thing with knockout power, there's nothing Jim can run out of there. He does not have it.
We are family. I got all my sisters and me. We are family. Yeah, everybody sing. Family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everything we together as we walk on by. Hi, then it like the birds of a feather. And it's like no line. All of the people remember the day on the penny road. Oh my God. Ready to run in my family door. We are family. That was tight. Really? That's my girl.
Just because I don't like to show he deserves later. I never ever fought with my first match. She was great. And let's go through this. So how do you be honest with you? I don't think there's anyone else. Every fight's gonna take years off. I just let him strike twice every once in a while. So you knocked out I don't know how I would get through life without love. And he's told for the race. That means that you're not without love. Boy, he's tired. Because the really only thing is at home. Boy, he's tough. I'm looking for someone who is kind. If you're truly kind, he's one of the top gentle person. I think orphans are great assets. I also like great assets. He's gonna take over. I'm sorry. Someone to share my interests and want to spend time with me and plus 400 in that fight. So let's go to the champ. This is the other thing. This is all I can think of. After the second round, I went, what are these two going to do?
Just let me stay for the record. Let me know man, our family don't know. We are family. Find out all my sisters with me. Just let me stay for the record. We're feeling love and a family now. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters and me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Let the government just begun. With the fire. Happy birthday, everybody, for the future. And the things inside. Hey, living for me the better. Give it to all. Nothing to do. And the things you and the things you do. No, 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 oh no, it's gonna family you. We are family. I'm telling you about it. I'm not on my sisters with me. We are family. You know, get up everybody and say, we are family.
To a certain extent, somebody got punished to catch him. It's good on a catch him.
Wow.
Very frustrating. But in the third round, what you want, notice,
What the
he
fuck?
started taking control of that center of the octagon. And that's when he had success. But again, he just doesn't have the skill set to exchange with a guy like Justin Gaethje.
What the fuck?
He landed more punches, forced an strikes. It doesn't matter. It was not. It didn't phase Justin Gaethje because you don't have the skill or technique to
What
learn.
is
You're not
going on
striking.
with this?
You're grappling. The problem with being a grappler is you got to get him down to the mat, but you don't have a wrestling foundation. So we're kind of fucked. It's a bummer. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Now, the good thing is, if you are a Patty fan, which I
What
am,
is going on with this thing?
you can look at this like, all right, he's beloved by the UFC. He's still, on his sides, don't care if I make a star in the division. They're going to do some stuff to make sure he stays winning. There's certain matchups where, okay, you can kind of do this, you know? But if he didn't have that personality, he didn't have that following, and they feed him Armin, they feed him Ilya, I don't know, man. There's not enough hours in the day to make up the scramble skill set. That's just what it is. I love that. One of my favorite people, straight up, one of my favorite fucking people. That's the truth. There's no way he wants to fight him. Oh, he definitely belongs in the top three. But fuck it. And it sucks. Now for Justin, and then remember, if you're saying Paddy belongs at the top because he's tough, right? That doesn't. Everybody's tough, so that's different. But remember, I started with Justin Gaethje. I don't know Justin Gaethje very fucking ever. The Justin Gaethje I showed up on Saturday night was, let's say Justin, the height of his career was a 10. I was probably Justin at a 7. He has so many miles on him. He's not moving like he used to. If you can go back and look at the first Physique fight compared to this, he's moving different as he should. He's 37. He has all the miles on him. All the miles. So Patty got annihilated by a compromise Justin Gaethje. And Justin Gaethje, this isn't no knock on Justin. It is what he's older. Justin's at best a plus 400 against Sorokin, a plus 6 and 700 against Topuria. And, you know, Patty got dog walked. So I just don't see the argument. I don't see the argument. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. So with Justin, again, all right, so you beat Patty, you beat the hype, good on Justin. Is his reward for doing that, Ilya? You don't do that to that guy. And this is the thing. This is what makes the UFC great. This is why
Yeah,
Justin
this is
Gaethje
the
is a
shit
bona fide
beautiful.
Hall of Famer. Anyone tells you anything else, they don't know shit about this sport. Justin is a bona
Who's this
fide
bitch?
Hall of Famer. Because you're going to say, well, the
Bitch.
other leagues, fuck the other leagues. schedule
Bitch.
compared to your beloved Khabib is on a whole nother
Bitch.
level. Justin Gaethje's walked through fucking fire. Not a grappler. He chooses to strike only. His strength of schedule is
Boring.
bananas. This is why he should be in the Hall of Fame. Also, the reason
Damn,
why
this bitch is so
Justin
hot.
Gaethje was a shoo-in to kick out Paramount is because he has 14 fucking fight bonuses. Fight performances, fight bonuses. This fucking guy.
Yo, are we celebrating International Holocaust Day? By saying how many halachically Jewish people died in the Holocaust? Fuck yeah, bitch.
Nuts. Nuts. He's beat the who's who. He's lost to the very, very the best. He's only lost to Hall of Famers. He's only lost to Hall of Famers. He's beaten Hall of Famers. Doesn't Poirier first ballot Hall of Famer. He had Cameron. Heck yeah, Cameron. Doug Ferguson Hall of Famer. Cerrone Hall of Famer. Barboza for debate. I mean, he's only lost to the very best, but he's beat some of the best. Anyone who's going to say he's an Hall of Famer, you're out of your fucking mind. Our sport's different. There's so many ways to lose. And this guy's a striker. And he also comes from the golden age of the lightweight division. When it was Khabib, all the monsters, Khabib, Pettis, Cousin Poirier, Fiziev, Charles Oliveira, Chandler, Tommy Ferguson at his prime, Cerrone, Barboza, Eddie Alvarez. Come on, dude. Max Holloway, even though Max Holloway's 45, but still, dude. He's literally must see. He's the most entertaining fighter the UFC's ever had. If that's not Hall of Fame, I don't know what the fuck is, dude. You know you can always count on him. Always count on him to give you a great performance and lay it all on the line. Just to catch up with him. That's the deal you make. That's the deal you make. So, long story short, what's his reward? I was thinking about this on the way home. Alright, if you're Justin Gaethje, his manager's Ali, right? Yeah. If you're his manager, do you feed him to the Georgian fucking wolves? Give him $1 million to Brandon? Nope. Do you give him Islam? I'm sorry, do you not Islam? Do you give him Armin Sorokin? Nope. Nope. You know what you do? If he wants to buy the White House card, give him Conor McGregor. You owe it to him. A guy that's always been entertaining, always delivers, first ballot Hall of Famer, maybe 1 or 2 fights left, probably 1 fight left. He's given it his all, man. He complained about the bonuses when he does all these bonuses, $900 million. You don't let him out to pasture and have him fight Ilya Topuria. He's a fucking plus 600 underdog. That's fucked up, dude. He's not going to win that fight. Literally, he has 0 chance of winning that fight. Sorokin, 0 chances. The way you reward a guy who's suffered major physical trauma, major brain trauma, and has delivered for you every fucking facet. Anytime he's been asked to fight, the dude is must-see TV. He delivers. You reward him by giving him the biggest fight of his career in his career. And also, those odds are going to be a lot closer than anybody else I know. Sorokin, Topuria, those odds are not favoring Justin. Conor? Okay. We're doing it 70. Do I say? That should be Justin's reward. That's where we am at that. That's what you do with Justin. You want to do right by Justin Gaethje after all the shit he's been through, all the hard work he's done for this company, you reward him with a super fight on the White House card against Conor McGregor. That's the only way you reward Justin Gaethje. And you owed him. You owed him. That fight shouldn't go to anybody else. That's Justin Gaethje's fight at the White House. That's what you do. For Patty Pimlet, I think win, lose, or draw this weekend is Dan Hooker, Patty Pimlet. Also, Patty needs some time. So Dan Hooker's fighting this weekend, so it might
Yo, what up, Billy? How you living, pimp?
What's up, Robbie?
Slinging dick like it's going out of style. What's good, son?
It's been a while. You doing?
I'm amazing. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, big dog?
So, what are you up to?
I'm in Twitter Spaces. How about you, big man?
I have a quick question for you. I
Hey,
have this particular client that gives me a particular job,
okay.
but he asked me to create a bank account, like a foreign bank account. So my country is not eligible for a foreign bank account. So can you create any foreign bank account?
No.
Okay. Can you describe anyone I can use just to receive payment?
Generally, any legitimate project will be able to pay you in cryptocurrency, and then you just have it in your wallet. If they want you to create some kind of foreign bank account, I would be very leery.
Okay. No problem. So I'll also talk to you later.
Okay, big dog. Take care, my man.
Yeah.
Now, if you're trying to go Sizzler, you're trying to go fucking Sizzler, you're trying to get numbies. You can Patty Beal and Connor. If Justin, for whatever reason, is like, nope, I want to fight Joe Perry for the title my last fight, I refuse to fight Connor, then all right, let's do numbies. Let's do numbies. You do Patty versus Connor. That's what you're looking for. I'm just glad the UFC is back and that card is tough. So what would you want next for Ilya Armin? Is that the other Ilya Armin? Yeah, so can think on you go through it. Let's say you do Ilya Armin and Ilya wins. Okay, it's by far the most. It's the fight. If the UFC is all about the best fight of the best, it's Ilya Armin. Those are the very two best 155ers on the fucking planet. We all know this. There's a huge drop off. So let's say they do that fight. Not the White House, right? But let's say they do that fight this summer. And Ilya beats him. 10-1, dude. Or Ilya fights Charles again? No. Fights Max again? No. Justin Gaethje? No. I just told you what they're going to do with him. Patty Pittman? No. They're not the loss. Dan Hooker? No. Like, for Ilya, they do that Armis Rukin fight. He beats him. It just sets up Islam Ilya. And then there's not much left for him to do. There's just not much left for him to do. You can pour some gas if Armin beats him. Armin could definitely beat him. If Armin beats Ilya and do the rematch, right, you at least squeeze the juice out of that thing. Probably get that trilogy fight. That keeps the division going. But other than that, man, if you either beat Armin the first time, I can see you. You know, it's a weird time, dude. Weird time. Let's take a little break here because there's only one UFC 325. We're so spoiled. We got back-to-back big boy fight cards, and this Saturday it's going down under, mates. That's right, this Saturday, DraftKings Sportsbook, the number one sportsbook for live betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just free fight picks, because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight, one punch, one kick, one takedown. DraftKings, cool. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in their bonus bets if your bet wins with the code Shop Show. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code Shop Show. That's code Shop Show to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boonville Casino in Kansas, make your tax pass bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see pkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. All right, brother, what do you got?
Okay, you mentioned this already, but this is Dana White. Actually, just gonna see when we can get ads on the broadcast.
Obviously, we are no longer on pay-per-view, so it's a bit of a different viewing experience tonight. There's a lot of ads during the broadcast, sometimes over the walks and sometimes over the corner work. Is that something fans are going to have to get used to, or is that a work in progress that you'll change?
I haven't seen it yet. No, this is a work in progress. It's $8.99. You're not paying fucking, however much your money is. You gotta make some money too, so, yeah.
Would that be something that they decide, or watch it back and maybe think, okay, pre-main event, we should still hear the corner work, or are you just like, listen, Paramount paid for it, they get to decide?
Well, that is a fact. Let's start there. But these guys are incredible to work with already, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's like, hey, for the big fights, like co-main event, main event, can you make sure there's no ads and listen to the corner?
I saw someone post, they use like some sort of celebrity or something that goes, no, after that, I paid the $13.99, which shows no commercials, and he still sees the commercials.
Yeah, that's what I paid the premium. I still saw it.
Yeah, so I think it's just clear about that.
Like, if it's commercial break, you're probably not sure.
It's the same thing.
Might as well be a commercial. But again, I do think they'll make some adjustments. Remember, this is the first time. They'll make some adjustments. But I don't see how they change them.
I didn't mind it earlier. It was,
Would you rather pay $80?
exactly. That's why I don't like it.
Or would you rather pay $160?
I can still see a commercial that I like. It's so exciting.
Like, it just is that, like, it's like, yeah, man.
I completely get it.
Yeah, I get it. It sucks, but I get it.
I guess just the wait part, right? I don't know, the wait in between rounds when they're talking, you can't hear because they're playing a commercial or something like that. It was very, very quiet. That's what people were talking about. Yeah, that part does suck. But I'm sure they can fix it somehow.
Who's breathing into the mic? Like, DC has to be DC.
I don't have to.
That's DC.
And then what do you do? I think you tell them here, dude, get your nose away from the mic. Like, hey, you'll see how it's going.
Cheering for the rest of us, DC. That has to be it. But again, that's production. DC has to.
Does Rogan breathe on you?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if I were a betting man, but again, so it's DC, dude. I love DC. But same sponsorship for the rest of us. That's us, the production. You guys get to tighten up. He's gonna breathe. He has to fucking breathe.
I think for the first broadcast, I couldn't. It was like so seamless. It felt like just watching the UFC. It didn't feel like crazy.
The only time it was a little choppy in first one is when they went to the desk with Chris Weidman, Tommy Cruise, and Bisbee, and the new girl. That was a little choppy. Then Travis Barker. Oh, nobody's a bigger Blink-182 fan. I love Blink. You know this. I love Travis. I love Blink-182. I've been to the concerts. I don't know a lot of concerts. I love Blink-182. That's my childhood. Him playing the Blink-182 soundtrack when it's like fucking Justin Gage knocking fools out. Hey man, that totally is. And I love Blink-182, but that does not match, dude.
Yeah. And then Travis was a big focus too, right? He was playing like this intro thing with the drums and talking about everything.
And I love Travis, but they put him up the next Tom Cruise, Bisbee, and Wyman. And like Creative Fires, like, I like them all.
Yeah.
That was a little, just messy. It wasn't clean. And then coming from the death to that, again, they're going to fix all that. It's all good. It's all good. At least the main event delivered. The prelim delivered. The rest of them, we should show up. They did better than nothing.
And the girl that does the new one, she's actually like really good, but I don't know, what'd you think? Where's Cameron? Yeah, where the fuck am I girl?
That girl's good. She's from boxing.
Yeah, she's straight up pro. She's good at what she does, but I don't know if I really know.
Yeah, where's Cameron? Where's me?
Alright, well, this is before the event. It's a Smothersman or Smotherman. He had passed out, but it's kind of a pretty bad pass out right after he was the way too. this is like, this is like in Toy Story when Andy walks in the room where he just acts like he's dead. You know? Like, it's so hard, bro. Yeah, no. Just when Andy or anyone comes over, the toys have to flop. This looks like when Andy walks in the room and he has to act dead. It's so true. His eyes. And he's sucking around like a fish out of water. It's not good. Did they call his fight off? Yeah, of course you have to. And this is the time he has with his game. I love incredible. It's not hard, is it? What is it? These guys, you got one job. Show them all the way. That's part of the contract today. You say that was the right line. You gotta go get it. It's not hard. It's not hard, is it? You have models. It's so good. It's not hard, is it? It's not hard, is it? It's meant to happen, right? That was meant to happen. How crazy was all of this? Say, you got a job, dude. Get your shit together. So good, though. It's like getting these toys when a human walks into the fucking bedroom. God, it's good. And this is him talking about his, hey guys, I was fine. I've gotten a lot of messages. Appreciate all of the, genuine concern. I'm completely okay. I'm good. I'm not sure what happened. I see a lot of keep on relaxing and all this crazy white stuff like that. I genuinely didn't very much wait for this fight. I came in pretty low. But even, the course of this week, I had pretty funny QAs. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I have some more tests and stuff to take in the coming weeks to, get to the bottom of it. But, from people saying it, must have done a crazy test. That's very, very low key. This is a cold case. Yeah, I'm not sure. But, yeah, I'm afraid. He's like, dude, everyone's saying it's not this week. Man, clearly the week, obviously the week. This is not a cold case. This is the first 48. You figured out in fucking 48 seconds. Some cases all yeah, okay. Yeah, that go wrong, and then you have to pull their hands fight off because yeah, that's that one chases me out. But I mean, it's like so what? The stuff I read about his kids is so brand new, you don't know what's going on, but it's so intense. Both of the guys, they had to both be investigated, right? Even though they're just like the fighters, they'll investigate him. So it came out that there was suspicious bloody came in, on that fight. The word is, people that know that I do, said somebody in Hernandez's camp, he was injured in camp, leaked it to somebody else, and obviously they tell people, and then they put more money on Johnson. That's how this goes. My thing with this is fighters can't control what knucklehead they have in the gym. Gyms you have your team, you have your boys. Sometimes there's some randos in there. Sometimes they might be new to the team. Sometimes they're just knucklehead, just idiots. And so this dude who probably doesn't know Hernandez came in, his friends are super fucked up. He's compromised bet on him. That has nothing to do with Hernandez, has nothing to do with Michael Johnson. My question is, if they didn't lie, my question is, instead of disciplining the two fighters that worked their ass off each weight, went through the whole training camp, cost them money, instead of disciplining them for these actions of these idiots that they have no control over, why isn't there an option just to pull that fight from the betting sites like DraftKings or FanDuel, 365 Bet? And maybe that's impossible. Maybe, I don't know how it works. Maybe Bet 365 goes, man, once it's up, there's nothing to do. If we take it off, the fight has to get canceled. I'm assuming that's not the way it goes because the betting sites and the commission are entirely separate. I would assume they're entirely separate. If they're in cahoots together, we got an issue. Like, to discipline the fighters based off somebody else's actions is fucking wild. So if you want to get a fight canceled, let's say you didn't like somebody, just start doing suspicious betting. It's not going to cost you money. I will fight as stupid as it is. Yeah, I am crazy. That can't be the best way to handle this. It can't be. Can't be. Yeah, I got that. Can I guarantee if that's the main event, they're not doing that? Let's say Connor and Justin left. And some nuts, Connor's cameras, they get bet on Justin. They get a bunch of money to bet on Justin. I guarantee they won't give them. It's too much money. Vote for these prelim guys that can't fight. Because the UFC doesn't want to take heat. It's fine now. Yeah. We're seeing those other things. Tough sports want to limit the action or remove the fight entirely. Cool. So let them do that. And if there's no going on it, clearly, whoever is in, let's say they thought the fighters behind it, if there's no incentive that they can die, there's no betting allowed, who gives a fuck? Better over it was just not, yeah. Why are there any fighters? Is there any other way they make money by having, I'm sure if they, yeah, because there's more money coming in or whatever going on, if they do have them on the card, but if they're moving them anyway, and the guys want to fight, then yeah. And then, I post on my Twitter, and people are like, well, if he's injured, it is fucked up to fight. You don't know the sport. Any fighter you watch is not 100%. They're never 100%. And you go, well, how hard is it to hide injuries from the commission? Again, such a casual answer. Oh, I'll answer it. Oh, good, I get it, dude. Michael Bisping passed the commission with one eye, and they thought he could see 20/20. When I fought Hunter Arlovsky, 2 days before I get on the fucking flight to fight him in Vancouver, this moron that I'm training with headbutts me and causes 9 stitches in my left eye. 9 stitches. Horrible gash in my eye. Headbutts me when we were wrestling. 2 days before the fight. I went to my wife, my girlfriend at the time, my wife now, Joanna, went, well, do you have some makeup? We grabbed super glue. I super glued my fucking eye and then put makeup. It was a horrendous job. It was clearly I had a huge cut on my left eye. Huge cut. Commissioner, you got it. Really? It's an IQ. It's so easy. So easy. You can only wear like ball caps. Yeah, we're captains. I mean, yeah, it's in it. It's like, if you have a torn muscle, they have no clue. Yeah. It's so easy. And here's the thing, guys win all the time. When Conor McGregor fought Chad Mendes with short notice, so then you're like, oh, he's getting taken out. He had like a torn meniscus. Fighters fight injury. It's just what we do. It's part of the game. Yeah. The battle is who's less injured by the time they get to fight. Not who's completely injury free. Everyone's fucked up. You gotta get on training camp. Everyone's compromised. Nobody's 100% from Saturday. All have some sort of nagging issue, something that would training camp if you're doing properly. Just the way it is. Let's see. Yeah, you brought this up, right? How the cage is moving forward as far as like for Canada, it's had a ton of sponsors all over the cage through taking up. At least it's working. His White House like, yo, we're paying for it. Well, really, all of us, the taxpayers are paying for it. It's even this for fraud in fucking Minnesota. You're gonna cut. I'll take this. So no logos. Here's my thing with the logos. Me and Nick already discussed in the group chat. If you realize what's going on, and this was my whole beef with Dana back in the day in the Reebok deal, is what they did is remove the logos from the fighters. We're independent contractors. They removed our logos and most guys, especially me, a lot of guys now, especially with streaming all the shit, made more money on their shorts than they did actually competing. The UFC said, we're going to put a stop to all that. We're going to give you fight camp. Pay way less money. And then those sponsors you work with, we're actually going to put inside the octagon so we make them. And then our pay didn't go up. It's crazy. It's crazy, everyone. You almost forgot. It's crazy. It's fucking magic crazy. It's crazy. Now, that being said, I get, the UFC was trying to sell at the time. I get, you don't want Conor Depot or this bullshit It's crazy. By the way, did those sponsors actually, because I'm sure you were way closer to talking to the sponsors one-on-one as far as how well the exposure does for them. Some of those people, those banners you guys put on cage just for a little bit, you roll them up and you pick them out. Did the sponsors say that, oh, you made us a ton of money for this and that? The interest association, but also they use our name and likeness. So it's not even really about like, oh, the 30 seconds when they announce your name, we saw insert whatever brand Echo is with Echo Fire. They saw the Echo logo. No, their benefit is they're paying me a certain amount because they use my name and likeness on all the promotional material, just their new jackets, jeans. I do photo shoots for them, so they're getting me to use for all the stuff which moves their sales. So that's the benefit, not just the one time and done. It helps that there's just to bring awareness. I don't know if that includes sales. Sales come from username and likeness, especially now in social media. Like finding just part of the gig, but really they're paying you a monthly fee or a fee when you find inside the done because they're using your name and likeness for it. Whether it might be 3 months after the fight, an entire year, they're using your name and likeness, you're doing appearances for them. Yeah, that's where the benefit comes from too. They put like no posters of pictures of you and that stuff like that. Yeah. When you're doing signings, you have, it's a picture of you, other shit on. Okay, I texted you separately about this. I didn't realize some fighters will buy this many tickets for their friends and family, but this is Patty People talking about it.
Knowingly that you purchased 250 tickets for this fight?
Yeah.
Wow, that's almost $100,000 just handing out tickets to your boys like involved in all the thing. Oh my gosh. So you're gonna have a whole crew in here, man. Yeah. Because a lot of people scout you about something about
That walkout was special. It seems like it always is. His walkouts are so, I love that. His walkouts are so good. He's such a character, such a personality, very lovable. Good fighter. Just not at that elite level. I hope he gets there. I don't see a path to it right now, but get bad guys do it. Who knows? I mean, did you ever buy a shit ton for your friends? I think the most tickets I bought was like 20, but you get a discount. You get like a bulk discount for the UFC. Like, he's not going to ticket master like fucking $150,000 worth of tickets. Yeah, but that was one. So these are the payouts that are which are his very first Paramount acquired. And it does look pretty high, but then since there's no pay-per-view points, I'll get into some other stuff that I saw online. This is just looking normal to you. Yeah, that looks good. Justin Ford. And also, like, you gotta remember, like, people are gonna use the pay-per-view points from like the Connor days or John Jones. Those days are over. So this is actually pretty good. Now, is it their total value? No. But it's better than what it used to be. Yeah. Because the pay-per-view models dead. The pay-per-view numbers were terrible. Terrible. There's no more Connor, there's no more big calls. Yeah, so I guess they're a little bit more internally, since there's no more pay-per-view points, just how many views. So, yeah, but again, remember, there was some positives in that pay-per-view model. Like, you don't get me wrong, I'm glad we're not paying $80 anymore. But if you notice, this last Saturday's card and this card, these are numbered quote-unquote pay-per-view events. This is their big card. They're not great. Because they're playing without, they've already got paid. Remember, the UFC's already got paid. They've already made their money. They're guaranteed $7.7 billion. Before, when they didn't have a partner like this, and they had to do pay-per-view to make their money, in order to get those pay-per-views popping, dude, you would get big, like a huge main event, and that co-main event was no joke. They would do guys that would sell well, so you got stacked pay-per-views because they had to put effort into it. They had to put big names on it. Now, yeah, we're paying less. I get that, but you're not going to get as good of cards because they don't have to. They've already been paid. Yeah. So how much incentive is it to make sure these fucking cards are stacked? There's not. They've been paid. It sucks. That's the one downside to this. You're not those days of UFC 300 and listening. What about the White House card? UFC not paid. We're paying for the taxpayers. tell you about my friends at Nowadays. All right, we see you crushing your workouts, building your thing from 9 to 5, from 5 to 9. You hold yourself to a higher standard, and your drink should too. That's where Nowadays comes in. Zero proof THC beverage that delivers a clean, reliable buzz with no hangover, no empty calories, no regrets. Just bold flavor, good energy, and bold presence. All right. You're not just giving up fun to chase your goals, you're just choosing a better way to do both. You work hard, you play smart, you've earned this, alright? So visit trynowadays.com/shop and the CJB to get 20% off your order. That's trynowadays.com/shop or use shop at checkout. Go to trynowadays.com and use shop at checkout. Drink responsibly. It must be 21 or older. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Physical responsible financial genius, modern magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paid in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on the great customer service to help you when you need it, so your dollar goes a long ways. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Country Insurance Company affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Progressive. Okay, well, this also was the first time, Dino did increased it by 50K for bonuses, $100,000 bonuses, and then people that, if it's just a random finish, 45K. I think they should take 25K from times like I think they should take $100,000 from us. I think if it's a fucking snooze fest, that's interesting penalty. That's what Brian did. I know they did the same roots when Brian did that. You get that red flag for not engaging, making a board from the wedding. You got 2% of your proofs. Just lit. Yeah, all those are. There was an article with Rothschild'S saying that moving forward, they're going to be cutting a ton of people. If they're not exciting, they're just going to cut a ton of people. It's moving towards direction of just straight up knockouts and going crazy. It's a bit, I get it. Like, MMA is on the decline in America. It just is. Thanks to the surge in Texas wrestling, maybe. Is it the push of women's MMA? Maybe. There's a few things there that are causing these declines in America. The growth is only international. Yeah. I don't know. The wrestling with Dennis Sanders stuff, I'd say the lower people are not as fun to watch, but then when it's in Islam, though, for whatever reason, it's still exciting. Islam's great. Yeah, Islam's great. I'm excited. He's going to be inducted into the 2026 Hall of Fame. Yeah, shoot. That was really impressive. This also happened during Mark Smith tore his ACL. He had to be carried out. Like during the actual fights, too. It had to happen. It just happens out of nowhere. Just pop a brain, just get over and some sketches, some bullshit. And I wanted to ask you about this because, okay, so let me show you this real quick. This is from signing this. What was that? I thought jumping on his back was kind of cool, actually. That was very athletic, by the way. That's a fucking picture. Holy shit. Why would that, bro? It's never ever hugging on these people on the back of that ass. Yeah, the other stuff would be saying. See, when I saw the jumping off the back, even they just said, like, I thought that was pretty funny. Whatever. I'm looking at like, oh shit, that's like, yeah, that's kind of tacky. But also freaking back injuries. I don't know. So going to this one, where the video ended, have you seen John Stone's reaction to, like, he's doing a promotion? You're seeing that. This is when they're done filming, essentially. They got this. Something's wrong with it, right? This ain't cool.
diagnosed with this, with autism. She said, I was diagnosed with shit. I want us to get 12 hours later. And it's going to be so just going at it. Talking about it. I want something else that I've got to come on top. Yesterday, never sleeps around the clock. What do you call it? Trash can radio. I think I thought to me that because there's a spectrum. We just never tried the spectrum. It's over hours later. 7 a.m. I don't even 7 p.m. It's a super powerful spectrum. That's races all day. We are getting parking. We're just fucking having fun. Yeah, that shit on too. It's fucking chopping out. I wish I could visit this place. Can I say that? It's fucking chopping out. That's the kind of chicks I'm looking talking about catching strays. The spaces we go. Do you have any updates about the eye and how it has developed this year? We mentioned in the board talk. So then now Dana got a bunch of backlash for last 9 days. I don't know, I'm not saying shit. So I got so much shit last time. It was weird. He's like, I guess I'm surgery, my surgery on the injection. That's kind of fun. I went to him like, what the fuck? Hold on. Dana, anybody, do you think Tom doesn't actually have a fucking eye? Let me get this straight. Do you think Tom Aspinall is babying this or making this? You know how stupid that sounds? You think Tom's just wearing glasses and going through all this trouble for the fuck of it? Literally, the best heavyweight on the roster. If you think Tom doesn't want to get back in there and fight and make money, get an actual title, not this interim bullshit, you think Tom Aspinall's scared of Cyril Gane? Do you know what the fuck Tom's gonna do once his eyes get right? Do you know what the fuck they're gonna do to Cyril Gane? Anybody want to bet on it? Do you know the amount of betting that dude's gonna put on Cyril Gane? No, but Cyril Gane was doing good in that 4 minutes that we saw him. Are you out your fucking mind? You're talking about the Cyril Gane that shit his pants against John Jones? That guy? You're talking about the guy that got out wrestled by Francis fucking Ngannou? That guy? You're talking about the guy who's a blue belt at best in grappling? That guy? The fuck out of here. I can't stand this. You guys want to shit on Tom Aspinall? Because he actually has an eye injury? He has to have fucking multiple surgeries, and for some reason, this is the guy that fucking bag on. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Tom Aspinall? Do you have any clue the fucking fury he's gonna put on Cyril Gane when his eyes are right? Mark my words. Cyril Gane is so fucked when Tom gets better. There's nobody I put more money on to beat somebody than him beating Cyril Gane. Cyril Gane is so just fucking wait. Just wait till that motherfucker's on.
Are you children? How close to be your spouse? To do your paper.
Yeah, just letting go over there. Shit.
The strays, that's what I was taking. And for what? Because the dirty Frenchman fucking stabbed him in the eyes, and he's notoriously
Yet we're going to condone that behavior? And Tom's scared? Yet nobody's giving Cyril God any flack? Right up your goddamn mind. The guy who got bulldog choked by John Jones, who was terrified, that guy, the guy who got out wrestled by Fred Scott with one fucking knee, you think he's gonna beat Tom Aspinall after 2 fucking eye surgeries? Are you out of your mind? Come on, man. Don't keep shitting on him. He can fucking both eyes. And no one says shit about Cyril God. Oh, yeah, man, he was doing well. For the 3.5 minutes? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, has Danny ever said something like that? Cyril was gonna grab with his poking? No, nothing. There's no more fight that I'm sure of than that fight.
Fuck.
Take it from me. Once you piss Dan off, you'll never get into the UFC. And for what stupid WWE thing, who advised you to do? Now you're gonna be on the regional circuit for the rest of your fucking life. You never had to let kids do. Like Steve was the hardcore fighter. Does that mean you're not opportunity?
What was that?
He's never
A kiss?
Just
Tell me you can get inside. This is a nice hotel.
Was that a kiss?
give you something a shot, which I
Because
have
boy, if that's what kisses are going to be like from now on, don't bother to come back at 5:30.
Yeah, so Dan was on 92.3 beats, and I think people asked him, was there anyone that you would have wanted to lose in 2025 like a fighter? And then it's not your fight. The last time you wanted a UFC fighter to lose? I know, Sean, that's a great question. Probably the middle of last year. Probably the middle of last year. Also, we have almost 1,000 guys under contract. They don't all like me, and I don't like all of them. It's still yeah. I'll tell you right now, they have I saw that. Oh, wow. This is wrong. David, find his speculation. Sailor comic? Yeah, those are pretty bad. So. Yeah, new clown.
I'm going to count Central America, North America as a you're on the right
Irish. This kind of sucks. I just saw this pop up in the news. Jersey or restaurant. I didn't realize it was actually kind of news. It was good. But these Swiss charges for a few felony stuff. Yeah, charges that he figured. That was just this one. This one of that my intrigued is Drake is the Bucks' coach. He blames Mark Goddard for his loss. So not just sounds stupid when I say that, but we were not prepared. They're going to be ready to find a guy who's not one.
Mexico, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Bahamas, London, went to Panama, Orlando, went, I think Tokyo was kind of how they go to America. I'm not getting that much though. I'm going to say 16.
His lung capacity or oxygen levels was only at 7%. They had the nose surgeons. His cardio was way better. I was like, bullshit. It's not lying. It's not lying. His cardio, there was no reason. His cardio was way better than it was a week. So, this is such a bad thing. Get this straight. Your father's fighting a marathon. You didn't expect him to wrestle. So you didn't prepare for wrestling. Okay. Okay. And you're gonna blame the ref that he couldn't get back up? Okay. That makes sense. Alright. Yeah, man. Alright, so Jake Paul, his time with PFL is over. He was supposed to do one fight, never happened. Me too, PFL. How about dropping? That and his son, Jake. Don Davis leaves as well. Don Davis leaves. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, the main guys in the PFL. I mean, you remember you always said that, he's not going to fight again? Oh, yeah. He's not, I can't imagine him fighting. Odd. Like, for everybody, no. Again, Maradona was like, it was a terrible deal, like, go ahead and do that, like, PFL made a mistake. And listen, this is why these organizations don't pay guys more money, because they stop fucking fighting. Name one fighter that's ever went out. Conor McGregor makes all that money. Barely fight. After that, barely fight. Did the Floyd Mayweather fight? Nowhere near as frequent. Francis got paid to box. Barely fight. These guys, when they make a ton, and I get it, dude. I'll probably do the same shit. Once you pay these guys life-changing money, they stop fighting. Or they won't take the fight you want to fight. It's a tough pickle. I don't know what the answer is. It's a tough pickle. Yeah. That's pretty much that's fine. Just the fight. Yeah, UFC was this 327, 325. So 324 last week, and 325 coming up. This card on paper looks better than last week's. I think you're gonna have more exciting fights. I'm looking forward to it. I'll think I'll come in and do a breakdown on Thursday. I'm coming in and do a short breakdown on Thursday for this fight, just so it's closer to the fight. Volkanovski did a little bit, like nobody asked for, but I'm a Volkanovski stan, so when he fights, I'm tuning in. I just saw that fight. I'm taking, I guess. Hooker, I was root for. I fucking pray to God Hooker gets done against BSD. Receive Kofi, great fight. Taito Watson, let's see what happens there. Teixeira is a problem. Taffa's back on there. The main card, I just said, yeah. When I saw this card, I was like, it's kind of cool, but I don't want to buy it. I'm like, why?
right, love you. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe. If you're digging the show, you want ad-free. Unlike Paramount, you can get ad-free. Just go to patreon.com/TFATK and get you some ad-free shows, man. All the Party Kids, shop shows, all those will be ad-free on there, okay? Thursday show will be ad-free. So we got you guys, man. It's patreon.com/TFATK. You get fan questions I just did. Those just got uploaded. You get behind-the-scenes content. $25 a month. That's it. You get all this ad-free shop show, kid, bonus shows, bonus episodes, bonus material, Q&As. It's a grand old time. Nothing's popping. So I appreciate you guys who subscribe to Patreon. Tell your friends. It's only $5 a month. That's it, man. It's Brian Callen's birthday today, so make sure you go wish him happy birthday. He turned 76 today. Young spring chicken. I hope he doesn't get stuck driving here to the studio, so that's it, kids. I love you guys. Enjoy this weekend's fights. Free on Paramount, right? So not ad free. Don't twist it. So that's it. Until next time, stay warm. I'm out.
About you, Winterseal. Krijg geweldige korting op je favoriete merken. Bij About You. Met gratis verzending en retour.
Yes, it's really the fire in the can. Charlie, yeah, it's fucking down, Jack. Let's go with this. You're a little snow bunny. Well, I'm snow bunny because you're had to rescue me. I decided to take my car, and despite everybody's warning, including my wife's, I took a Tesla. So just on the roads over here in Austin, it's an ice storage. There's ice all over the roads. I called Brian and goes, buddy, he's late anyway. Like, buddy, give yourself some time. There's ice all over the roads. And do not, I repeat, do not drive your Tesla. Say that. Drive your SUV. You can say that. No doubt, thanks, buddy. No doubt, thanks. 1 minute later, I get a call on video. It was sunny. It was sunny on video. He goes, dude, my fucking Tesla's stuck in the slot. I spun out, and I was just like, stuck in the middle of the road. I left it there. So I had to go pick up Brian, right? Because I'm drunk. They go cheap. And you live in Kentucky. You live in Arkansas. Yeah, I'm heroes of hell. You know, I'm a rugged guy. You know, I'm one of those guys. I'm an outdoorsy kind of guy. I don't know. And so we're going to go ahead and sell that house. Get ourselves a little bit closer. You're in the middle of the no. No crime. Volunteer. But you thought your roads were bad? Dude, it's worse than mine. No, imagine yours. Oh, yeah. Miles. Oh, yeah. Miles. There's one road in and out to me. Miles. So it's just a long somebody called you 10 years ago. No, I'm not. Gotcha. So where'd that pick you up? You're a little snow bunny. I'm a snow bunny. Dude, it's your birthday, Bubba. It's my birthday. It's your birthday. Very anticlimactic, right? I keep forgetting it's my birthday. I literally keep forgetting because there's been no celebration. You're 70. Well, I may as well be. Okay, what are you, 69? I'm 59. I'm legit not your 69. I swear to God. What is it? I thought you were 69. You thought I was 69. You thought I was 365 days away from 70. Is that what you thought? You just thought that. Yeah, you know, I don't want to think that. It's weird. I came out of nowhere. I'm by Target. I genuinely meant that. Our boy Tom from Target, I spent time in San Francisco, which is such a great city. And he was meeting us both. This man talks to me. You got something up there? I need you to lift weights and put on the muscle. You're getting older. That's fair. You look like a skinny Marco. I went, well, that's. Mark and I are about the same age. I get it. You get grayer, your head starts to shrink. 59. 59. I have my
console with waste 12 today. Okay, no, how that works. So it was a bad chance I might. Did you? Why not? Did you play one time? Oh, so did you go through already? Did you download the app? Apps are wild. Great. Once you upload your blood work on there, and I'm doing an AI that breaks it all down. I'm remarkably healthy for my age, but you're skinny though, so it doesn't matter. I'm skinny. You know, unfortunately, if you want to live a long time, you should be skinny. Yeah. Don't have lots of Who wants to live that way? I was looking at The Rock in Smash Machine, which I didn't quite get through. I watched the beginning of it, and I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. I don't watch it. I don't know the stories. Is it good? I just can't. I don't know. The answer is I don't care. I don't know. Yeah, I don't care, but I'm very happy with the thickness of his body. He is a big fella. It's hard to get that thick. That's a thing. He's running on all cylinders. He's definitely running a lot of stuff. So is Mark Kerr. That's his thing. Of course. Mark wrestled at 188. Wow. And he fought at 260. I'm not kidding. I mean, but he kind of looks great. You know, that's a great looking body. That's basically Mark Kerr's body. It is. He looks so much like Mark Kerr. Look at that. Maybe a little thicker than Mark, but he looks damn thin. Yeah, maybe a little thicker, but I saw Mark Kerr in person, and I saw Mark Kerr when he knocked out that Ranger in about 3 seconds. Where did he roll for The Rock? And then I hung out with him afterwards with Rogan. Back in this is 1995, 6, I don't know. And start over. Yeah, maybe a little thicker, but I saw Mark Kerr in person, and I saw Mark Kerr when he knocked out that Ranger in about 3 seconds. And he rolled for The Rock. And then I hung out with him afterwards with Rogan. Back in this is 1995, 6, I don't know. And start over. Anyway, the point is, but it was very, very, he was as magnificent looking as it gets. He was magnificent. I mean, what a body. And what a tail piece. What I noticed as a semi-gay man was I took his ass and legs. He's got great shoulders, but when you looked at what he was packing in the rear, you went, oh, that's a specimen. Did you share these thoughts with him? I did not. I could have. And, you know, if you made a pass at me, I'm sure I would have, you know, if you decided to take me, I'm sure I could find him off. He was swallowed right there. Yeah, I mean, it's like Shane Carwin when I looked at him and I went, I don't know what I do if you were right. Sell me in jail. He goes, you suck my cock. That makes me feel sick. He couldn't have looked. He was bodied up. He was team All-American. He was Jack Armstrong, All-American. Okay? I mean, just the definition of tits and ass on a man. And by the way, guess who else was the South? Mark Coleman. Well, no, Mark Coleman was more talented. Mark Coleman's a better actor, better wrestler. Better wrestler. Mark Coleman was supposed to be gorilla strong too, but you got Hammer House too. Yeah, but you got Mark. They never fought, right? They were buddies. They never fought. Look at the Rocky. Look at what all that gear does to your traps and shoulders. That's insane. That is just fantastic. Big problem. Did you, speak of Smash Machines, did you watch the UFC on Paramount? I did watch the UFC on Paramount. And, thoughts? What did you think of the overall broadcast, like the whole Paramount experience? I thought it was good. People talking about the ads, but as expected. Yeah, I thought it was good. Sean O'Malley, that was a tough fight, right? Not his best performance. Think about my fight. I lost to Nogueira, lost to Rothwell. Thank you for that. Lost to Nogueira, lost to Rothwell. Oh yeah. And then they gave me Lamar Johnson. Tested officer was the fight. No, dude, he was not an Irish, but I went, okay, I'm thinking no chances. He can't wrestle. I'm going to double leg shit. At the time, it was the most takedown in every division. I just took him over and over and over. And he said, come on, dog, fight me. He goes, come on, dog, get up, let's bang. Why don't you learn to wrestle? He started laughing. He was awesome. He did a good job. He started laughing. He's awesome. But so, my thing with him was, I'm risking, boo me all you want. Dana's going to be mad, but I keep my job. I'm going to take him down and risk 0 chances of getting knocked out. Hopefully I find a submission, but his shoulders were too fucking big. I did the guards, I did all my shit. His shoulders too big. Yeah, I take 0 chances. Dude, you couldn't get that third round. No, yeah, I did. And he just, like, really beat his shoulder pad on the fucking choke. I think he said, I ended up being pretty good still. So he could show you, like, yeah, man, you're not going to open yourself up 2 chances. Switching to the knockout artist like some of the others too smart for that. No, there's too much right up the shoes. That you're 0 for 3. I'm fine. I go so far back in the queue. So my kid, when he fought that way, I did too. Based on what says, he was smart. Umar Nurmagomedov is top 10 worst fights I've ever seen. That was the fourth fight, right? I like. You don't want to blame Umar too much on this. It's what he did. Marino did nothing. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck you do? He just worried about the wrestling. What was his? He just didn't fight. He's fun. Let's see this. That's not fighting moves. It's sped up. Yeah, that's how bad it is. He just didn't want to engage around. But also, Umar, you had to get that engage, you kind of got to keep going. Yeah, it's weird. I think he just knew he sure as fuck not giving a top shot. It's not a chance. Not a chance. It's all this stuff. Not a chance. Worst fight on the go. Rose is bad. Well, yeah, so was a beast that cow. She was a 9-9. There's one round, I think they had 12 punches between them. Ladies on Paramount. That's on the matchmaking. That's on them. That's a shit fight. That's a bad fight to put on a Paramount card. Well, I know we're trying to match up, you mean, or just all of it. They're women flyweight division, so you know they're going to hurt each other. You know it's going to be a decision look at the offer. Yeah. Put on Paramount. So if you're going to watch this fight, it sucks. Terrible mistake. You just take a little break, get your B-Day, but this Saturday for Fight Fans, it's our B-Day because you got UFC 325 on Paramount. This Saturday, dude, DraftKings Sportsbook, the number 1 sportsbook for live betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just pre-fight picks. Because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight, one punch, one kick, one takedown. DraftKings, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins with the code FIGHTER. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-JAMS. Text HOPE-NY. Trade call 888-789-7777 or visit ccvg.org. On behalf of Lakeville Casino in Kansas, your tax pass-through may apply in Illinois, 21 and over in most states, one in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Members don't receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see pknt.com/audio. Limited time offer. Well, I did not see the other guy. It was that was tough. It was tough. Eric said he felt great. Everything else was knocked out, right? He was breathing. He kind of slipped. Costa and then the side of just I won't say he I remember seeing that game. Do you see that's the right now? It's like, fuck this. I can imagine this going. I'm getting hit in the head. I'm from DC. That's what's all the ass. Is your baby just scared? You guys catch up this time. What you was doing.
from day one, I noticed that Patty would get hit a lot with lower ranked guys. And, you could make the argument that Justin didn't have his best night in terms of strategy. He was swinging. Yeah.
But that's what he does.
Yeah, but
He also was doing that because he had no respect for the power back. Go ahead. Land 10, I just got one.
there you go.
Oh, okay, that's it. He went, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're fun.
And I was watching Patty. I was watching Patty, and I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at his hands down, and I'm like, I don't know. His jab was on point. His jab was good, but it didn't look like there was. It's what I've always seen. I've been like, he's not a striker. He's not a striker, and he's not a wrestler. He's a grappler. Yeah,
It's the worst skill set you can have.
his advantage is that he seems to come alive in competition, and he doesn't get nervous. But when you get guys who are veterans like Gage, they are going to sit in the cut. They're going to connect, and when you're going to get
100%. When you look at that fight, it's like, in hindsight, well, how's Patty going to get into the fight? Because Patty doesn't have a wrestling background. And I think he's attempted like 4 takedowns. So it's like, so he's not about to wrestle. So the only way he really gets guys back or he gets that reversal is if they engage in it. But Johnson's not going to do that. He didn't get an opportunity. In the time for his nothing keep him entertained at all. So the daddy's like, I guess I'm just going to strike with him. Okay.
I'm going to say this. Like, my feeling is Patty's very athletic. He's super athletic against most of the guys. And so what happens? He's got the way to watch stuff. He shows improvement. Yes, so you can away with a lot. But the problem is that I did not see any case match. I didn't see patterns. I didn't see the kind of stuff you see from like somebody who, like his pages are getting setting traps. He's just somewhere he's making you vulnerable. You didn't see any of that. And I didn't hear it from his corner. His corner doesn't seem like a skill set. So I'm saying, is it a strength? There you go. So he throws it now.
Justin's probably been the shit. Yes. Oh, yeah, no, shit. Like I say, this Justin's going to
Catch my life.
He's like, oh, what? You can't. Right? I'm just going to say,
His right hand was not doing this.
That was a compromise, Justin Gates.
Do you see his right hand? Like, Patty's right hand was this weird, like,
no, like a little sugar thing. You were like,
yeah, I'm like, that's not
world class, but that's not his background. And you're forced to strike with Justin Gates. He's like, I need my background. Grappling.
Patty's big problem. That's a big
the worst because of that. Especially when a guy won't engage him.
He's not taking
I know, but if your skill set is taking people's back and reversal at a half guard, we got to get there. Now you're fighting a wrestler, an All-American wrestler, who's not going to engage in the grapple.
He's going to uppercut.
So what are you going to do? So my thing with Patty, I love Patty. He's such a special person. But the difference between Arm and Ilya is so direct, and it's such a big job. It's
Again, okay,
there's nothing we can do. That's what I'm saying. So like you gotta hope that Ilya fights Armin, beats him, goes to 170, so then maybe you have a better chance against Armin because he might engage in the grappling and you might be able to catch him. But I expect something. But before you go, what do you think? Go to Justin Gaethje. So Justin Gaethje would be probably a plus 300 against Armin, a plus 600 to 700 against Ilya.
Correct. And Patty can't fight either one of those guys. It would be such a disaster if he fought him.
And I hope I did. I have something else.
Okay, here's the thing about Ilya and Sorokin. They are so skilled. They're so skilled in discipline. So, like in the fundamentals, like there are no holes in Sorokin's wrestling. Very few holes in Taporia has done. Right. So in their strategy,
You want to keep on the feet.
maybe see the
You're take him down.
No.
You're going to be fortunate. You're going to throw that kitchen sink bullshit at him. You get knocked out. For Justin, too. Ilya on the plans to sit in front of him like you did with Patty. This kid can get up there and run. So that's why UFC knows this. They're not going to do that to Justin. I think they do. I think they do Justin versus Conor at the White House. I love that. Justin is very he's like Justin Gaethje. I don't want Justin Gaethje being thrown to the wolves like that. He's on the tail end. He's been incredible. Keep that man safe and owe it to him. Yes, thank you. We owe it to him. He's the most exciting fighter to ever fight in the UFC. You can always count on him. There's a reason you made him the main event on Paramount because you know he's going to bring it. He's a fan favorite. It's crazy. He suffered brain damage. He suffered body, physical damage. You know what it is. I agree. If Conor is going to find the White House, which I think he is, if Conor comes, that's his fight. Yes. Wow. And it's not 1-7. Wow. And you give it to Justin. Well, I'm have to go waiting. Connor's going to make what's that I would imagine Nate Diaz and Masvidal are in the conversation. I think the UFC is just trying to see if they can count. You need names. You need a name. I would love to see. I wonder if I'm sure Masvidal would say how to return. For sure. And then for whatever reason, let's say Conor doesn't get shit together and make the White House card. You want to do numbies? You want to do numbies? Is numbies what we're looking for on Paramount? You want numbies? You want numbies? I want damn it. You want numbies? I want numbies. You want numbies? Yeah. Hold on. Tell me about it. You want all the numbies? Wow. Wow. Conor Pelly's not bad. It's good. It's a good fight. Big boy fight. And they've been chatting at each other. Big boy fight. They've been chatting in their language. Doing you can. If you want numbies, is that a possibility? Yes. It is. Because Patty took a bit of a beating here. Yeah. But, wow. No, we're not doing that at the White House. They can't have any English person. I really do. No, it's not. We're not talking. This is later. Because let's look at the political event. Yes. But as Luke Thomas said, this is a political event. But, yeah, so if we do that after that, let Patty get love. We do that on September in Liverpool. If you like money, if you like money and views, but if Conor ready to go to the White House, then you do Conor Gaethje. You're like, you're right. We do Sean. Conor Gaethje is a slugfest. You have two good boxers. I couldn't. You had to fight. That's a coin flip. I don't fucking know. But what I do know is if you really engage in me pins, if you are engaging on me pins, you can't. Those two are such outliers in that division. Armin is the 155 pound champion. No, I know, but Armin is. But this one here gets weird. Billy Norman fight. Billy beats him. Once Alien knocks him out, good happens. Great fight. It's by far the best fight in the world. Yes, Billy beats him. Billy's given a half to go to 1-7. There's nothing left. What are you gonna do? You have to fight Charles Oliveira. He's beat everyone. There's nothing happens. My prediction is Armin fights Alien, and his Armin's wrestling is too much for him. It's a boring fight. It's a boring fight, but it's ultimately I thought it was such a good fight. You think so? You can still at least you want to defend a lot of it. You're going to be forced to straight. If Armin's in your pound, I think it's back and forth. The best thing for UFC, if Armin were to beat Ilya, they do a rematch. That's usually a the trilogy. I think the 55 divisions works. But if Ilya starches over here, I think Armin is too much for him. I just do. I think Armin is I think his wrestling is too much for him. I'm with you. I think Armin struggled with Charles Oliveira. Struggled. That was a 5-round fight. Probably would have lost. Was it because he was tired? He gassed out. Yeah. So they both have a really hard time sucking that way. Topir does it very well. Remember, Topir came from 45. That's true. That's right. That was the 45 intro. Yeah. That's a very good point. And you know what? I love Armin. Even if you're Armin, you're not going to want to stand there and bang Topir. But you might have to. Topir is in it. You're going to have to close distance anyway. And when you get close, and then
really not going to finish. But let's say you get him down. Okay, and he's hard to get down because he's low. Very tough. It's very good. You're not going to. He's no chop. Shouldn't have double or a single on him as much as he is. Now, he's a very, very good wrestler. He is an outstanding wrestler. Armin's amazing. Armin's like a Olympic level. Yes. So that's a big issue. But it is not a big right? Starts by another beat. So you might get another first round. Yes, you get another second round. You start to start your shots. Oh shit, I can't finish a strike with it. Because he has the shiny language. I'm talking to them. That's the game. It's the game. You can always give it to Justin. Don't do this thing. Injury or those are interesting additives. You can also get a white metal surgery. I feel it's now, you know, he's doing all the media shit. He's been messaging the champion. We want to make sure that every champion is very far from the match. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lesson anyway. It's a lesson. You are not everyone. You're never going to sniff the championship unless you are fundamentally as sound as these guys. You know what it is? A lot of you are outlined by one aspect. That's right. You have to be so dominant in whether it's wrestling or striking. So in striking, you got Alex, you got Izzy, against like Alex, Izzy, what's the reason? Defense and all that. Yeah, but even that, but at least they're outliers in striking. So if it goes to beat, you're fucked. They have an advantage. Or you can be like Armin or Hamza, where, buddy, I'm gonna get you down. I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna get you down. I'm gonna keep you there. Yeah, but if it goes to beat, you're then you have elite striking. That's trouble. That's true. But if you're just decent at striking, decent at wrestling, and then if I do get your back on a problem, I would say it's not that you're decent at that. I would say that you got away with a lot of stuff that is at a lower level. And you got away with it because you were fighting lower level guys and you just happen to be, you have talent, you got away with it. It's not, it's still the major league, but I say you got away with it in the minors. Yeah. Now you got called into the majors. Yes. Now you're pitching for the Yankees. Yes. And that 92-mile-an-hour fastball, which all hit. So what else you got? Well, you have nothing else? Oh, you know, hit homers and ball tape. Yes. If you have nothing else that's world class, you're so fucking good. You don't have a curveball, you don't have a sinker, you don't need 40 balls on it. Patty's hit. He knows. He's a fighter, so he's always going to be first. Right? It's Patty's a fighter. Even when you change Warriors,
Folks, look at this athleticism.
So there's something special about him, but the highest skill-wise, the highest level doesn't care about your specialty. He doesn't care how special you are. The highest level is all about like those. You know, Bob's like he's special. He finds a way to win, but when you're dealing with the elite level of the Marlins, I don't know if you're gonna find a way. How did you feel about the eye post? And did they have an effect on his fight? And how do you feel about the groin? Stop. That's so stupid. I'm a Patty fan. So I want things to get. Yeah, stop. It would happen anyway. I know prevented him from taking him down for 25. Well, also, it didn't. He got punched and knocked down. He got hit in the face. Like, can't have excuses. Can't be like posted out. It's a groin. Your excuse is your lack of discipline. It's pulling back on that. If I get a world class guy like KG, he goes, you should have pulled back. That's the way you make it. Just run you to the fence. I can't go to level punch you in the fucking face. You drop you for the time. And it's also a compromise for pitching too. So with Joe Perry, nobody wants that. Yeah. You're a lot bigger than Joe Perry. It doesn't matter. And you know, if I didn't go well with you, boy, it's batting tough. I said that. The one thing you don't want to hear anybody say with your voice is he's going to cheat. Or that's the worst you have to be here. Boy, I can't continue to be. Oh, no. That's good. Now, you get knocked out, though. Yeah. It's terrible. And also, that's going to take years off his life. That fight, we're all talking to his face. That's what I say in the gyms. It's like if the guy's got a broken nose, his ears are all fucked up. It's like, guy looks tough. Yeah, he gets hit a lot. That guy gets hit a lot. You know? I'm glad the UFC's back, though. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. Are you excited about any fights? Are you excited about anything this weekend? What's going on this weekend?
Australia is the 25 card, 325. Volkanovski, Lopez.
I got my money on Volkanovski.
Of course. But we already saw it, but
I know, I don't understand.
yeah, Dan Hooker, ESD, because he that's what. Because he even, that's good. Talk to him about some years ago.
Well, I don't care about any of those fights. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just
was telling Joe, this is the downside of it. So, when there was a pay-per-view model, the UFC didn't already have their money. They would make money off the pay-per-view model, right? So, you would get a new main event. Main event's always a title. But the co-main event was always spicy because they needed the pay-per-view buys. So that's why you would get, like, this Mighty Mouse, and underneath that is APS. Underneath that is this. Underneath that is big names that people know because they're trying to spend $80. Yes. Well, the UFC makes their $7.7 million no matter what. And so there's no incentive to stack the card to make it great. So this is the downside. It's free, or it's $8.99, or whatever the fuck it is. It's no longer $8, so that's great. But those days of the UFC 200s and 127s and those are gone. Those are gone. People are like, oh, what about the White House? The government would pay for that. Taxpayers would pay for that. The UFC's not paying for that. So that thing's to be stacked. It's a special event. But the rest of the cards for the year, because that one's so stacked, are fun. So it's really tough. We're still going to get our fights because they have to deliver because that's the contract. But the days of it being stacked, and you're like, dude, UFC 330 is stacked. No, it's not. They can't do it. It's not. They can't do it. Those days are gone. Those days are over.
yeah, I don't.
It's not easy. It's not easy being a snowbody. I'm a little snowbody. I'm a cutie pie. You're doing anything for your birthday? It's one thing. And I'm 51. I'm not. It's like nothing gives a fuck. I don't give a fuck. 50 my friends are text you. I mean, I text you.
Yeah, I got a bunch of text, but it's like our boy AG from Toa. Hopefully everybody knows. How annoying is it that when people text you happy birthday? I was like, dude,
Yeah.
it's just weird. China's cheap, but I didn't.
I did get Bryce. I just so you know it's brand new, but I have to put it together to show how it works. I'm sure you know this letter, but I'm ready to. It's hair fibers.
Oh, you do that. I got some hair fibers. I'm sure you're getting a hair transplant. No, I am. I mean, it's much more in the meantime in Beverly Hills.
No, where did you go to Columbia?
I try to get this guy turkeys right now.
Did he give it to me for 75 grand?
I don't know. I never seen I don't know who they're to, who they are. Some guys are really good, the other guys aren't.
Look at Cowboys. Look at Spartans.
So sometimes, yeah, there's good stuff.
Machine Gun Kelly. Yeah. She ever seen his hair before?
Oh, he got a fucking hair transplant. Dude, I love you. So, Brennan, let's take a little break. You see that jacket right there that I wore here in this slide? You know what that jacket is? You know who makes that jacket?
I can take one guess. True Work. Yes, that's
Give it to
quality.
Just grab it for me. Let me just show you what it's about. I'm ready to see my wife gave you that. It's great. These clothes, I'm telling you, I wore this. This is my number one jacket go-to. I love it. Great. So TRUEWERK. It is work well and workwear that performs well when it's brutal out there. It's great. It was founded by a trained professional who was telling all the soaking wet heavy gear, things get heavy and stuff. He wanted to make stuff that fits like something that almost feels lightweight, but it keeps you just as warm and just as strong as performance fabrics. Yes. And it was developed for extreme outdoor conditions, and it's engineered specifically for trade work. So it's designed for moisture wicking, wind resistant, insulated fabrics that keep you cool up their pants.
Work pants.
Everything about it.
Khaki, they're great.
50,000 five-star reviews. 50,000.
Okay, man, don't let cheap gear slow you down this winter. And if it's chilly out there, upgrade your day with workwear built like it matters. Get 15% off your first order at True Work. That's TRUEWERK.com with the code FIGHTER. That's TrueWork.com.
That's a great gift.
That's it. Put them on your pubes. Spray it. Make it useful. Just talking about I used to wear shit all the time. Be honest. It's the night day. Night day. Wait, but to soda. You can get your I was gonna get my skull tattooed. I wasn't, but they were offering it. You get your skull, you don't want that. Like the Carlos Boozer where it looks like a Pittsburgh Steelers helmet. It looks like one of the bad guys who were jump on. That fucking did wonders. But hold on, check that stain. Hey, why do you just wash it up? It stays if you put hairspray on it. You put a little hairspay, it'll stay. Hey, let's be right. Use that every day. Hey, nightmare, right? It's just a little bit too. It's make my sanity so long. It's making me sanity easy. Use that every day. Every day. I'm gonna get 25. It's not expensive. Jim, it's not cheap, but it's not expensive. I'm gonna get 25 grams too. I'm gonna get paid, but until then, listen right now. You use that every day, like you drink coffee. Okay? It wonders. I don't get it. It's just like a dandruff, but black. And it's so simple. Just that's it. It can be sprays right here. Finger, burn thicker. Oh, dude, let's use the whole bottle. Come on. Man, that's crazy how well that works. You check it out. Wow. Can you still hear it now? It's looking good. Dude, you're really going to get a haircut thing? And I'm talking to Rich Twirl about getting on for this, right? That's right. Yeah. No, I gotta say that when I should have the sugar. I wasn't going so this is Brian and Rowan's karate. This guy took Brian's class. You gotta watch his video. Oh, he's the best. Have you seen the video? Yeah. Okay. I'll just play. So it's a guy who's doing dentistry. He has so much sugar in his diet. Oh, dude, he's just always zesty. It's a show. He has black marks on your hands are zesty. The champions. I watched this. I couldn't stop. I can't do that. Somebody said, "Oh, fucking take your girl." Yeah, that I think Mantis. Oh, whoa. Excellent. Mantis. Technique. Yeah, his hands are. Look, he's like, that's not much. Oh, dude, no, God. Traditional to us. He takes himself very seriously. You will tire taking a fucking knot. Well, he never used that unless he knows. Like when they're taught not to use their ones to run on the internet and leave them at it must be yes. But he would never use it unless he really had to. Unless you want to fucking high or fuck, you know? He's actually a big Joe Shield. He somehow made gay shit even gayer. No, not Joe Shield. That's hilarious. But I watched this whole thing. Of course, you can't get on the box. He's on CTV. He's like, I do gay shit. That's great. That is exactly what Talia was like. He takes it so serious. That's not the best part about it. The crowd's so bored. What can they play? Yes. He's 35, dude. Well, you want He's nobody. Listen, he can fight in the 185-pound weight class. Oh, I'll see you. 205. Maybe 205 heavyweight. But don't get my hot on that. That boy's zesty as fuck. Shout out to Nick. He said if you can still hear one of them. Hold on. This. I guess did you see this heavyweight? So he played football too in wrestling. I think at Fresno State. Well, he's in the UFC now. He does like WWE tapes. He's a tough fucking dude.
And Mango Thunder, the one who can end world hunger, the MET, and he will be of this lifetime. N-word, please. I got the power, the time, the throne, in a division 4 of Tweedledees and Tweedledums on Paramount Plus, where I will make the viewer combust with one Bruce. And I know one thing on my mind. He's a deadbeat father, not to one kid, but to 9. Aldo Cortez da Costa, you absolutely suck. And that's the bottom line. And P.S. Tracy Griner is a man. I think my Rich Hopkins might be too good.
Oh, yeah, bro, you're a man. You're catching strays.
And he's
That was actually better than I thought.
and he's heavyweight.
Yeah. Wow. He's talented.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a problem.
Wow. Wow. And he won, huh?
Yeah, he's going to do Acosta next. Acosta, he won against
Josh, what's his name? Josh.
Fucking.
Hey, good football.
He was all of that. He was already at Fresno State.
What? That's big. Let me see.
Wrestling football.
Well, I'm Fresno State playing in all 12 football games as a freshman. So, linebacker, fullback, running back, and on special teams, he made 7 tackles on the season. His best game against Hawaii.
He scored 7 touchdowns.
97 yards.
He's already threw a 65-yard touchdown pass.
He started from the
They returned to his champ. They finished 5th in Big 12 championship.
What?
That's as a sophomore. Keep going down, Chad.
He said he was legit D1 football player.
In wrestling, he led the team with 27 wins. Became the first All-American selection. Wow, he's All-American.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Wow. 203.
He's team captain.
What is it in high school? That was 2003.
Yeah, Fresno State.
Oh, no, since Mark was something to do with 2003. So he wrestled at Fresno and he fucking played football. Those are both D1 programs. That's crazy.
Fresno State's the D1 school.
Okay, so they have all their sports on. You know about this earlier?
Yes, that's the
They're a D1 school across the board.
Yeah.
No, but
He went to
Florida State.
No, he didn't go to college. He played the college.
No, didn't see it.
As a senior, he played one start against Colorado State. So he went to San Francisco, then he played after selected in 2020. So again, he was on a roster.
This guy's an athlete. This guy's a serious athlete. Alright.
Yeah. But he's also
Out here is on Cardinals too. Man,
he plays weekends as I did. But at least he had a shot. Yeah, he's a stud. Yeah, he fucked this. He fought a really good wrestler. Fucked him up. Yeah, you can be wrong. That promo was actually pretty good. Yeah, you're right. I looked this up. It wasn't on Michael Morales' Wikipedia, but it stopped that he was a decorated national champion for wrestling. I wanted to see if he was just into wrestling at the time. National champion in Ecuador. Hell yeah.
badass.
Alright, and this is, I guess, Bad Bunny's outfit that's going to be in. I wonder how true this is. You know, like people show up saying Bad Bunny is kind of gay. He's the halftime show. People are saying he's kind of gay. I think he swings both ways. He'll suck you off and sing a mean song. That's cool. Great music.
Why is the name
Macho Man put on a dress and perform in front of hundreds and millions of people on possibly the biggest stage in the entire world. Well, if you're not aware, the Super Bowl's coming up, and Bad Bunny is the performer. He's going to do it in a dress. A bunch of articles are now coming out. Sources say that the Puerto Rican performer intends to wear a dress during the halftime show as a tribute to queer icons, drag culture, and political resistance in history.
You know, the NFL else has to approve it. And I said, I know that I'm trying to get a little more vote, but this around
How long were the sets that you were doing on cruise lines? And then you were keeping anchors to themselves on those cruise lines.
also, Netflix is documentaries, solo, whatever. Climbing that was fucking way more wild. This must be super. He climbed this like an hour and a half. Yeah, just no variables, right? It's a building you know exactly. So he did it with a rope, and then he does that the shit out of the what he did on Free Solo is so much more crazy. What he does is crazy. Don't put yourself in. What's that? That's kind of crazy. That's the nature he hangs out. That's crazy. How he has no fear. This is the tallest building. It's like one of the tallest. Did you ever watch Hope Solo where he's basically living in a van eating? Did you ever see in Hope Solo when he's in the van eating beans out of his van? His girl's complaining. It's like, I know. That's right. Bill Burr was like, leave him alone. You're asking him to pick out a couch. Yeah. He's beautiful. Like, human being does the impossible. Wait, okay. This is a different building. So the tallest one is Burj Khalifa. Yeah, I wasn't as interested because climbing the rocks is way harder. Yeah, there's so much fun. Yeah, when you climb a building, like I was end up shooting the impressions that he literally did an hour and a half. It was an hour something. I mean, it's still like, look at this. You don't see it from the inside of the building. It's like, what if you get like an injury or a cramp or something like that? Little things like that are fast on the road. If you watch Hope Solo, like keep climbing those fucking rocks, shit, this ain't shit. I think that's where the people that do watch Hope Solo, pretty solid. It's cold. I was like, looking at it, I was like, shit, he's out of shit. Came out. I'm not talking about that. I made it a point not to look at the pictures. Yeah, I did. Because somebody's good. I know. Did you have him? Like, what's this shit? I don't know. Let's take a little break. You know, when it comes to being healthy, when it comes to tracking how you're actually doing, you know what you need to track? Your glucose levels. So blood sugar. That's where that also metabolic problems come in. This is where Signos, SIGNOS, comes in. Okay, it's some of these basic treatments and stuff. You got intuitive eating, you've got hunger signals, but what takes the guesswork out of everything is Signos. It's all on one eye, right? Yeah, you get it all on one metabolic view. You can sleep, step, exercise, and your glucose. Okay, this is what you learn. And we have technology now that can actually track what it is. Here's why it works. Okay, everybody thought it is unique. Okay, Signos pairs a glucose monitor with AI to reveal how your body responds to food, so you can build habits that help you lose weight, keep it off, and feel great while you're doing it. It tracks your unique data and provides feedback to help you live a healthier, happier life. All right. It incorporates exercise, it incorporates sleep, it incorporates step tracking, how many steps you take that day, and everything else all on your phone. Okay. But Signos incorporates exercise, sleep, step tracking, in addition to tracking your glucose. Okay. And the Signos app provides real-time learning with personalized tips and insights as well as in-app education. The biggest thing is you learn which foods work for you and your body to help you lose weight. That's why it's so important with your blood sugar. All right. So to claim your fresh start today with Signos, right now Signos has an exclusive offer for you guys. Go to Signos, that's SIGNOS.com, and get 25% off select plans with code FIGHTER. That's Signos.com, code FIGHTER for 25% off select plans. First thing to do is first keep my son safe. So, cutie pie. Fucking snowstorm she expected. fucking storm's coming. Just in case. You know, snowstorm, all that shit gets fucking blasted away too, right? I guess if he lives somewhere where there's like avalanches, like she's down. He's really cute. He's such a good mom. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. I love this. Oh boy. Intense, right? I'm sorry, what snowstorm is this coming? Yeah, it's like summer. That's how weird. Look, kid's probably like, Mom, chill. First thing to do is she's doing it again. Well, she's probably just for content. She's very protective. Mother's sick kid, probably like, why are we sitting in the fucking bathtub? It's 30 degrees. My son's like, me? Yeah. Unless we're on the side of the mountain where the avalanche is coming, I'm not worried about it. That's what I see, actually. People are probably like, this is so lit. I'll be talking about this in something. It's her precious couple. She scared the shit out of me. Wow, it says there's like 20% chance of it. It's in the closet. It's getting the storm specifically targeting your son. That's really funny, man. He's all right. He went to Minecraft session more. She has almost $1 million. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The store is specifically targeted. That was this one. So she was like, who's this? Oh, this guy. Ben Zule. It just says, I don't know.
A lot of people don't even know I was like bodyguard, one of the top guys in the Russian mob. I got into a fight with some of these guys who were 16 and hired me. I was his bodyguard and I was doing underground fights. He was ready to go with me and everywhere he would go, I would beat him on. They used to call me the kid, but I was the kid that you don't want to come around. It didn't matter who it was. There was gangsters here in town from Israel, from people left and right. When the kid came around, this is their man. They're ready to fucking run. I'm talking about the Hitlers. Hitlers really players. When I came around, they walked away right away. I would step up to all of them. The money guys, each one of them got blood on their hands. Between all 20 of them, they owned their own cemetery. When I step up, why nobody speaks? Which one of you come outside for a second? I want to talk to you. Because in 1 second they're over. It was just that switch that they had. And at the age of 19, I did it in jail. I was in the Twin Towers. They took me also to some other jails like Wayside. Something that a lot of people don't even know. It's right now.
Yeah, like gangsters are like, gangsters. Yeah, 20 gangsters are like, oh, I'm afraid of this guy. Russian gangsters? Yeah, you know, Russian gangsters. Russian gangsters are like, they're terrified of your hands. You're 15. Do you know who Fedor is? No. Are you going to pursue and be afraid of that guy? Do you want to see Fedor's brother? Is that what you want to do? Have you seen the tattoo on his back? Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a bad situation. I don't think Fedor's brother's. That guy's about 5'6". I don't think Fedor's brother is going to be taller than that guy. Alexander, have you seen the Grim Reaper holding a baby up at his back? That was a fun time. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I don't think he's shying away from he's in prison. He killed somebody. He was in prison for rape, I think, and he got out. I'll take a look at what he does. Yeah, so he's back. You don't want to fuck around. It's very important work. You can tell you have to for those of you listening, it's a Grim Reaper holding a baby. It's very poorly done. Yeah, Grim Reaper looks like he's down. It's like melting. It's just not very good work. Nobody can tell that. No. He's a rough character. Yeah,
you look up if he's in prison, Jim?
I don't think he's in for
4.5 years. Oh, he's out, maybe. Don't know. I want you to remember something.
sexual assault.
Aggravated assault. Attacking one who's in his apartment. Beating her when she tried to leave the apartment. Keeping her captive overnight. You can't do that.
Bad guy.
Oh, you don't know about him? Now remember too, his brother's my best friend.
And he was still so even though
Looks like that.
it must have been serious.
He was like my prisoner for 4.5 years.
They're talking about getting off of. And that's not what he got caught for. Wow. Well, what is his bad guy? Jesus.
He's a problem.
Oh, right. Yeah. How big is he?
He's pretty big, I think.
I can go back and sure.
Six words one is
Monster.
Red Devil Sports Club. I had that shirt when I was with you. Let's see his record, Jim. Who's the best AB? Green Gabriel Gonzalez. That was
Been fighting a long time.
Oh, yeah. He loves that. Rothschild'S. Single break because this episode of the podcast on your reading episode of Snow Bunny is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Just a responsible financial genius, one-time magician, Snow Bunny. These are all things people say about drivers that switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds.
Right, and always get discounts. That's what Progressive does. Fun for paying in full, like a home and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it. So your driver's on the long way. Visit Progressive.com. See if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. The funniest potential saving for America. Not about all states and situations.
Flow TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghost. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
You're welcome. Let's take a little break here. I'll tell you what we're doing. We're talking about True Classic. On Ride or Die, our boy
Look at
Rod.
this. Look at this one. Honestly, I think everybody considers this to be the most athletic event in global history. This athleticism. Look at this move. But look at this athleticism. What's the motion, baby?
I guess all those people should know. Exactly.
It's the best tees, joggers, button-ups. Their t-shirts, every single white tee. It's true freaking classic. It's all we rock here. They are absolutely crushing it. It is the best essentials you can possibly get. If it's so damn good, you're not gonna find it anywhere else. It's true classic or bust.
My buddy comes is dating a gal from a very wealthy family. He worked only at True Classic. His friends they go, his mom goes, well, you dress so well. Well, where is that? Where is that from? He said, and he just goes, it's some Italian company.
Oh, well, it worked. It worked. He could have just said true classic.
You look great. It's great stuff.
Dude, again, you find them at Amazon, Target, Costco, Sam's Club, or head on over to True Classic like we do. TrueClassic.com/fighter to grab the perfect tee, jogger, button-up. They got it all. It's TrueClassic.com/fighter. That's pretty much it. My stuff. Don't make me think of that to pick this little snow bunny up on the ground.
I had parking bottom of the hill.
Did someone bring this up last week? at some point we're not doing it. So this whole thing about Trump signing an executive order regulating mental institutions and states out. So here's how I feel about it, but this people should know what this is about. Like we have a lot of people that are mentally ill and they should be in a facility. They shouldn't be on the street. That's a fact. And there's got to be a way to deal with this stuff. But part of the reason that we don't hold people in institutions was Supreme Court law that said the state cannot keep somebody in a fucking mental institution unless they're a danger to society. So if they're not a danger, you have to let them out, because what was happening back in the day is you had a crazy relative, they would come to your house and take them away, even though they weren't dangerous. So that was the idea. But like everything else, Trump really saying you need to build those suckers. That's the funny thing about this thing. So you can build those suckers, but you gotta get the people up there. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions, and then say this out, I'm just gonna bring them back. You need to build those suckers. But you gotta get the people on those suckers. But what he's saying is that what are we gonna do about our mental health? Seriously, give them hospitals where they can be taken care of. We figure out everything else. We can't figure out what to do with people who obviously their computer and their head is messed up. They're a threat to society. If there's a thing with that guy that says he's saying, what's better? You want to leave on the street? It drives me crazy. So it's like we need to do something. We need to build those suckers. He's so far that way. He speaks the way all of us do. It's hilarious. Or how we think. Yeah, the very presidential. It's hilarious. So this is pretty quick. This is the start and the ending of that fight between the four sergeants. Jason loves it out, fuck everybody. You don't want to fight him, well, it's like it's all good. I mean, as professionals, fighting that's for a living. I just don't get why I set yourself up. I don't get it. I don't know. They get like a good paycheck for it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird, right? Maybe he thought, like a lot of people that boxing is a little easier because you watched it. She's run or die. Let's see what Jason says. They were saying that your album was not good, but it's amazingly good. Do you want to fight anybody else on Rare Stats? Who you want? Johnny Sins? Whoever you send, it doesn't matter. Marcus Martin, I love the Adam. Blueface, see my backstage. Blueface. Black 100. Can we get Blueface in the ring? Let's do it right now. If you guys want Blueface, give me the go. I only got one question. Yo, Leno, was this better in the ring or better
sad. All of that makes me sad. All of that makes me sad. All of that is just not that inspiring. I just lose all the energy when I fall. I just do. I like, man, I feel like everybody's trapped in one of the, it's not a hell, but it's like a ring that's kind of like encircling hell. What's this shit? I think he might like this. This is a real story about this dude that's collecting body. I'll let this guy's explains it really well.
Listen, I think they just busted the modern day Ed Gein. Police walked into this guy's basement in Pennsylvania and found over 100 corpses just hanging there, like a damn horror show. This is Jonathan Gerlach. He's 34 years old. Cops catch him leaving a cemetery on January 6th with a burlap bag. They look inside that bag. 2 dead kids, 3 skulls, and a bunch of bones. Look into his car. Even more bones just sitting there in the back seat. Dude's at the cemetery shopping like he's at the Home Depot. They search his house and it gets even worse. Over 100 bodies, and some of them hanging in the basement. More bodies dumped in storage. Bodies from like 100 years ago mixed with babies that just died a few months ago. Here's the thing. What's he doing with them? Great question. Glad you asked. He's selling them on Facebook Marketplace. Sold somebody a bag made from human skin. Confirmed. This man is turned, digging up graves into a side business. Ed Gein did this same stuff back in 1957, but he wasn't selling what he was digging up. He was doing it purely for the love of the game, making lampshades and furniture from bodies. This new guy, strictly business, selling body parts to collectors online. Pennsylvania.
Something jail that long for it's just handling of a corpse. They said that's all you're allowed, which is crazy. You're allowed to sell body parts. Yeah, he made jail time. I think he gets probation. I would probably look into the guy there. Fine. He's more of a kid weirdo. Yeah, that's that guy doesn't sound like he's very well adjusted. Some people have this great, strange thing. I don't know what you're saying about that shit. It's not a funny video with Martin Sergey. It's tiny. It's tiny from Elmos.
Butter was like 25 months tiny baker. Why, bro? Bleach. No, bleach too. My daddy's cheating your daddy. You know. Oh, you know. I know. I don't flex my dad's stuff though. I see the cars, I see the watches. I think that's daddy's watches and cars. Yes, it is. I do. Your dad likes blacks or black or platinum. Cash is a key. Maybe you don't have money. When your family has money, you clear it. Send me back 500,000 if you want to buy a new car. And you send it in bed. If you deserve it, then you're fully going to send your money and you can spend. Daddy's so rich. What makes you want?
That's not really what it's saying. He comes from money up. Yeah, but he's known for his family members construction. Boy, special. I'm just watching it a little bit. We got a little time to kill, so just watch this as well.
All day.
She's so cool. Yeah, he's great, and she's great. He's funny in another language, which is so fucking hard. He's hilarious. The best thing that happened to him was not getting a title shot, because somebody was like, hey man, Jackson was like, hey man, we gotta get you some media. Yeah, so they put him on all the streaming and over Nina and everybody. And you see his personality, he's the funniest guy in the house. He's so funny. He's awesome. He's a champion. He's great. He's great. And Nina is so good. She's so special. And gorgeous. Yeah. Fucking times. Is she engaged or dating Alex? She's married to Alex. No. TikTok lesbian. I don't know. They have a cool chemistry and stuff, but she has a boyfriend or husband. That films all these things over. And she's not. That's all background. She's not getting strong. Yeah, she's got a great personality.
Yeah, but people always like rumors and all this shit, Strickland and all that good stuff to him. You know, that's what he did with his small universes. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, she was like a straight up model. I mean, no, she wasn't wrong either. Alright, that's great. That's really cool. Good for her. Yeah, question. Let me take your image. I think that's pretty much that. Okay, that's it. That's the end. Yeah, okay. Alright, that's it. Well, kids, come see me in Greenville, South Carolina. This Friday, Saturday. Let's go. Greenville Comedy Zone. It's such a great time. Give me that. Oh, great time. I like South Carolina though. So the tickets are not cheap to fly there. So you gotta take two flights, but it's a great place. All right, kids. All right, kids. We'll be back Wednesday. Love you guys. This is the Money Kid. We're out. If you enjoyed this one ad free, unlike Paramount, we're not running all those ads, but you can get ad free. Paramount is not us. It's patreon.com/TFADK. This show ad free twice a week. Extended episodes, Q&A we just uploaded with me on there, and you get the Shop Show ad free as well. It's only $5 a month. Get you something. Patreon.com/TFADK. This is the Money Kid. We're out.
Where you live 13 hours away where you were the last Juvenile school is
Samen de slappe lach en luid zeuren verwacht en aan het eten voor elkaar.
So you can drink something like juice or something. Drink juice. You start drinking it and you actually enjoy it.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweets. Thanks for tuning in, as always, for the Patreon, for the Discord, for the Wendy. Here with us today is one of our guys, Christian Zaragoza, joining us on the stream. We're happy to have him. He's one of our good friends. You might recognize him from live. You might recognize him from your video that we're going to watch. Apparently, the Toronto told me not to watch it. He goes, I can't believe you haven't seen it. No, you haven't seen it. I think you might. There was some everybody's seen it. My partner's seen it. I'm huge. My 7-Eleven has seen it. Is it really people in your life though? Like, yeah. No, people. So my friend was at work the night that I posted it. My friend, he's like my best friend, and I sent it to him. He's like, I don't think you should post that. He just doesn't want me to blow up. Right. So he's like, I don't think you should post it. You don't want to put that out there. I was like, shit, the fuck did I post it? And then I don't know if he was fucking with me, but like 3 hours later, he started blowing up quick, instant. And he texted me. He was like, I'm on my break because we're at 7 o'clock. Mark, if you're posting something else, I see you're talking about Mark. Oh, yes, sir. And he said he heard my voice and somebody was watching it. Whoa. And then my daughter said that people sent it to her. Like, is this your dad? And then he was at school? Or how old? Like her friends from, her friends, like, DM'd her, like, is this your dad? I saw your dad. That is like, that's what I think. My wife's mom just said somebody shared it. Somebody shared it, and she was like, that's my son-in-law. Yeah, so. Okay, this has 20 million views. 20 million? Yeah, it had 20 million today. Oh, shit, yes, what's up? I like that. And this is Stanley Clip, so that's. I'm not even a numbers guy. Yeah. Well, Goody has not seen it, so you ready to watch Goody? Yeah, without further ado. That's my child. That's not going to be good enough. I think Goody's going to love it. No, I'm sure I will. I like that you put a clown emoji on something like nerd, so that's pretty good. Welcome back to Raccoon Tweets. Thanks for tuning in, as always, for the Patreon, for the Discord. And here with us today is one of our guys, Christian Zaragoza, joining us on the stream. We're happy to have him. He's one of our good friends. You might recognize him from live. You might recognize him from a video that we're going to watch. Apparently, the Toronto told me not to watch it. I can't believe you haven't seen it. No, you haven't seen it. I think you might. Everybody's seen it. My partner's seen it. I'm huge. My 7-Eleven has seen it. Is it really people in your life though? Like, yeah. No, people. So my friend was at work the night that I posted it. My friend, he's like my best friend, and I sent it to him. He's like, I don't think you should post that. He just doesn't want me to blow up. Right? So he's like, I don't think you should post it. You don't want to put that out there. I was like, shut the fuck up. I posted it. And then I don't know if he was fucking with me, but like 3 hours later, he started blowing up quick, instant. And he texted me. He's like, I'm on my break because we're at 7 o'clock. Mark, I heard your voice on somebody was watching. I see you're talking about Mark. Oh, yeah. And he said he heard my voice and somebody was watching it. Whoa.
Whoa.
And then my daughter said that people sent it to her, like, is this your dad? And then she was
At school?
or like her friends from, her friends, like, DM'd her, like, is this your dad? I saw your dad.
That is like,
And,
that's really big.
my wife's mom, she said somebody shared it to, and she was like, that's my son-in-law. So,
Okay, this
last 20 million views.
20 million?
Yeah, it's 20 million today.
Oh, shit, that's what's up.
Yeah.
I like that.
And it's a stand-up club, so
That's
that's
not even a numbers game.
yeah.
Well, Cootie has not seen this yet. You ready to watch Cootie? Yeah, let's, without further ado.
That's too much. That's not gonna get enough.
I think Cootie's gonna love it. No, I'm sure I will. I like that you put a clown emoji on something. I can already see that's pretty good. Ready? Oh.
He's a heck guy.
What a perfect reaction.
That's the thing. I was like, I gotta come get this, you know?
What a bitch. Dude, that's good. That good editing, too. I love that you just said what a bitch. That's so funny.
Yeah, that was the first reaction I had.
Because you know what I like about what a bitch is that it's hilarious, one, to say, but two, you don't seem that mad. It's you make what a bitch is. You make it sound like that's what you're supposed to do. And then maybe you are. Maybe you are supposed to do it. Teaching a class.
Salsa.
No, it's not.
I swear to God, it's salsa.
It is salsa.
I told you. That's why I was like, I need to go on the podcast.
Did you look at Cookie?
There was a cookie on the table, and at the end of the video, I dip it in there.
So you're just trying to help me out.
This is essential.
Wait, so what? Wait.
Oh, you know what?
No. Hold on. You got a good question. So he throws salsa at you. What is the menu?
It's called pupusas and punchlines. The best show in Hollywood, bro. It's the best. He does 6 sold-out shows every weekend. They're all sold out. This dude, Justin Lexo, shout out to him. He produces this show. He's Salvadorian. He got the hook up at this restaurant.
I'm just starting with the apple churro.
He started with one Saturday show. So it was a good show. I did it right when he started it, and right away it's a great vibe. This is the first time that I do it.
Well, our introduction to it is not the best vibe.
Yeah. So, somebody made a video on TikTok, like, you know, videos like, I went to this restaurant and they had clown music, and they went viral. And then after that, now he's doing like 6 shows a week.
I know this is a side question, but did you have the food? Is it good?
It's good.
Okay.
I don't even fuck with pupusas, but it's good. A lot of people like it because it's actually a good restaurant.
I like pupusas personally. I grew up with El Salvadorian food, so shout out to his
It's called Haragua. Beverly. It's Toronto. Yeah, get your tickets. They sell out quick, but yeah. It's a great show.
It's not the, what was that old place? That sounds like that old
It's on the
place.
corner.
Oh.
It's not Guadalupe.
No.
It's Haragua and Salvador.
I mean, it's too much in it inside me to figure out the same open like you. But, okay, so that's why there's salsa. Is it salsa on,
It's like liquidy salsa in like a ketchup roll. So it's not technically salsa, I guess it's more hot sauce. But it's a salsa.
from the table? Okay, all right, fair enough. That was my question. I wanted to
It was like a sriracha, like a Mexican sriracha.
Did it get in your mouth at all? Did you taste it?
No. I didn't even know what it was at first. I didn't know until I asked him.
What grade point is straight? We're just going straight on the inside. Yeah, all right.
Three different temperatures I had. That's a train.
What was he acting like you said?
He's just drunk. He's drunk. Honestly, I can't even hear what he's saying, but I can hear him talking most of the time. The first time I made out that he said quesadilla, but at the time I didn't know what he said because I was talking about I don't fuck with what's that? Mexican food. He was like quesadillas. Shut up. And that girl on your side, she was raising his hand, like being all loud, and she was like, "Has anybody had a threesome?" And he raised his hand like, me, and like just a douche. And I'm like, I saw you raise your hand. You never had a threesome in your life. You're wearing a white t-shirt. You know, like, what's his name? And I was like, let's call it, you and another girl, that's a trade. You know, like, you and your girl, you know.
Yeah, I guess when you see the heckler, you want to bring them back to the bullets and solve them. Because he's so annoying.
Yeah. So he keeps interrupting. Every time I say something, it's because he interrupted it and he says it so loud that I have to like. And I ignored him like 6 times, but these are the 3. I actually cut out 2 interactions, but these are 3 interactions I have with him that led up to it.
Well, it's all good. We're gonna have him on next week, so we'll be excited. I think it's funny you said quesadilla.
I said I fuck with tacos, and he said quesadilla. Just adding on like shit that you don't need to.
Yeah, that's annoying.
And I was a long guy. I see this long as kids in weeks. That's when you start wearing white t-shirts.
I am wearing white t-shirt. That's a great point, by the way. When I first saw this, I'm like, that is 100% true, Christian. You cannot get mad and come to a comedy show.
Yeah, you can't start shit and then get mad. So like, he started it, and then now he's getting mad. That was rule number 2.
Of course, if you get pressure, well, what is your shirt say Gringo Poppy? Or what does it say? Trophy Poppy?
It says Trophy Poppy.
Okay, well, I only saw Poppy. Are you trying to open this right now? You know, yeah. Did you on purpose?
Yeah, well, I knew that the Poppy was like, you guys, but this is like a shirt that's a woman.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, same fuck ice brand.
Okay, how do you feel about, I mean, this is total side question now, but how do you feel about Shab colonizing your language? Now that Poppy is like, it's British Shab language.
I don't feel threatened at all.
Okay. What are you drinking there? Is that a beer?
Yeah, they don't have White Claws, so I had to get them yellow. Or the Mango White Claws.
Did they give it to you?
You know, before the show, they give you 2 drinks, and I just took a Modelo up there. And honestly, I'm interacting with him, so if he answers, I'm just trying to find time to what to say, so I take a drink. Just a little drink that I have. So if he responds and I don't know what to say yet, I'll take a drink. It's just little shit I've learned to buy some time. Because I'm like, also, if people are getting nervous, then I'm like, all right, I need to take my time with this. And, you know, there's no he hasn't thrown anything in, so I'm just like, all right, we're in it now, so now I'm going to have a conversation and really calm down or get the fuck out of here. There's no security, so I know I'm going to have to do it. There's no one else going to take care of it.
When you looked at him, were you like, I can beat this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Violence is demon.
So right now, what are we going to do? With our kids, when they're in the car, they're going to drive home.
That's so crazy.
I hope we have that on video because that is going to be a great take. I'm just trying to go viral, so I'm not doing it.
It is also saucy.
He's getting into a shirt. He's got pants.
It kind of blends in with the jacket a little bit, though. Like, you could have that color of jacket. It could be orange. The jacket could go orange. You know, when you're the drinking thing, I think is a good idea to have it there to, like, give yourself time. Maybe, like, the less good you are at stand-up, the bigger it gets. Like, you could have a giant bottle of water so you can take a sip of it, but yours is small.
I used to always get, when I do my sets, my mouth would always go dry. And that's just a nervous tick. It doesn't do it anymore. But I just always like having a bar if I'm doing longer sets. And that's like a 20-minute set.
Yeah, okay.
It's not too long, but I like to have something just in case I get sick. But as you can see, it's full. Because I'm not really drinking on stage. I just have it there just in case I need to buy time or I get thirsty. I would like that. And a beer sounds looks more hardcore than just the alcohol.
It just gives you some,
So it gives you some edge.
yes, but not against drunk people. They don't care about it. You can be holding a gun.
Follow me, you know that my dancing videos have been going viral, so yeah.
I don't think pretty good about any of this.
Okay, so my dancing videos have been going viral. I have like a few dancing.
We'll get into that soon, bro. I want to see that too. Yeah. Wait for the secret.
I'm gonna do that. Sounds like it's going on my fuck night.
That's what I made it. Fuck yeah, dude.
So I was gonna try to clickbait it, but I was like, nah, that's too thirsty. That it looks like he threw it at me because I have the fucking and it was the first 3 seconds. I had 50 million views, but then I was thinking, well, do I really want to like stir the pot even more? And like thinking, but I never say it. I just show it, and then people watch it. But I don't want to mislead people like that. So at least you see it that way. And after that, I say, fuck ice and fuck white t-shirts. It's a big cheer. And then he's still outside because the guy that does the show is like the one that has to kick him out now. Yeah. So I'm like, I have to reset the rule, all that. And then I'm like, I'm gonna go fight now. I get to do all that.
But he didn't fight you, right?
Nah, he left the video. His girl, if you watch him, he's unscrewing it.
Oh, yeah. So, you see that on video too? That's okay.
Yeah, you see him unscrewing it, and his girl's like trying to stop that. I don't want her cheek works out.
How are you, like, in her face? Like,
He's like unscrewing it. So what happened?
Premeditated.
I edited for brevity, but what happened is I moved on already. When he's unscrewing it, I moved on to a different joke because I'm like, I need to save this room. So I go, sorry guys, it's been a long week. My wife, you guys don't know, but she's my wife. So I'm taking my anger out on the wrong guy, and they laugh. And I'm like, I'm kidding, she makes me flinch, which is a joke that I have, and then that's me closing. But it would have been weird to play that for the video. You're right.
Yeah. You didn't see him unscrewing live, did you?
No.
Okay.
No, we didn't know until we watched the video that he's sitting there unscrewing it. Because he puts one shot, he puts a camera on each side so you can have the whole audience. He puts a camera on you, and then he sends you both videos.
That's really cool. Both the videos.
So when it happened, I was like, thank you. In my head, I was like, thank you.
God damn, dude, look at this shit, Cody. That's a lot of likes. As a comedian, you start gaining a third sense of when people are unscrewing things will draw you.
Somebody put, salsa, like someone who can't throw hands, and that shit got like 100 likes.
That's pretty good.
I mean, it got like 5,000 likes.
Yeah, Eric Schwartz made a comment up there. So very short. So yeah, he said that. What he said, you know, in this week's Netflix special, there you go. So that's 200 likes. Do you know any? Do you know all those people that were commenting? Fluffy commented?
No.
He's been waiting for the fluffy comment.
Honestly, a lot of comedians that I have that I thought would comment haven't or even liked it. There are a lot of comedians. I think I'm gonna look down on this.
I always thought it was hard to
But a lot of comics also like they're happy for me or they feel like they're for me just this happens. But there's a lot of comedians that haven't said anything.
Tio Vaughn commented on here. Where's it at? I just saw it now. Tio Vaun? No, Tio. Oh, Dana. Yeah, there you go. Yo, life of Kofi, dude. That's hilarious.
Me and him always going at it in the comments, just like playing with each other. Like I always just touch on his comments, touch on his mind. He's a funny guy. He's so, because he has like that cocky arrogance that's just funny.
All right, we're gonna get into this now, dude. I'm gonna show the ones my favorites. All right, and this is gonna get introduced on YouTube, unfortunately. But check this out. Okay.
This is your favorite? This is the most recent one.
This is my favorite one, dude. I love this one. So you don't remember what song you left off? Oh, you took the wrong Walmart, dude. Let's see what you got. I like that you're doing the voice for them now, too. Yeah, that's funny. I like it.
Yo, that ain't no Walmart now. Where'd you get that? I'll take it.
How do you know this guy?
He just went viral recently doing these tattoos. This is the first time he leaves his house, but he always does them in his house. And somebody said to me, like, yo, he has the house battle. And I was like, oh, shit, yes. I have another Walmart one that went viral. Walmart, yeah, so that Walmart is Rocksteady, yeah, Rocksteady.
That's great, dude. And yeah, this is the one that went viral, right?
That's a Selena outfit. She's like, did the Selena movies.
People were saying this looks like my mom, and I don't appreciate that. Who is this?
I don't know, just some random. So somebody sent me this clip, like battle her, and I like people been sending me people to battle because I started doing this a while back, like a month ago, and they've been like getting better and better. This is the first one that hit.
I just realized, so it's like when you take the clip of them dancing and you put it out against what you're doing.
Yes. So so I find videos that are funny and people dancing and I battle.
That's how I love that idea. Does anyone else do that?
There's people that kind of do it, yeah. There's different flavors, but yeah, there's people do it. Like, Khan does like things where he'll be the person. He'll dress up. He'll do the thing where he'll dress up like the person dancing. Yeah. If I'm doing something where I'm like battling them. People said that. It's not concrete. People said that. Hey, go find a toy. Go. Now. Are you really into Selena? Because damn, you got the show. What happened to your shows? I got more shows.
Really, just for brevity, this one is also too.
You know, when I first started, kind of like, all right, this is when I first started, like, this one was like the first one too.
This one's awesome too because you do the voices. I like how you do the voices for both of them.
Oh no, this is the second one I did with her actually. The first one I did, yeah, this one's funny.
So she's actually viral on it.
Yeah, she does this like two-step, like this cholo dance. So she does a lot of dance videos where now people are paying her to go places. She's viral.
Her name is Leslie.
Chola chick.
I like it when people get famous like this and they get gigs from like that's.
Yeah, she's going like restaurants, making money. Like she's a sweet lady from what I hear.
Yeah.
She seems cool online. So I'm not trying to. I make it like big effort or whatever to not make fun. Like,
right.
So they're in on the joke too. I'm not clowning them, you know.
I like that.
So they're not to dance like that. I told you we had fun. Anyway, don't mess with that punching money. You just want you for the clout. I just want to dance.
She basically like to do. And it's so funny that it's crossover. How did she get the name? You know, she looks sleepy, Doug. So what's your name again?
Last Sleepy.
Last Sleepy. Do you have a name besides your name?
Like a cholo name?
Like besides Christian Zaragoza?
No, I don't have
The Pringle guy with cancer. That's it.
You call me the Pringle guys.
Who calls you the Pringle guy? No, it's one of his jokes.
So Jeff used to call me. I used to have this joke where I said I look like Chicken Little. He used to call me Cluck. That was the closest thing to the cholo name I have, I guess.
Where's Cluck at?
Cluck is like a crackhead, like a Clucker. That's a crackhead.
People who you call someone Cluck, they smoke crack. All right, that's good. I'm adding it to my own. I forgot about all the slang. I'm glad you're back because we don't have any slang. When was the last time you heard me call someone a cheese roast?
Cheese roast.
It's been years. It's been a while. It's been years.
Yes. Watch somebody. Show me your two-step. That's how I live on the ground. Right there. It's a cholo two-step.
That's always a good film. Have you had the ice cream?
No, I don't think it's really ice cream. It's like a lower. See, he just hooked up this story and takes it to the swap meet, and he just busts it. Actually, really sells ice cream.
Oh, like Boo from I was thinking that same thing when I watched all this. Because, like, she really doesn't have to do much. She's just fall sleepy and eating and staring.
And goes to she dropped off, I think, at the Santa Fe Swap Meet. Do you know about the Santa Fe Swap Meet?
No.
You don't know about the Santa Fe Swap Meet? Santa Fe Swap Meet is like every Sunday, it's a swap meet basically, and then people go and sell clothes, but there also is a DJ on the stage, and it's a party every Friday, every Sunday. It's like a dance party, and Cholos and Mexicans go and they dance. You go to YouTube and look up, you can see it. I looked up so many videos, I was going to do a bunch of, like battles with people at Santa Fe Swap Meet, but then I didn't do it because I started finding these other ones, but I still might. But I don't want people to also think that I'm making fun of them.
Yeah.
Basically, this is it. You see, some of these people might get mad that I'm making a video about them, you know? She says, no, but I've heard about it a lot. I'm not that Mexican. I mean, I haven't seen this song like Cholo.
But get ready to go all like
This is a band break.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go to the dancing ones.
I've been to swap meets like this, but I never understand.
There's a stage, like, go back and go to Santa, like, look up Santa Fe Swap Meet dance. Like, see how it go down? See all those short people are dancing? That's the Santa Fe Swap Meet right there. That's all. So every Sunday, it's totally insane. That guy goes everywhere. That guy's famous too.
Who's he?
The guy I forgot his name, but he has a page too, and he's always dancing. He dances dope too.
Yeah, he's killing it, dude. You gotta do some videos of the Santa Fe swap meet, dude. Yeah, this is. You should go.
I need to go there, yeah.
It's hilarious that there's all these random characters.
They're wearing suits and like banners.
What's this guy's name? Like,
I can't remember, but I met him.
like Wesley C. or what? Like El Blanco, or
There's a show that I do every few months. It's a radio show puts on. It's like a little radio show. He's there. It's kind of like the hard show. Like that.
laughing's fine. Jeez. I wonder if they wanted to be filmed. Because they're getting filmed.
Yeah.
Because they're filmed.
It's a good girl retired.
Christian girls. This is what I do on my Christian. This is so close to what I do.
It's so good though. Like they found their community. They found their people. They just go every Sunday. I shut them down. I think they've been open for a few months now. I just basically ran through and talked to us. Santa Fe Swap Meet's been open.
I get some people. I would be reluctant if I haven't. Alright, well, we gotta talk to this podcast, y'all. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I mean, yeah, it's a tough time for a lot of people right now. The Santa Fe swap meets not as strong as it used to be. When nothing is as.
What happened when he comes?
I'll pull that up right now. Yeah, because Toronto was very happy about this. Oh, yeah. Toronto hates when he comes, I think, more than anybody. Yes. Is that true? For years. For years, I've been like,
because for me, she's kind of a tryhard.
So here's the thing. I just put in Instagram.com, and the first video that came up was the one I was going for, just to show you guys how it's done. That's how much I
like the comedy, or I used to when I saw her.
It makes you so funny. This is the video you want? I remember her. She's like a comedian. This video is she's spitting facts, Dad. You ready?
Someone has a little voice. She used to be like a little girly voice.
Maybe you just if you like when you come in, so let's not listen to what Christian said. Here goes.
I don't normally make videos like this, but Wiki Comics sucks. She's a representation of the growing anti-intellectualism movement that we could all become more aware of. She posted this take about Miss Rachel last night, just fired it off on Threads.
Miss Rachel was always off base, dude. Why does she talk to all the kids like they're deaf morons? Also, if you get to dress like a toddler, then trick them into liking you, that's
information to give a mental health professional, and she got ratioed.
Was always off base, dude. Why did she talk to all kids like they're deaf morons? Also, you need to dress like a toddler to trick them into liking you. That's information to give a mental health professional. Like, dude, from one dude to another dude? This is pure hack. There's nothing clever, there's nothing observational, there's nothing informed or interesting about this joke. She left up for hours, and then it got pretty heavily ratioed, and then she took it down. But when she posted this on the day that ICE killed another person in the streets of Minneapolis, this was important. Guy Branum was being amazing here. My new favorite TV show is watching Guy respond to Whitney. It's like the only reason Whitney Cummings attacked Miss Rachel is because she thought it would work, and then Whitney responded. And the reason you attack me is you know it won't work. I think it's okay for parents to have different takes on programming for kids, and comics making jokes is now an attack. It's a little much, but okay, I didn't know she was for neurodivergent children, so
So she blames it on autism.
I took it down. I did.
It's better, dude. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I told you this is probably the happiest I've been in a minute.
I think she makes it worse by saying the neurodivergent thing.
Every time it gets worse.
Yeah. Like, why? Because I was asking my wife, I said, I don't really know much about Miss Rachel. So I said, is Miss Rachel for neurodivergent people in my West? What? Actually, yeah, it's for kids in general.
Yeah, my kid loved it.
Right, your kid's like, Miss Rachel says it. Is Miss Rachel for neurodivergent people in my West? What? Like, yeah, it's for kids in general.
Yeah, my kid loved it.
Right, your kid's like, Miss Rachel?
Yeah, she loved not anymore. They're a little grown out of it, but yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, like, I've heard it's very popular, and I go, why would Whitney Cummings say that? And she's like, well, she's insane. She's a crazy person.
Nobody knows Sam's daddy.
I go, yeah.
My dude, he's not just for neurodivergent children. I don't know where you got that information, but literally a 4-second Google search shows you that Miss Rachel is not exclusively for neurodivergent children, but her videos are highly regarded for supporting them, particularly those with speech delays or autism. But don't worry, Whitney clarified why she would ever have such a hacky take. I have misophonia and get overstimulated.
It's just like never stops. What the hell is misophonia?
I don't know.
Misophonia is a good diss. You tell me if she has this or not just based off what you know for. It's when you're sensitive to loud noises. She's loud.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Loud as fuck.
She's loud, and she's in comedy, which is loud. She's on stage, that's loud.
Another comment that's great. We can look into this after this if you guys want to. Because listen, it goes deep, dude. She went on a stupid ass tirade today. But she posted a picture of her bird and being like, congrats, bird, on the good show. And people in the comments are like, he's probably the loudest person. So you can make him laugh. He's got a screeching voice.
If you have misophonia, you can't be friends with birds. That's what I'm saying.
But she's using it because Miss Rachel sucks, apparently.
A lot of times people are actually, this is the thing I've heard a few times now recently, people saying they're overstimulated. Or that's what Kosh wife was saying. She said the reason she had sex with all those guys is because she's overstimulated. She gives, like, things confuse her.
Oh, what did you guys have on there? What did you guys were talking about? Oh, yeah, you guys did. I watched you guys.
Kosh sings wife.
It's crazy because I think he's a good comic, but how do you get past that? He's not a bad comic. Yeah, he's selling tickets. He's
Selling tickets to more.
This is how you know that meeting, Brendan. Comedy regularly is Christian. It's just like everyone's good. I like everyone. Well, I mean, if you're selling tickets to me, you're good. Yeah. If you're doing it for a living, you're good. And more better than me. But I'm just saying, but see him now, I can't not see that whole story. It's gonna ruin his
I think so.
trajectory.
I think it did.
Maybe he can get past it, but the whole fact that they just try to brush it up like it's nothing.
Roster of white dudes is just horrible. That would give me nightmares. I wouldn't be able to sleep.
I can't even talk.
But yeah, I mean, he's a great comedian. We both get on well.
Yeah, and Akash, he's fucking much chicks.
Akash, I mean, just jokes left and right.
Slap that shit in.
Do well when people are very loud in my face, and my son doesn't respond well to it. Some kids, entertainers do this, and it's frustrating. I didn't know Miss Rachel was specifically for neurodivergent children.
She keeps saying that over and over again.
Yeah, she said it a lot, like she's going through an episode herself. If you say something wrong that many times in the comments and replies, you're probably on pills or drugs or something. Because you know what? That is not true.
She's playing a bunch of things. Yeah.
Like, she's like, my therapist. She probably has that fun. Types of that.
Yeah, that's funny.
She calls them like in terms of day, this happened.
And while she's doing it, she's drinking a magic wine. Did you take your like Lexapro or whatever? And she's like, yeah, I took it with magic wine. He's like, no. You gotta separate these things out. All right, let's drink Red Bull then. Yeah, I cut it with blueberries. Maybe you cut it with.
And once I learned that, I took it down. I made a mistake as an entertainer, but y'all attack on purpose. She's got misophonia. So who among us has not had our misophonia trigger us so hard that we had to type out the phrase deaf morons as it relates to children and post it to the internet, okay? Miss Rachel is actually an incredibly highly educated entertainer. She's got 2 master's degrees, one for each pro girl. And so that you don't get triggered in the future, Whitney, if you want to do another 4 seconds of Googling, you can Google, why does Miss Rachel talk like that? She speaks in like a slow like voice known as guarantees, where child direct speech and even content language development, emotional connection, and engagement. And other than being educated and informed, Miss Rachel is speaking up against the genocide in Gaza. She has been using her platform not only to educate children, but to protect children. All children. I used to think Whitney was very inspiring.
That part I disagree with. I don't think Whitney's ever inspiring.
Yeah.
I thought she was ambitious and she was opening
I don't care.
a lot of doors for female comedians.
Nope. She closes the door. You're wrong.
No, I think she's lazy. I think she's uninspired, and I think she's dangerous. She is leading us through a spooky mental haunted house.
Yeah, so this is how it was all back. Yeah, I remember that tweet. You want to read that tweet for the audience? A while ago, I think it was when she was defending Rogan, she said comedians did not sign up to be your hero. It's our job to be irreverent and dangerous, to question authority, and take you through a spooky mental haunted house so you can arrive at your own conclusions. Stay focused on the people. We pay taxes to be moral leaders.
I just want to comment right now that I like how Christian was looking at you the whole time, like you were saying it him.
Do you feel like, Christian, that your comedy is a spooky mental haunted house?
Yeah. Wear your shirt on too.
Because I think the guy that drew the salsa at you belongs in a spooky mental haunted house, maybe. That's not you.
We can arrive at our own conclusions. Here are the conclusions I've arrived at. You seem to be the soulless embodiment of a right-wing grift.
That's the best, thing I've heard descriptively of Whitney Cummings, the soulless embodiment of a right-wing grift.
That's a pretty good, I like the wording there.
Amazing.
Your chef's great. That's fine.
Right now, you try to package yourself as just a regular mom trying to figure it out. You're not. You're a millionaire comedian. You just got back from performing in Saudi Arabia. You have an insane amount of privilege. You have so many resources to be informed about the world. I don't see these as clever hot takes from a fellow member of society. These are hacky, hate-filled, mean girl rants from someone who is clearly struggling with their sense of self. But this isn't just about Whitney. It's about what she represents. This push towards anti-intellectualism, favoring emotion and simple truth over complex analysis, science, critical thinking. Be wary of the charismatic grifter, my friends. Look, I'm not trying to get goaded into a culture war when there is clearly a class war happening right now. There is a ruling class that we should all have our eyes on.
Hey, Whitney sucks again.
And all be criticizing. So why would Whitney take a shot at Miss Rachel, an educator and an entertainer who is actually challenging our broken systems? I don't know. I guess that's information she can give to her mental health professional.
Oh, why do you think
Why was that?
Why do you think she decided to make that comment?
Oh, very good.
She doesn't like Whitney's Rachel. And then when she noticed that it's not a populist take, she thought it was like something nobody was seeing. She hates Miss Rachel. Obviously, she put that out there when nobody asked for it. And then when it wasn't a populist take, she has to think of some reason why. Excuse why she got there. And she can't accept the fact that she sucks ass. Sorry. Anyways,
Why do you think?
I think she's, I don't know. I think she just wants to have her take, her dumb little take. And also, she saw that people were kind of, that Miss Rachel was going through some shit this last week, so she wanted to jump on it, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's more than that. I think it's not just this last week. Miss Rachel is,
On the right, they're all about, like, talking about Miss Rachel and shit.
yeah,
Yeah, so she thought
So yeah, Wendy Cummings was like, I'm not gonna touch that part, but look, if there's other things, maybe I'll get right wing people to like it. You know, I'll say that she's like weird, and then I'll get views and clicks and stuff. But it went bad. She can't have one. What happened? Or maybe she is. Maybe she's very sick, and this is good no matter what. Okay, it gets better, right, guys? Yeah. Okay, so check this out. Buffy Ray, this girl, she used to. As you can tell, I liked all these. She used to, I think, produce for Whitney Cummings. So she's like from the inside, right? All these are I just like it because it's just different ways of eating her. If you say one mom 3 times in the mirror when he comes over here and says being bigoted, you won't even have to pay for the 2-drink minimum. Boom! Got news. Anyway, so look at this here, dude. Let us never forget, right? This is Buffy Ray messaging Whitney. Dear friends, can I tweet this? What do you call it? Rogan fans, sissy boys, right? This is now, Whitney reaches out to her. Please don't tweet about Rogan. He's 55 years old and a good friend. That's a hard boundary for me. What the fuck? Right. And then she says, I would never, I just wanted to share my funny joke since I knew I never could tweet that. Whitney doesn't let off. Joe is not a bad person and not someone to be clowned on. Buffy responds, didn't say he was. The joke wasn't even about him. I said to the 3 people who I said, I said, I'm a joking person because it was a joke about the fans, right? Then, something you can't really see. But when he says, no problem, comedians are family, and we do not turn on each other no matter what. We do not disrespect our elders, even if we disagree with them. No low-hanging fruit. What do you think about that, Katie? That's crazy. That's when they start getting out of touch and they start doing shit like Rogan's doing. You have to be able to, we have to be able to check each other and make fun of each other when shit's, we're not doing, someone needs to check us no matter how big we are. I mean, that's a crazy thing to respond that you're in a group chat with somebody and they go, hey, can I tweet this? And you private message them saying, not only can they not tweet it, but they shouldn't even have said it in the first place. Have you ever done that to somebody? No. And we've said what? I maybe done it. Like, I don't think maybe she's, but I'm not sure. Yeah, no. The most I've ever done is tell them to delete some tweets because you don't know his job. But I mean, like, I would never be like, and by the way, your tweet offended me. Because we're comedians, we're family. Do not speak on Joe, really. Yes, very popular. The stuff you said about Buffy shouldn't have never been said. Okay? Because Buffy is a comedian, right? First, I would never turn my back. I would never turn my back on Renee Baca while he fucks his stool. So, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I'll keep talking. I'm gonna look something else up. I mean, so she's being your assistant for sure. That was her assistant, I guess. All time producer, I believe. I could be wrong. So, I'll keep talking. Something along the lines of assistant producer. Yeah. Then, do people ever tell you go too far? My wife tells me I go too far, but I don't know. It's not really what I'm talking about her. When she's ready. Okay. But, yeah. There's times I'm at shows and I'm like, when I said this, like, can I tweet this shit? I'm like, I just want to know, like, intro. I don't know. No one's ever been like, you're an asshole for asking. That's crazy. That's a once in a lifetime thing. I think I've never seen anyone do that. Yeah, that's why I don't tweet. You don't tweet it. You're not on Twitter. No. What about friends? No. I have one, but I don't write anything. So you don't share videos? Well, I don't even share. They share because they're exposed to my Instagram, but I don't. I'm not sharing on purpose. What do you mean? So, like, when my threads is connected to my Instagram, if I post anything on my Instagram, it automatically goes to my threads. I'm not doing it on purpose, but it is going to my threads. You don't see a lot of video stuff on threads. I don't think it's popping up on people's stuff. My thread, every time I go through my threads, it's just girls with that ass. Hell yeah, dude. I always say, one day I'll fix this algorithm. So I can open my phone and go, my damn thread's got a lot of ass. It's just ass, it's just fat asses everywhere. I can't open Instagram in public, it's too embarrassing. Or at least the search function. It's just not good. Mine's just Hot Wheels and ass. Oh. Hot Wheels, cars, and no, because I like Hot Wheels. Oh, you do? Yeah. Oh, shit like that. Nice. Well, there you go. There's some money. It's probably money in my pocket right now. That's such a thing. So the Hot Wheels thing is your backup. You make some money on Hot Wheels.
I have a Hot Wheels page.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's called Hot Wheels Bobby.
Is it?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. I was trying to find this when Jeff Dye called Rogan Daddy, but they don't have transcripts available. Yeah. You could go to the Santa Fe swap meet and have Hot Wheels fall out of your pocket or something, or maybe like a suitcase full of Hot Wheels, and you just have it open randomly, go then. You can do it to go viral. Yeah, no, so
He called Rogan Bobby like,
or he says when you're on Rogan, Rogan's daddy, and when you're on Kill Tony, Kill Tony's daddy. Yeah. Remember that? Vaguely. But Jeff Dye's another person that's been really getting shit on recently. Everybody. Whitney and Jeff Dye, everyone's getting shit on. I think it's worse. Let's see what
he's the one Trophy Bobby thinks about this. Kill Tony. You were on Kill Tony. I watched most every Kill Tony with Rick Glassman. And the whole hubbub on the internet. Yeah. That's what we call it.
Live audience. It would have thought, never heard me, which is very common, you would have been like, why is this guy here just smoking cigars? Right? And thought, this is stupid. And I'll tell you what, which I've also never said, I don't want to be next to Rick Glassman while he's doing shtick and putting on mustaches. It's just guys. That's all.
Yeah.
It is no respect to him. It's not a show. We're all great. It's just that's not me. The other part is Tony Hinchcliffe created this.
I think this is where it's at, where he calls him daddy.
Yes, that is Kill Tony. And the most successful show it went last time standing America's Talent, and now it's Kill Tony. Like that. It's true. And being discovered and having kind of a variety with just
This is the most single man's apartment in like all of history. Right? He is so single. Like John Wayne poster. Women, unfortunately, are so drunk that they end up here. They look at that and they go,
Is that his house?
yeah, and they established in this episode that he's from his apartment in the Valley House. Oh, there's more happening with Jeff Dye too. He's got a house in Austin. He's buying a $3 million house. He says because he's rich.
a show kind of concept for him. And so in that respect, hail Tony. Tony Hinchcliffe is making millions of dollars at the mothership and doing these things, selling out Madison. It's a big deal. And so I try to be respectful to Tony as far as in that circumstance, Tony is daddy. Right?
Look at his face. In his house. It's always on the other one. It's crazy how you put on a suit to the frontier, like in your room.
They kind of pulled a fast one on Jeff Dye. They were talking shit about Jeff Dye, and he came on their show, and they still talk shit about Jeff Dye after the fact. So he was very nervous. But I got respect for this guy. He talked shit to Jeff Dye.
It's always dressed up.
No, I think they're dressing up for Jeff Dye. It's like a big deal for the show.
Now I gotta treat daddy like that.
You gotta treat daddy like that.
You don't have to do any of that. You're Jeff fucking Dye.
Right? You don't go on Joe Rogan and then start talking shit. You know, dad. So
Joe's dad. He said Joe's dad.
Correct. You don't go on Joe Rogan and then start talking shit. You know, Joe's dad.
Anyway, that's what the big one is. I forget what made me think of that, but he's daddy, dude. That's fucking Stanny.
So if you go on their show, you can't push back at all.
Yeah. According to
I got a list of questions if I can get on Joe.
Oh, yeah?
I have a list I got going.
What is the list on the motorcycle? Jeff Dye was a guest on somebody else's podcast recently, and they talked about this $3 million house they're getting. It could be trigonometry, I could be wrong. Oh yeah, do you know about the trigonometry people?
Oh, these fucking idiots.
Yeah, the trigonometry guys are so annoying. The guy on the left, they might both. The guy on the left does stand up. He's bad.
The Indian before?
No, the other one. The one that kind of looks like Annette. This one here. Looks like Siskel and Ebert. No, he doesn't make a cartoon like that. He has Siskel and Ebert working fine.
Siskel and Ebert fucking ass.
Schizo and Ebert. They're kind of like British Bert and Ernie, but not as cool or funny. Yes. See, do you think it's harder to do stand up in America? Not everybody. Oh, I know where it's at, John.
It's the same formula as Jamie Rogers.
No, Jamie Kennedy.
Oh, he's changed him from this movie.
Somebody was telling me that he says on stage that he wrote over 2 wagons. I think that's up his head.
Yeah, maybe the guy who came in
He's
has
really broke now. He's had.
There's no way he's
Yeah, I like the TV show and I like I also don't want to be confused
So wait a minute.
I know where you live. You have a one place. Yes, I might have a big house because I have some farms and stuff like that. So that's going to be my business because what I'm most tired of, which I've also shared this, is the taxes are insane. And also, I booked a game show with Rabbi actually, and we had to like move to Atlanta for 2 months. But I booked a movie and we had to shoot in Detroit. I booked Hollywood Squares, we shoot in Ireland. Why is Hollywood Squares shooting in Ireland? Yeah. So it's Hollywood isn't even in Hollywood anymore. And then also prices are very expensive here. So I'm gonna move my operation, which is it's called Through Fly Inc. I'm gonna move that to Texas.
For guy self-deport. You got even something like that.
And so the taxes are better. There's no property taxes, so that's why it's a second place. I'll never live here in Texas. I love my place there, and I love my neighborhood. I love my friends here. I love that I have 4 big comedy clubs that I can work. Technically 5 right now. So
Yeah, Flappers is for sure. Well, he's talking about 5 in Austin.
oh,
He's talking about LA, dude. He's talking about LA right now. He's saying, sure, there's so much stuff here, great stuff here. There's 5 clubs I can go to. He's listing off all the reasons why LA is better than Texas, but he's still just Sunday you want to do. I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
like the clubs that I can work. Technically 5 right now. So that's our main hubs are actually making a main hub in Texas. My main hub is a suitcase in a hotel room. All over the, I literally work 350 days a year. He's like, my main hub is this girl named Shirley down at
My main hub is to roll out. It's just there. What's that hub's name?
my main hub is Santa Fe Springs. I get down on it. It's like,
My main hub is
my main hub is a suitcase in a hotel room. Well, that's not Sleepy is a suitcase in a hotel room.
no disrespect. What do you say? Respectfully. Type shit like
I literally work 350 days a year. So I know. Yeah. So you will. Well, can you say I don't want to say where in Texas.
Texas?
Oh, just like Travis area.
Okay.
Yeah, Spice Woods.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care what people know where I live.
Okay.
So you gotta do it. So the GoFundMe thing.
That's the unique dude. Just like, tell her to go on the GoFundMe. I'm like, I know about it. Oh, you do? He started a GoFundMe so he could move to Texas because he said some shit, right?
Yeah.
And then they backfired on him.
He canceled it. He was like, oh, I thought people knew it was a joke. I think it was funny.
But I cashed out on the money.
Yeah, fucking, For sure he's gonna keep it. He's wanted the money. He got so weird seeing that stop. I was thinking about starting one every month. Yeah, man. Just to know. Tell GoFundMe, he's like, hey man, you gotta stop starting this. Because it's like something like, you know, like for everyone listening, there's a different amount of wrestlers like this podcast. And when I thought it, everybody's stupid. So yeah, right. Patrice O'Neal was right. So this is what happens. I'm bullshitting. So Jeff would be considered a baby.
By the way, what cowboy doesn't wear socks, dude? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's facts.
Cowboys wear socks, Daddy. He's not a dumbass little socks. My socks are up here right now. Yeah, it's cool.
Also, I bet there's a straw secret in the chicken.
Socks are really good.
Yes. Okay, he was a true baby face. He's a good guy. And then they have what they call a heel turn. So it's like, like Trump, for a lot of people was a heel, he was probably different baby face. So, Jeff naturally did a heel turn in our business. Absolutely. But then he did a work on top of it, and he did. Yeah. And people, like when Logan went back, people went crazy. Yes. And people, I think Rob did a heel turn. Oh, yeah. And so, Jeff thinking that people in comedy have levels to their humor and understand fucking also because they know me personally. Yeah, I do this 20 years. Yes. So the biggest response I've gotten, from comics, they took them literally. Or people going, I should know hilarious. Like everyone keeps coming up to me and saying,
That's a voice that does sound like that.
and people are saying,
No, it's not people that, it's not yes people.
no, those are people that say, or and yes, it's a combination of both because anyone who likes him has to tell him the truth. He's crushing any kind of chance he has in like respectability or people liking him. He's terrible.
I think he's good enough that he doesn't need to do this whole basketball thing.
That's what he's absolutely not good at.
That's why he's doing this case.
He has to, but he shouldn't. He should find a way to get money. But he's not smart enough. He's weird. I'm not saying stupid to be mean. He literally is stupid. Like he's not an intelligent person. If you look at his profile, it's just the worst premise over and over again. Bag shit. And hardcore just is either just totally unfunny or something that is like I cannot believe someone saying that again. Women and men are different. That's one of them. Women and men are different. It's like that's hard to guys. They do it. Which one? Women and men are not equal. Yeah, they're close.
Let me see that. Can I watch that? I never watched much of his stuff, to be honest.
Men and women are equal. Sorry if that hurt your little stupid ears. We're not equal. It's equal means the word same. We're not the same.
This is the same shit that I hear like every new comic is saying in year one, right? Where it's like, this is a hot take, this is a hot take. It's called Big Bang. Everybody uses this for the first time. It's not like, okay.
In fact, that's my favorite thing about a woman is that she's not a dude.
It's like he's doing the right thing. White power, white power.
Same people try to make it. We want to visualize. No, you don't. When anyone Okay. Well, you want to end on something really good, which is Jim died. So I'm glad you got a chance to see that. Yeah, Joe Rogan's. The Rogans were there. At least there was something equivalent to that. Just unique on how we had a show. Maybe someday Gerard will have his the Gerard will have That's in it right now. Zero Stan. Zero Stan's. What is the police called? What is it called? Spongy. Big Guns Land. That's just the comments. If you want to end on something like that, I got something to show you. Let's see. What's this? Dave Chappelle. So, hold on this. Remember when Dave Chappelle and the player haters went in on Diddy? What can I say about that suit? It had already been said about Afghanistan. It was bombed out. He was together 3 times. Go back to Africa. Very insulting what you said about my coach. It's made out of your honest human being. The player hater. So I'm about to roast Diddy and his dolphin teeth, but Dave Chappelle ahead of his time as always and said Diddy looks shiny. Maybe because the video. I got a hidden photo fit. No. Little ass teeth. Another terrible person. Diddy, Jeff died. Everybody has their. Yeah. Mr. Bros. Did you ever get a chance to talk to the guy that threw salt on you or no?
No, he left. He was like, the first man that all that was oh no, I was not the one coming after me, but no. I didn't know.
Yo, can you see me? Come in my Discord. Dracula Bro. Come to my Discord.
Let's go. Listen, whatever you gotta tell me. Every time I come here, I'm going to yeah, okay, cool. And all you Christians, that's very cool. Alrighty. Well, have a great night, y'all. See you next week. That's awesome.
Dude was dirty. Shake that ass. That's all I can picture was him in the club, just like ear to ear, just shaking. Another close right now. What's going on? We're chilling, brother. It's been a good day. I just
he sent me a XRP NFT, my first one. I don't even know what it is. I haven't put it to my wallet yet. I'm gonna have to go check it out. Nice. What do you have for your XRP? So I have the two one. Nice. So I think I have the other one too. But with like, I don't get on them. So when I go to click it, it has to like download itself or something. Right? You know what I mean? That's yeah. I believe it. Friggin' they're coming. So you know that's coming. Oh yeah. Alright, that's episode 12 there. We're gonna see how he does. Today was a movie I unexpected for sure. He does the same every single month. Yeah. It's hilarious, bro. And it's all on the top of his dome. And whoever he's talking to, he will adjust like his comedy or like his tone or his voice to whoever he's talking to, bro. He adjusts on the fly. It's insane. Ran into experiences. I don't know his contractor or put the bad thing on the wrong second hole. Yeah, King down there in the crowd, bro. You ever went like a higher elevated show? Really that one show. People say that here, oh, maybe I have to count me out again. You know, bro, no. Literally, like, I think even more, higher tight times. Up until 15, I've seen them for 10 times. After 50, say what's up to the rest of the state and all stars studded cast. We got Straw Hats too in the house. You sound like a team person. It's really of course, in the future, solar machine space with that was fine. Pause. What's the goal? You think she doesn't check these in? You can get around that. Silly. All I know is the screen in a second now. Having our evaluations just making me feel it. I don't even know what you were now. Potatoes. This one. I thought he was going somewhere, dude. I'm like, holy shit, we gotta film. Yeah, it's my thing out there, dude, and you can do it too, bro. How's better things? Right, so that's all there. There's the first thing there's places. And it's so on these fire things live on EMP chain too. I got the message. I was the first person in here too. Instantly, I mean, we need to have a sit down with Rabbi. Rabbi, let me talk for a second. Your mic from the Solo Chain Discord off. How's it going? Lock requested you. Saturday, in the West, this guy. Down to the gate. Down to the boy.
I heard that there was a request. You need me to do something. Please go ahead.
You can't hit the bad signal, and then we can hear you. Yeah, brother. Rabbi, Rothschild, appreciate you and all your services and all your data that you collect. In the Solo Chain Discord
not affected by my screams.
Oh, and it's not because absolutely that's not because I don't love you or the Soul Unchained community. I'm in about half a dozen different discords, and if I had all of the sound up on all of my devices, it would drive me batty. So generally, I have them muted. If you ever want to talk with me, though, feel free to come to my Discord, and my microphone and my speakers are always on there, so I kind of filter everybody there. But additionally, if you send me a message on Discord and I see it, I can certainly turn up my sound for the Soul On Chain community. I'd really appreciate the opportunity to be there and be a member of your community.
Rabbi shower coming down so hard. Absolutely. That's what I thought. You're legendary. Legendary. I appreciate that. I take it and I receive you well. What this guy's doing for world peace cannot be understood. Literally saving the world, and you think he's got time? Hey, listen to your screams and the soul on chain. Bobby, dude, I really let him go sometimes too, like to the point that my throat hurts because I'm screaming so hard. And he's just never hurt me once. And the fact that he guarantees, I've done it too. I've done it too, and I've actually recruited done it where we have around the clock the people from the boosters. I was like, hey, if you guys are up at this time, and this time, I can't check on the rabbi. Can you go in there and do it? And they're like, there's something like, yeah, I'll go in there and do it. So we're all just checking in on them. But the aliens guarantee when they come here to Earth and make first contact, they're not looking for Obama.
Hello,
For Trump.
I see you.
They're looking for the rabbi straight off. Like this guy is the most content out of any human in the world. Where's the rabbi? And he's down in the Brooklyn basement. Bro, he's in our basement. He lives in the Solon train server. What are you talking about? And other server sites.
That's 100% correct. I do my best to be omnipresent and really am here to support the community. You should really know if you ever need to speak with anybody and you want someone to talk to. I am not ignoring people purposefully. Come to my Discord. I'll be happy to be able to discuss anything that you want. I'm really here to be an asset to the community and really want to help people.
Rabbi, could you do me a favor? There's a lot of big time media people, and they all have schedules about what's going on, like which hours or different media, specific. So if you had like a media schedule, like this is my shower time, this is when I go to the grocery store, like this is when I'm actually out feeding animals in the park, like people would hit that up more.
I recognize that.
What's your shower time, bro?
Oh, it depends. It certainly depends. But I do have a general schedule if you want to know it. Now, this isn't every single day. And like last night, I was kept up very early into the morning with a group of people from Canada and Australia. But generally, this is all Pacific time. I usually try to get up by at least 4:30 or so. I daven by 5 a.m. and then I teach a Kabbalah class on YouTube. That's anywhere between 1 and 3 hours every single day. And then I do my best to, make coffee, do all the morning activities that a person may have, certainly bathe and all those other things. Then get into spaces early as well, usually at least by 9 a.m. And then I try to be in spaces all day long, but also I entertain people in my own Discord throughout the day. And then in the evening, there's a group of people that come in and we play mini games every single day. So anything from bowling to mini golf to chess and a bunch of different mini games that we like to play. So if anybody's interested, you can always connect with me in my Discord and or certainly send me a message if you want me. Send me a message. I'm as available as I can be to anyone who has any needs.
You need 100% need an organized schedule. We need an organized schedule. We need somebody to moderate it. This is the call. We need somebody to have some type of rabbi site where all the spaces are scheduled and it's easy to access what you're doing. Because I definitely want, you can definitely set him up. Like, I absolutely have done. I want to get on the rabbi shower schedule. I want to get on the rabbi grocery schedule. I want to get on the rabbi, I don't know, what's other games? Mini games one. Mini games. I don't even know what mini games are, to be honest. Rabbi, what do you know? I don't know if they are.
So
Rabbi, would you do an IRL event? Like, would you come out and hang out with the boys?
Absolutely, depending on the situation. But yeah, I've done that before. I've had people from the Harry Potter Obama Son of 10 EU community come visit me from as far as Northern California. So just generally based on my schedule, yeah, I am open to it. And the other question was regarding mini games. What are mini games? Well, as I understand, they're generally not your full on, you need like a super gaming PC. There's something that you can play on your phone. Pretty simple games, anything from pools, chess, checkers, certainly things like mini golf, things like Scrabble, Risk, things like perhaps Monopoly, just the games that you would play as a kid. But I do have a community that we've been playing these games now every night for about a year, and so I enjoy just certainly staying entertained in any way that I can. Do you mind if I share with the community what I really am passionate about?
Absolutely, rip it up.
Thank you so much. So you guys know.
Now, if you're not heard, if you say something different right now, I'm gonna lose it. I'm
Oh,
gonna be like passing out.
My only ask, let's do your best to make it 2 minutes.
absolutely. Yeah, it's different than what you normally hear me say. So I know most of you probably know about my spiel, my pitch, but what all of that, yeah, absolutely. But what you don't probably know is that I'm passionate about futurism. I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about things of the future. Things like antimatter, anti gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, certainly teleportation, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like replicators, Santa Claus machines, certainly things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, I should say, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm kind of surprised that more people aren't talking about this. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really an exciting opportunity to perhaps be able to archive on my stream. Additionally, I talk about things that I'd like once I go viral to be able to give back to the community and the people who have helped me, specifically in terms of life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you all or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. And I want to increase that with your consent, if you want, using giving you the resources so that you can afford things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, to get you to be 120 years old if you want. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody wants that, but if you do, I want to make sure that you have the opportunity. But at 100, age 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great life, and back in 2026, everything that you discussed sounded like science fiction, but it's now become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And I don't know if I necessarily endorse this, but these are the type of conversations I like to have. Things regarding mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But
Thank you for that permission from the honest man. Of course, Rabbi, welcome. I Jones is fun real quick. What's up, guys? I gotta say, I would love to hear. So, when he was talking about that de-extinction stuff, is mind blowing. I don't know if you guys have heard about that at all, but they brought the dire back. I would love to hear some peaceful discord, a little debate between the rabbi and our boy Anton. You know what was crazy about all of that? I rang the bell. He sped up a little bit. I rang it again. He sped up even more. He's got to finish, bro. Dude, it is insane. I had no idea. Thank you, Rabbi. I didn't know that was big on the soundboard. That was pretty legendary because the ding sped up and then they got louder. Well, he got louder, the ding sped up, he got louder and faster, the ding sped up, he got louder and faster. And the siren goes off and then they just have me rolling. Order the quarter. That's why Biggs was a couple because I know as soon as they said 2 minutes, please, Biggs pulled up the timer. 100%. And if you guys want to request the mic, share the space, and follow the people on the stage. Come up, say hello, hang out. We don't bite. Yeah, we got a few pianos down here. Oh, he's always doing that. Yeah, that's good. Say your request for on stage. Come up, say hello, hang out. We don't bite. Yeah, we got a few pianos down here. Oh, he's always doing that. Yeah, that's good. Say your request for saying something. But guys, listen, anyone new in the space or who didn't know their opinions live on Launch My NFT, we have them in LinkedIn up top. We are sitting at a hot and fresh 44.31%, which translates to 2,112 bids. We have a lot of bids coming in the next couple of days, so we're looking to keep that energy rolling. Banger after banger after banger is being minted. And I'm looking to start seeing some fresh ones in the space. Your soul, waiting for that time to come in. There's no better time than then to teach you how to see those trends. You see them come in, pin them up to the top, salivate, we'll have them in your eyes. We see that entities. It's kind of while you're talking about space. While you're talking about entities, we definitely need some little bears coming in because I want to see some ones get minted out. But to all the monsters in the space, that was crazy. We had Tree tonight. We minted her 200 monster in a live space. I'm like, that is crazy next level. She is a legend in the small chain community as well. So obviously we are a community of communities. We want to give a shout out. Yeah, we're not mentioning she now owns her 200. You're right, my mistake. This is a recorded space, so I wanted to give some shout outs to the boosters and specifically Tree, because she is a solo on chain community member as well. So shout out to Tree. She might not be here, but she'll know, she'll hear it in her soul. Beautiful people. It's beautiful people. So let's say what's up to the rest of the stage. We go to the side, try to get my okay. Biohazard embassy was the surround BK. Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, just chilling, pulling up with you guys. It's been a while. Start to the day, the chat room popped off. I'm very excited to see what you guys got for us. What's up today, guys? Take a leak. Space the topic too. Exactly, a different pill. You see that most recent unit you minted, whether it was today, yesterday, whatever your most recent unit minted is, I'm seeing a pill. Ones that I find extra sexy, pinned up to the top. Do you want to see mine yours? Yeah, put in the pill. Yes. And for anyone on stage that has a unit or OG giveaway live right now, I'd like for you guys to pin that to the top so we can run through giveaways people have a chance to enter and see if anyone that doesn't have a
I think that's a great idea, honestly. Neil on morning dude, so I grabbed my laptop out of my bedroom, walked out, and I don't trust the network where I'm at. So I used the hotspot on my phone, and I swiped up my settings, and I accidentally swiped too hard and swiped through the settings. That's what I lost you for a second. We have August
2 days. I don't think it's gonna happen tonight. That is good. Just on my lunch break with my co-workers at the moment, and they were they're laughing at me. They were just interested as to what a space is, so I thought I would jump up and say hello. I love a good DJ now. It's definitely not going to be an AMA because I can't hang around all night. I'm just showing them what a space is. So yeah, that's why I'm here. But I hope everyone's having a lovely day, night, enjoying some tacos, whatever it is you're doing. Just need to say hi.
That's what I was going to say. That made me Rothschild or the comments after the movie review.
Well, at that point, we ran a bit of an adventure, which I'm not going to get into, but I did fear for my life at one point. But we are back in the safety of our workplace now, so I did see that he was up speaking, and I wasn't actually drinking at that point. So I'm sad I missed it.
Probably interested in when you were telling before you came in here, they can hear for themselves. What did you tell them that during Big Spaces?
I mean, we've had conversations before because obviously I do run off and try and sneak in my Twitter time, X time, whatever. But yeah, I just basically said it's like a live podcast, really, which is it's what it is. So they've just never seen it. Just never seen it.
I was just trying to think of how to describe it. I was thinking maybe like a group of like-minded people from around the world, that get together and listen to rock. Do your coworkers know that you're famous? Like
Oh yeah, I tell them all the time. Actually today, I'm freaking huge. Good, Mark. My GM, I'm not famous at all. My GM yesterday got 20. I'm not famous, but I'm just.
You should repost on your coworkers just to show them, how much of a big star you are here in the X space. How tell them it's social on the deal just for a little bit.
I will have to let them know. I actually don't think they have accounts, so maybe I can report it. But I have actually posted some of their artwork. We do, when we get bored, we do doodles. And I have actually posted them on my page, and they do quite well. So maybe I'll get one of them to do a drawing this afternoon. I'll post it up for your viewing pleasure. But no, they know all about it, but I'm definitely
I dare you. From Asian hours, okay? I know you're in some weird Australian time. That doesn't make any sense. But right Asian hours right now, you need to let one of them write the prompt for your next video post. Just to see how it comes out compared to your normal channel post.
What? You know what? That could be a thing because I need some new material, obviously. Because what I'm This DC is in here. You guys are talking about the SPF and the collection.
I do.
And now that I have my crown, that gives you shit. You have your chance to trade. It's the opportunity. Plus, it's always the solution.
Yeah, look at what you got. I mean, it kind of just low-key moves the shame. I mean, it does not have to be not anymore, dude. Macu Blue, Rainbow grew up, so you're rolling with my gang. And you got a crown with the biohazard codes. It's biohazard hoodie, so you're rolling with the biohazard gang.
It looks like the mutation of your, the one, your rainbow one with your, the OG one, the color, the crown.
Yes. What I really need though, I need an OG Macu Blue Supreme. And I got it right that way.
T used to rock it for as an upgrade too.
Johnson, you have a Macu Blue OG Supreme.
T's got the,
I know T has one, so they're at their fighting.
that's like T's grill though too.
There's not. There's a Wizard upgrade.
Wait, there's a Supreme?
Yes, I'm the Supreme.
Yes.
It's a Supreme Wizard hat upgrade. Comparable skin for having some. There's a cheap Supreme. Surprise John Davis. Looking for John
He
Davis.
just heard you. It's going in the next 40 seconds.
He dropped out of this.
They have been up to fire. Oh, bro, that is sick. The matching red horns.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johnson.
Dude, you know what, bro?
Bro,
It's so nasty. How many times have you guys relied to it's just gone to your draft stuff? I actually need you guys back. That was not 3 years ago. Was it 3 years ago? Way worse. Lights. Bees, you think? You don't hear me now? I still wrote it. Don't hear you. Yeah, I got a couple. You shouldn't have answered. I got a couple of those. Yeah, bees are here too. Just might be a little worse. I mean, it's not I was just gonna say that, yeah, PFP warns it. There's bees in the trap too. That's what I'm gonna bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. Does bees have that illusion? Bees don't you have a biohazard? Biohazard. I tried it, but biohazard. Yeah, that's sick. I'm so happy to hear about that. Yeah, and I just like the NFT too. It's like a little rabbit chick eating some broccoli. Yeah, and the broccoli is actually Yes, dude. How are you fucking killing it, bro? I got a fire gun too. I remember you told me the fire gun was something special with the too, right? Yeah, words are rare. Yeah, the one people turn into something else. It's an evolving trait. So trying to make like a dynamic thing that makes that keeps up that's Kevin's life. He's on a close there. As the game gets closer, once we break down, all eyes are back on that secondary. From 25 Supreme is cheap as fuck right now. In a couple months, when we're being justified, these kids take some of these crap because now, the lottery's over. Now you gotta search for what you want. You gotta DM people, make trades. I think you're right. It'd be an absolute frenzy on that secondary. Because right now, it's right, you think like I can spend 25 bucks on parents like the Jets, we love that. And like I can guess now. That one was right around the corner. Cowboy hats now. So if you got a cowboy hat, it's cheap. I think some people spend like $300. I'm excited to hear what like I would say to everyone that you have a sucker from PCG values, I think that's a foolish trait to do that with because we all we love the art, we love their faces, we want to see their faces. You want to deter people from selling those face huggers. A couple of people might like them, so you want to get someone together and post that trailer face hugger down on the bush. Nobody will have those in there. They're kind of, I don't really like this, but what I'm going to do, I don't want the floor. Just hang on to it. So it's coming. Probably the best position for these I traded him 2 for 1 for like a bagger. It's like 2 for 1. I'll do this with any NFTs. I was like, all right. So I got rid of him. He's like, well, I got 7 of these now. That was like at the beginning. So yeah, it was super good. The ones are actually pretty damn sick. Yeah, when they actually, you can see like the web all across. Like I feel like there's some kind of meta around that. Like there's a cool point. Check it out. I don't know if I've like those basic those basic ones. I don't know if they call them anything right now. Like a bonus type. Right. It doesn't. I don't know if it comes out right now. Right. I think so. I've only seen. I think I've heard of this great like volatility. Great. And there's like one face hugger, and then they all have 3 boards. And people online, I've got like 4 of them. All have 3 boards. That's what I'm getting. And I just trade. What I think was really that's why you need these. I think Dano's put this up last space. It's
Magic eating where you might just turn off your Wi-Fi and see and go to your network and still gets you the error. I'm curious. spaces you can be in.
That's actually awesome.
It's really cool. Just starting out days because when there's not staff there and you're the space is hard, right? So it's a way of there's a cloud street, maybe there's try out my first time space and then start goes. And then like the community see it. I just got one question. Are you guys kind of who's dating true faith? Like, are we gonna dive into the Bible? We can make it fit. We can make it fit for sure. There is a glimpse page where instead of going through space, space defines something that was 20 years ago to be one year. You can delve into those or clip a little more of it. There's a page spaces. Yeah, honestly, like my favorite part about the whole thing is like being able to like post like 3 or 4 bullets like at the top. So like if we want to go like trending, or if we want to trend on this, or if we want to talk about this, but really focus on a certain section of what's going on and what we're doing. That week, you can throw it in the top, and then people are like, oh, that's a focus point, right? Like, you can hit it for 2 seconds. You can hit it for 2 seconds, but at least like you're gonna hear it in every single space that goes on throughout the day. You at least hit the 3 points. Like, everybody does it. It just makes it so every space you go in, you're hearing the key information that you need to hear quickly, which everybody kills it doing in the community anyways. But like, and then you move on, you do your space.
traits and as the skills will come out, to kind of, decides, what's going to be the straight and water finds its level and separates it, no matter how big. Do you know, like, one of the things we're talking about trying to find spaces that are great. I remember how this much like AI notators and so like Larky does it through their own API. But like you can create something and then use an AI brain in that to dissect the space like easily just by like taking the space link and sending it to it. Will run through it, it'll give you a breakdown, and then like you can pick just like something that I can like you're in like if you're in a team meeting, you add value notator at forward and it just automatically summarizes, right? I mean, let's put it this way: if you have a device putting output of sound out, and you can have something doing a pickup like an input, you can very easily like make it overlay over X, just like run like a GitHub app to kind of collect the information. Like, wow, it's almost like live captions, but in a secondary hand, like a lot of people, like all these accounts that you see like posting all day, a lot of those people are using those mobiles that are posting whether they're scheduling posts from a PC, but it's not really them scheduling it. It's a bot doing it. It's a way to sneak around, the sniffers of X picking you up, like trying to manipulate the system. Has anybody looked into live right now? What's up, Sheila? Absolute legend on this space. So the tool that Marty does, I think it is a paid feature, but they will make tips for you in your space, but it's like graphics on some distribution in space. But yeah, this version I think it's one of the great features. Remember, we would go in, the first thing we would look at, they'd have like a quick rundown of the space, and if it was some ridiculous topic that we discussed, I was kind of it's pretty good though. Like it's always spot on. They did a really killer job with that. That's kind of what I'm to find the summer. Well, anyway, I was in a space with a dev, and after I was just describing to a library, he's saying that they looked it up for free, and instead of it being something that you upload to space to, that it gives you a breakdown of whatever the story. This one does it in real time. It flips things for you in real time based on the AI. So like while you're literally in space, you can send out clips of the space as like teasers and like reviews. So you can repost the space, you can send it out like a clip of something that you guys were just talking about. And people are like, oh, I need to jump in on that. Yeah, the clips are cool too. So just have your space and you can post fun clips or icons on the timeline. TikTok, YouTube, right? You can record the clip and instead of just having a link to it and playing it, you can create some artwork. I don't know if a lot of people have those capabilities and throw overlay it with some artwork of you. What comes to your feed on a podcast with the other person that's talking. There's a lot of apps where you can even do the subtitles for you real quick. What did the artwork look like from our last conversation? What did the artwork look like on the last podcast? Why would it be fake? People's PFPs in there, talking. Yeah, can you just do they need artwork? They do. They can have custom models. an actual video into space. That's exactly what it is. Talking to thing. Because it would for me to take a mass amount of space and turn it into an interpretive dance opera. Like so take the general like movement of the space and like the recorded audio and turn it into some type of like interpretive dance. I've watched a lot of that. We have like one of those video contents coming up right now, especially watching the interpretation thing. Some funny moments in this video. Like said it was garbage. Like literally just said that the video stuff he found out was garbage because he thought it was videos. Yeah, but the thing is that short videos will say essentially make a picture and then turn into a film. So it's watching these to be 30 seconds or longer. Otherwise, it's interpreted as film. It takes place all the time. So I was in a space earlier today, and there was a guy that I guess that's what he does. He basically markets and tells people how they can optimize their brand. And so there was a farmer that basically was doing a walkthrough like videos of himself, like what he would do in his day to day. And he rebranded his name, gave him like a new X handle, and then basically told him to cut down his farm videos. He could make one long video, then cut it down each day, and then do 30-second clips. Like, so you're talking about the market updates, be like, oh, right now, B&B just ocean fed, and then it goes to like a clip of a cow just like taking a dump, like real quick, like a little flash clip, and then back, and it's like, oh, this person just like killed this, and it's like car slamming, and it's like you just like throwing down like an axe with a fire, but like so all the stuff he does basically videotape your day on the farm. Then you can take little clips, put it on there with talk a little more nonsense, and you can make these 15-second clips that goes down 5 a day, and it would be super viral. Like, yo, this guy really knows what he's talking about. Like, it's just, I don't know. There's certain ways to do it.
Bro, have you ever gone down a X hole of like watching the videos that people post on X? Some of them are crazy, bro. Especially like late at night when you actually like wind down, you're just like scrolling through replies. It's like, shit. But I think the clips are good. You know what I'm saying? You have a funny space, and then the next day you post a clip and you're usually saying something controversial. But the funny certain person that was like, they're embarrassing title of that. It's embarrassing too much. Yeah, dude. What about like making like little cartoons to go with like you're saying, make a clip, but like make like an actual cartoon. It's not that crazy hard to take two PFPs and like make like a 30-second short. He's not rocking it. He's rocking it right now. Oh, bees. You're gonna wake up and feel bad, bees. I'm happy you got this. I just we've loved because of nothing but being Jersey. Traits. 100%, bro. That was a school. 2 times, twice. And you can pull back, take a couple sneakers. Yes, yeah, that's one of the electrical upgrades that we also are working on increasing the stake equipment to be increased to 50, and we're also trying to get there's a more short-term plan. So we just had but he was so happy he's like, I was gonna have troubles getting her. So Echo just mended, so he's getting out into the wheel. It's kind of good. You know Echo's mistake. He was trouble. What else you had? So he was LC. Kind of still never talked about the game. Did I tell you that I'm doing I'm actually going to be hosting a space with Phil as my co-host and behind me as my other co-host. The two people I've never ever come up to talk, so I'm going to have the two non-talkers as my co-host. Phil actually co-hosted a space with me once, and he didn't talk about it, but he did tell me that he will talk in this space. He's going to co-host for me. I might even do a Q&A. So I think Michael talks sometime like too, so I'm surprised she doesn't. She said that she doesn't like to talk. She's just not really a talker. But I've known her since before school. She actually was in on my first project, which we don't speak of. But yeah, so I've known her for a while, but she doesn't have any pictures. So yeah, well, I got really pretty much. I got brought to my own project. So we're gonna have a no speaker space where the two co-hosts will be the people that are always supporting, but they'll never speak. We're gonna get to hear a little bit about them. So did you just decide this right now, Joe? No, I haven't checked them, but I think it's confirming it. It's rare that I go to so much in space and Phil's not down there. It feels the best voice. He's always there. Always.
There she is. How you living, girl?
Let's see. Okay, Papa's not coming home tomorrow. I think my he's gonna be in a rehab, but he's doing a little bit better. He said his eyes look better, but he's still sleeping. He's still putting medicine in him, so he's not coming home tomorrow. And she said he's gonna be put in a rehab after he get out. I don't know when, but I asked her, can I go see him sometime this weekend or whenever? She said, yeah, I can. So I
Well,
just want to see him.
well, that's good. I appreciate the update. Is he feeling better?
He's sleeping, she said. He's sleeping, but she said his eyes look better.
Okay.
His colors coming in and stuff. So yeah, it just that takes a lot of like time, and then he been in that bed, so it's just time of recovery. That's all.
Right.
It's not really talking and nothing like that. When you talk to her, she said he look at you and then that's it. I want to see him. I don't care. I want to see him.
I understand.
I'm gonna kind of just a minute. I'm gonna fix my teeth real quick. Put my honey in here. Look at that. So sneeze or something. But yeah, I'm gonna get that update. Yeah, because we can't do that. And we come run no thing like that. The walking stuff. So yeah, he's got to have some, so they to walk again and operate himself again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this is going good. That's all that matters. That's all I have to just take me to see him. That's all I want. Mm. Mm. Mm, I love this tea. Yes. Mm. I'm coming now. I'm coming. How was your day, though, Rabbi?
So far, so good. My friends kept me up really late to like 5 in the morning, and
I heard you this morning.
yeah, and that was fun. And then I got some sleep, and then I did my class, and I went in,
No,
went
you
into
got it, Rabbi.
spaces,
Yeah.
and they were kind of slow today, but they picked up in the evening, so that was good. And got to talk to some people. I had some people join the server, and I was able to talk with them. And I was able to have the opportunity to speak in a space this evening with the community that I'm in, and they were really nice. So so far so good. Have you been on your app recently?
Hmm.
Have you been on your app recently since your birthday?
Yeah. Oh, you talking about on me?
Meet me,
I
yeah.
get on there almost every day. Yeah, I get on there almost every day.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. You know, we have things that going on every day and other weekend events and stuff like that. So yeah, I get on there sometimes. But they know she knows I'm being a wedding and stuff like that. So I'm being my best friend's wedding. So I told her it'll be hard to be on all the time. Now they showing pajamas. I'm like, oh my gosh. Now they showing TikTok videos. Uh, yeah, I'm excited though.
Give me this.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's so good.
Thank you.
Nice spare. It's a big time
Thank
spare.
you.
Big time spare, Mr. Aquarius.
Mm.
Big time spare.
Yeah.
Give me this. That's what I needed. I've gotten a spare on every shot, every frame. Get it. Get those two. No doubt. Get it.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. Here we go.
You got it, everybody. You need them or you went over.
Oh, I don't know if I'm getting a spare here, Mr. Aquarius. This is like an impossible shot. Get it. And I did. Miss Aquarius, 5 spares in a row. 5 spares in a row, Miss Aquarius.
TikTok.
5 spares in a row. That's a first.
That's good.
Spare, 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 spare. Oh man, I can't believe I got that last one. All right, Miss Aquarius, you win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in
Yeah.
bowling, undefeated in friendship. You are on 192. Let's make it 193 tonight. Come on. 193 for you, girl.
Mister, yeah, come on now. Oh, how is TikTok? Making me want to tell you the bubbles. It's one of look at me like, Lord, help me Jesus.
Give me it.
Like this is our best friend.
How are your allergies?
I'm doing good. I'm just checking things. I go to get my physical this Friday, so let me check everything and make sure I'm good.
Excellent. Mr. Aquarius, I've gotten six
Yeah.
spares. I've gotten six spares in a row.
What? That's good. What's up?
Beautiful spare.
Thank you. You got this.
Seven spares in a row, Mr.
Very
Aquarius.
good, sir. Yay, yay.
Seven spares in a row. Oh, you got it, no doubt. Nice spare.
Thank you.
Give me this. Oh, there goes the end of my streak. No way I'm getting this, Mr. Aquarius. There's the end of my streak.
Hmm. Nope. Okay. You got it, Rabbi. Let's go. Go, Rabbi. Go. Go, Rabbi. Go. Go, Rabbi. Strike it, strike it.
Oh no. Ooh, get it, Mr. Aquarius. All but two.
Mm-hmm.
All but two.
Nope. Okay. You got it.
Mr. Aquarius.
It's okay. Hey, I'm not even in my room right now. I'm in the bedroom. Yeah, I'm in the bedroom. So, yeah.
Ah,
Okay, let me go play with you. That's all that matters to me.
I'm, I'm thinking that you made it pretty close. You did not make it easy.
Yeah, it's
And
okay. You
you
won.
won,
You win
I
out.
win. I win,
Hey, good
you
job.
win. Undefeated in bowling,
I get it.
undefeated in
Undefeated
friendship.
in friendship.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty.
Mm. Hey, I'll be on my iPad soon, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be here for you. Let me know if you need
Thank
anything.
you.
And good news concerning Papa. Glad that he is
Yeah, I
improving.
never know that about him. About
Absolutely. His eyes improving, and he'll go to rehab, and then he'll be back home, good as new. God love
him. Yeah. Yeah. I want him out the hospital, but I know he got him here better.
him. Do you have a plan of when you're going to see him?
I don't know. Whenever my auntie like Friday or Monday, maybe whatever my outfits are, I don't know whenever she go back.
Okay.
We'll be okay. Yeah. If she goes tomorrow, she'll get him kisses for me. All right. Happy Paris in my tattoo, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great journey.
You as
God
well, God
willing.
willing.
Well, look who it is. My favorite San Francisco 49ers friend. How are you, Big Dog?
So I've had my head in the hole all week. I couldn't even talk to that machine.
Dude, that's okay. It happens. They did okay. With all those injuries, I'm surprised they didn't tag to have you in there.
I tried.
What's good?
They're screaming me up. I mean, I was even still believing it. Remember at halftime?
Oh, I know. That was so funny to me. You're like, we got him right where we want him, and I was like, all right, we're down like 14 points or something. And
Yeah, we're only 3 scores down at halftime.
yeah,
Maybe 2. But we had a chance somehow in my mind.
yeah, it was like 24-7 or something, maybe 24-3, 24-3, because they didn't score a touchdown, right?
No, we had no touchdown. We had nothing. It was probably the worst show.
It,
I don't know.
wait. It really was. I saw that. It was the biggest blowout in playoff history.
Thanks, man. Yeah, like I said, I just had my head in the hole all week. I just talked so much shit, and I was like, oh yeah, they're gonna beat them. Like they're gonna win by 10.
That's okay.
Yeah, way wrong.
Rams are
Way wrong.
Rams are out as well. So they're officially eliminated the state, and
I got one of my teams right. I did say the Patriots would be there, and they're there.
they look like they're gonna get their asses handed to them.
Yeah, Seattle is just too. You can't run against Seattle, and the Patriots have no chance because their whole thing is designed on a 3 running back game.
Right. Sam Darnold, man, everybody underestimated him, and especially Minnesota. Anybody who thought that they had him pegged in Minnesota were completely incorrect. Uh, and then he potentially could be he's USC's first quarterback in the Super Bowl and looking to be their first quarterback to ever win the Super Bowl. Drake May, I think probably is going to be the MVP, but they just they've had a really easy schedule. Have you seen their schedule to get to the Super Bowl?
Man, this team is legit. Like it doesn't matter what the schedule is. Did you see the camera shots of their defensive line that looks like 60 pounds heavier than every dude and like 5 inches taller? Like they have a scary defensive line.
Look, they played the Broncos, who didn't have a quarterback, and barely beat them.
That was like considered a bye. Like I can't believe they even got to play a team so soft.
Right. Okay, so let me look at the Super Bowl line right now. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
7.5, I'm guessing. 7.5 points.
4.5.
Wow, man, I'd take that. Yeah, New England's tricky though. Like I don't know if you've been watching any New England games, but their 3-headed monster with the running backs is pretty smart.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you with that. Especially in the NFL, if you have everything riding on one back, you're in trouble. You at least need 2 good backs. That's why I thought the Lions were going to be pretty good this year. They have the 2 best backs maybe on one team with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, but everything fell apart for them. The Seattle passing game, I think, is just very dangerous.
Yeah, they're 30 yards or nothing.
Right.
Like, they just want to put bombs, and they're athletic guys that can get out faster than the backs that are shorter than them.
Now,
Yeah,
they had two backs. One of them got hurt, but they still have Charbonnet. Um,
yeah, that's true. They lost one of their better players in the San Francisco game, unfortunately.
That's right. Right at the end too, or like maybe third quarter, but it was in the second half.
Third quarter.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, right before the end of the second half. Everyone started getting injured at that point.
yeah. What are your thoughts on the San Francisco practice facility and that electrical generator thing?
I didn't even hear about it.
Okay, so let me give you the lowdown. Uh, SF 49ers practice facility electrical grid. All right, here's the lowdown. San Francisco 49ers have drawn attention due to concerns about the practice facility's proximity to an electrical substation. The team's facility in Santa Clara, located next to Levi's Stadium, sits adjacent to the Silicon Valley Power Mission substation. A viral theory suggests that low frequency electromagnetic fields (EMF) from the substation may be contributing to the team's high rate of player injuries. Now, I don't believe this, but I guess people are looking for any kind of reason to explain why so many injuries. Um, Key players like George Kittle, who had an Achilles and an ACL, Nick Bosa, ACL, and Fred Warner, ankle, suffered major injuries, fueling speculation. Uh, so, GM John Lynch emphasized player health, saying, "You have to look into everything when safety is allegedly at stake." Um, and World Health Organization classifies such EMF as possibly carcinogenic based on limited data. I I don't agree with this. I think that it probably has to do with just fluky. It happens that you're going to get guys who, when they're 300 pounds tackling each other, that they're going to hurt each other. But that was the big thing I heard on LA radio, that uh, the substation might be to blame, which I just don't really think that has that much credibility. But it is what it is. What are your thoughts?
EMF practice can really mess with your practice. I mean, I don't think that it's smart to be near airports or EMF emitters or like industrial waste plants. Maybe move your probably have your practice facility in like a really safe place in nature.
Yeah,
You know?
I get that.
I'd put it somewhere nice.
Right.
I mean, they got a lot of money.
Oh, for sure. 100%. Um, do you like the ownership?
No, I'm not a fan.
Dude,
I think they're
I was a fan of the DeBartolos. I thought they ran that place like a mafia.
both. Yeah, a whole different era,
Right.
and they were loyal too to all their players. Okay, I gotta run, but I look to talk. I'll talk to you again soon. I'm just not pulling my head out of here.
Absolutely, my friend. My friend. Keep your
Yeah,
head up high. There's always next year, as they say.
yeah, man. Yeah, football's big that way. All right,
Peace,
peace,
big
brother.
dog.
Have a good night.
You too.
So you can play with these, oh yeah, so I got guys that so he does kind of great work during the summer, and then he's laid off during the winter. Like he works his fucking ass off. Like one of my favorite people. But yeah, he's come on here and he's built this machine, and he was staying in his fish house. I mean, the thing, it's like a fucking parking lot. It's really not even an issue. It's really that's a box shit. And, you got pizza ovens in there, and yeah, it's got the holes where you go ice fishing, you know, you out here with the salt, and it's a fun time. Like it's got like specifically built for that. It's like yeah, it's a quarter of the size of our but it's like super comfy. Like you can spend 30 grand on this, and it's easily help me more. Yeah, like I heard those guys right. Yeah, because you like take it to just or something. You buy a camping site and you just drop it there and it sleeps more easily. But yeah, they got some super nice ones, but not people call it ice fishing. They call it like tree. Because like they're nice. You know, you play dice and shit. Like my brother went out with my cousin last year when they were so drunk. He was playing. You be playing dice on some ice. Whoa, that's a freaking good one, Brad. That's great. So you know, they got the right litter, whatever. They're playing dice in the fish house and they're fishing. You know, you just got your fucking line sunk in there and one of the dice went through the fucking. So you went to the bottom of the lake. Well, now it's so advanced. Like people got their underwater cameras. You know, so you can like have your camera on your live bait that's cruising around. Well, they had the camera down there, so they wanted to see what the dice number was that he rolled. You know, see if he got a 654. You know, but yeah, it's things have evolved for fishing too. It's crazy with underwater cameras and shit. It's fun. You can have a number down there, and notice a big northern or something cruise up to it. And it's like, holy shit, like fight that fucking thing, you know. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe we should throw some marlins, walleyes, and shit down there at the hash mash. Some fish in there, some carp and stuff. No, I don't think I want to get it like that. You know what I mean? I gotta have a little bit of control. Yeah, whoever catches the biggest carp or whatever gets to into the most or something. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun. It'll be fun to get together. Just chill and talk and whatever. Let's see what we got. Speaker up there. Let's see the new speaker up there. Rabbi.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. I was just listening to your discussions on fishing. It's fascinating where technology takes us. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes and tell you about my project?
Yeah, go ahead. I love to hear.
Excellent. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If you can, I'd appreciate the follow back. I follow everyone back, so if you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today.
I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi.
Rabbit, sorry, guy. So are you a real person? Because this is actually very impressive the way that you're on it. So, like, you're hitting all the words. You're doing fantastic. So I just want to stop you just to make sure this wasn't AI, because I mean you're fucking crushing it right now.
I'm the real deal, Holyfield, 100%.
Holy shit, dude. Boy, you're just fucking crushing it. I know. I'm excited just listening to this guy. Yeah, you're daily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just making sure.
No problems at all. I am not reading this. I am not AI. You can, in fact, look in the purple pill. You can see me live speaking this with an embedded video. So not everyone even gives you a view of them shilling, but I do. If you'd like, you can join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Wow, Rabbi, you killed it. So I just gotta ask, because like, how did you find the space? How'd you get here? Because like, for me, it feels like for me and the co-host, if we got people in here that are going to solve world hunger, and you're in here, we're on the right fucking path for sure.
Absolutely. Great question. You had the phrase open mic in the title, and I searched that and I saw that you guys had a nice space going, and I listened in and found you to be interesting, and then came up and requested the mic.
That's fantastic. I followed you back too, and I appreciate you so much for coming out to speak. This is an open mic, so yeah, anybody's welcome. And man, you ran it hard. You did a good job. That's why I had to kind of look at it and just say, boy, I've never seen somebody put words together like that. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you coming out to speak. Yeah, I also have a question for Rabbi. It was interesting when you said you're live 24/7. So you actually live stream yourself all throughout the day. And how long have you been doing it?
For more than 4 years, my streams go back to the pandemic. So I have essentially created the largest compilation of human data in global history. This is essentially, as I say, a timeline or a time capsule. Maybe a generation or two or three ago, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary. But I just do so using video as my mode. And it's not just about me. Certainly, it focuses on my life, my streams, and not just from one angle, from 20 or more different angles. Additionally, though, I keep a radio in the background that archives world history events. So literally, you can go back to any moment of my life for the last 4 years, essentially, and not just know what was going on in my world, but also what was going on in world news events. And I think that's really exciting. It's essentially the world's largest timeline or time capsule. And I know that in the future, this data is going to be very important
in studying how people age, in studying people's breathing habits, their eating habits, their drinking habits, their bathing habits, their behavior, all the different aspects of uh, biological life that we have on a human has been able to be archived on my streams. And I think it'll be studied from an academic level. Not only that, I think it's really important to AI. When I say we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and the coronation of a king, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. We've been able to see the different iterations of large language models in the world. And additionally, AI needs examples of humans to be able to build its models. And I have more human data than any person ever, which may give me a prominent role in the future. And if that happens, I want to give back to the people who've helped me, and I really mean it. I want to make sure that all of you are taken care of, and also your friends and family.
That's awesome to hear, dude. So are you thinking about putting this on the blockchain?
Well, I'd like it to be available freely to everyone. And currently, I do partner with a project. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. I don't really know how I would put it on the blockchain per se because it's such a massive project. If you mean just like having a cryptocurrency or an NFT, I really push people to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu community. They certainly have devs who can be able to focus on those types of projects. Really, what I like to do is just make sure that my streams are going. But potentially in the future, I when maybe perhaps it's a little easier for me, would love to have it all on the blockchain, so long as it's available to the public for free.
Yeah, dude, you got a lot going on. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your kind words. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up and speaking. And where are you from? Are you from the States or where are you from?
Absolutely. I'm based out of Los Angeles, and I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, certainly in LA, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So I do IRL streaming as well, but it is by far easier for me to essentially do desktop streams. And I am live 24/7, not only on YouTube, but on Twitch and Rumble, and also in quite a few different Discords. Additionally, I'm really proud to say I have been running a 24/7 Twitter space, a video Twitter space, if you know there's a difference. um, Basically, you can watch a Twitter space take place using an iOS device, and I've been doing that for more than 333 straight days. So I'm very close to having an entire year of my life just on X Spaces on video archived on the X servers. So that's another pretty cool milestone that I'll be celebrating next month, February 14th.
That's fantastic. And like recognition. You think X would be like, oh, holy cow. Yeah. I'll manage to give some, right? Absolutely. Awesome, dude.
I'm in agreement with you. So I do know a little bit about this. So they do have some glitched out spaces that are just audio that have been going for more than 4 years. If you want to know how I can get this data or how I've been able to get this data, if you go to spacesdashboard.com, if you don't know what that website is, you must take a look at it. It is the absolute best resource in finding a space just like this. It's how I'm able to find this space. You just type in whatever the search term is that you want to be able to find the space. But also, it gives you a breakdown of all the spaces that are currently going on X currently. As of right now, there are like 500 in English alone. If you know that the X app, either on iOS or Android, is makes it very difficult to be able to find new spaces, and if you're not privy to them, you're never going to find them. So if you haven't had a chance, take a look at spacesdashboard.com, and if you don't have to do this, but I can tell you I've been able to organize it from longest duration to shortest duration. And the longest duration X spaces have been going for more than 4 years, and there are about 100 of them that have been going for more than a year. But again, these are glitched out spaces. Now, I do have another community that I know just recently was able to, at least according to Grok, have the longest archived recorded space which is I think something like over 130 hours. That's the Spaces.media crew. So shout out to them. But theirs aren't on video, and mine are. So I'm in agreement with you. I wish there were more. Basically, I don't want to. I don't need accolades, but I just want people to know that there are those of us who are spending a lot of time on X Spaces, and wish we had some way to verify some of these statistics, but currently there's not. So everything basically has to either be asked to Grok or potentially just through community notes or word of mouth. But yeah, I think it's really cool that basically I have an entire year of my life that is available to everyone on X, not just on YouTube, not just on Rumble and some other places, but right here on X. And that I've been doing these spaces now. It's not one continuous space. Every 24 hours I have to restart it. That's just due to the constraints of having an iOS uh, video space. The video, in order for it to save, needs to restart every 24 hours. But I think it's a really cool achievement that we are closing in on next month. And so perhaps in the future, people won't just be watching on YouTube and on Rumble, but also even on X.
I don't think you'd be really honestly like you're gonna consider those glitched ones even to be like attention. I mean, yours is actual content versus just noise or nonsense. And yeah, I mean, I would have figured by now they would have had, I mean, kind of like how YouTube does their like golden button awards and all that stuff. You expect X would have something like that, or at least they should consider something like that.
Absolutely, and I'm completely in agreement with you. Elon Musk in 2023 was asked about X, and at the time he said they are essentially they don't generate any revenue, which I don't know if necessarily that's true. There are a lot of people who use X much more because of the Spaces feature, but it doesn't seem like they advertise them very well. Um, this is a really amazing platform, but you kind of have to be on the in to know or know someone who's on them regularly. They're kind of difficult to find, and a lot of people don't know really that this is even a feature. So perhaps in the future there may be a Spaces Awards or something along those lines, but currently there really aren't. And I feel like there should be. That this is, as I've heard it previously discussed, the town hall of the internet. It's really the epicenter of cryptocurrency discussions, and the fact that such a massive platform does not emphasize one of its perhaps greatest benefits, to me is somewhat sad.
Yeah, and by the way, really quick, sorry, spaces
Absolutely, it's phenomenal. So if you don't know what we're referencing, it's a website that has a list of all of the different spaces that are going on in order of largest to smallest. You can also organize them from most recently started to longest duration. It has a really nice search function. It also gives you a lot more metrics on uh, spaces and the hosts. It will tell you the combined followership of all of the people who are speakers in a given space. It will also, you can click on one of the hosts and it will show you every single space that they hosted in the entirety of their account. It's incredible that this website exists and that X doesn't have the same type of features integrated within the app, that we have to go to a third party to be able to get this information. But if you haven't checked it out, it's spaces-dashboard.com. It's just an amazing resource to be able to find interesting conversations such as this one.
Yeah, Rabbi, and I want to thank you for jumping up and speaking. This is like a gratuitous deal. This is what it's all about, right? It's getting new people up and just kind of chatting. And I know you're probably jumping around. If you got the time to talk just a little bit, one of the things that you hit on was world hunger, right? I think one of the most sad things in the world, or like something that draws for me, is like kids who are hungry, right? Like that just like that is one thing that pulls at the heartstrings. And you were talking about world hunger. Do you think that that's actually something that we can solve? I think that's such a tough deal because it feels like you can throw money at it or do whatever, and just corruption and stuff like that. Like, being a little bit deeper on that, like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's something we can actually solve?
Absolutely, and it will be solved over the course of the next century. So I've given 6 different types of technologies that can revolutionize this. And again, if you weren't familiar, things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses. So let's talk about them briefly. Agricultural drones essentially remove the need for the farmhand, the farmer. Everything can be harvested, and perhaps insecticide or even um, any type of labor intensive management of crops can be done through drones. It's already being done in some areas, and it's just something that if we incentivize companies to be able to build agricultural drones, it would be much easier for us to be able to get more food, more nutrients, certainly larger harvests from our current two-dimensional acreage. The second thing that I mentioned is so agricultural drones, floating greenhouses. So especially in areas where real estate is really tight. Floating greenhouses are something that essentially imagine just like almost like a very large dinghy where you can actually put a greenhouse on the water. It can be temporary, and you can grow crops in an area like Hong Kong or Manhattan or other really high demand real estate areas so that people can have fresh foods and don't have to have it necessarily shipped in. I also mentioned saltwater. Um, Saltwater greenhouses, if you're not familiar with these, essentially there's a way of using salt water to be able to water crops through the removal of salt from that water. I also mentioned vertical farming. If you're not familiar with vertical farming, it's essentially either using a building to be able to have crops. So think like a large grow house vertically in the air, or exactly. And then there are also different types of ways to have the crop through tubing and such to be able to grow things vertically. I also mentioned hydroponics. Many of you may be familiar with hydroponics, but this is essentially using water to be able to get nutrients to the crop in a very efficient manner. And this is done currently in many different industries, but it's not really done in large scale agriculture. And then the final one that I mentioned is um, cloud seeding. And this is already done in places like United Arab Emirates on a weekly basis. It rains according to plan. They have an entire um, weather modification center that is run by the government and publicly acknowledged. They allow people to have tours of it. And essentially, what it does is it puts certain types of chemicals in, like I not don't want to give the wrong ones, but essentially they create clouds in the atmosphere. I believe one of them may be aluminum, perhaps barium, something along those lines. But it creates clouds, allows for rain. It waters all of the plants in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Also cleans all the building, cleans all the cars and such. These are 6 types of technologies to be able to help with ending world hunger. And then I talk about ending world thirst, and the big one there is desalination technology. Basically, the Earth is 2/3 water. One of the major issues that occurs when we are looking to not just harvest large crops, but also end drought is getting people the water that they need. And the fact that the Earth is 2/3 water, water shortages should not be a thing anymore. Really, the argument against um, desalination technology is it takes a lot of power. But we have nuclear energy, which is in many ways a miracle of modern science. And I understand that some people are leery of nuclear energy, but if you really get into it, very few people, it's very safe. Since in the last 80 years, the amount of people who have actually died directly from nuclear events is under 50. So it's less than one person a year, which is, if you're wondering, it's about 40 for Chernobyl. There were 2 in Fukushima, and nobody died at 3 Mile Island, which were the big major things that people think about with nuclear energy. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that perhaps nuclear fallout isn't an issue or long-term radiation effects. That's different. However, coal and natural gas and all of those industries certainly can cause a lot of issues as well. So, with these types of modern solutions, hopefully we'll be able to overcome some of the problems of the past that have really caused issues in terms of being able to feed those who need it. Most of all, though, I think we need education. People need to know that these are not science fiction like technologies. These are done regularly in areas of the world, and we just need to spread that. And I really mean it when I talk about ending world hunger, ending world thirst within 100 years or so. I think that this is a possibility. And when I talk about my dedication for world peace, I think that is an opportunity as well. And I think it's a real opportunity. And if I just may quickly discuss that point. So if you think about the age of colonization, very rarely would you ever have a country that was able to successfully colonize and explore when it had a civil war at home. Basically, you need peace on, on your home country to be able to do a lot of exploring, to be able to perhaps colonize other places. And the same is true on Earth. It's just a matter of time until we either A, destroy everything, which certainly could happen, but isn't as highly likely as perhaps eventually people working together coming in unison, perhaps through the United Nations, perhaps through some other body, but eventually to be able to start space tourism and terraforming of other planets and really exploration of the inner solar system and the outer solar system and perhaps even interstellar travel. Now, I understand this might be a 1,000-year plan. Many of you may be saying, well, Rabbi, that's not going to happen in my lifetime, so it's not that important to me, but it very well could. If you haven't heard the type of technologies that are available for life extension technology, really can increase your life expectancy from your average of maybe about age 80 when you were born to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, really to get you to be 120 years old. But even still, you may say, Rabbi, I need more time than that, perhaps, to be able to see world peace happen and all these other things. Yes, I did.
You nailed it. Like, I agree with so many things that you said. I'm sorry to cut you off. I saw maybe speak I want to jump into, but even like with nuclear energy, all I've heard about it, like I think it's fantastic until it's like a striking point or something like that. You know what I mean? When it comes to wars and stuff like that. But I wanted to do that CS and JC. I wanted to point out to Rabbi that David Rabbi, desalination is like not very good. The thing is, we're looking at atmospheric water generation systems, which use high voltage current to ionize water particles, and then changing the temperature differential to pull it out. It uses a lot less energy, and it can be done passively. Okay.
Whatever you want to use to be able to get people water, I'm absolutely an advocate. I know at least in California we use desalination. It is perhaps not as efficient as it could be, but it's currently being used. About 10% of all of the water that is used in from a freshwater point of view is used through desalination. Many countries rely on this as well, and we're just at the early stages of it. So I'm not necessarily saying this is the only solution. This is just one of the solutions that we can use to be able to perhaps not only provide clean water to people and end droughts, but also ensure that we have more nutrients for the foods that we eat.
I don't think you should promote adrenochrome either.
I'm not promoting adrenochrome. Essentially, you can use ambrosia. You can use ambrosia therapy with your own blood and be able to use it in times when you need. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to come from other people. That's what ambrosia therapy is. There are other versions of it that certainly can go down different theories where you get it from other people. But no, you can essentially pump your own blood and have it stored and be able to re-inject it in yourself when you need. And certainly at an older age, this might be something that may be beneficial, a beneficial treatment to some people.
Hillary Clinton using like adrenochrome or something, or is that just like meth or something? I don't mean to stir up the space or something, but there was like a problem was is nobody can actually do it because there's just so much corruption. Like if somebody said, you know what, I'm gonna send $1 trillion to solve world hunger. Unfortunately, like people get love money and they go bonkers, right? They're like, well, these people don't deserve it, or I'm the person that was first in line that arranged all this shit. That never goes exactly where it should.
Young blood transfusion, like inverter therapy.
Like people feel that they're entitled.
Young blood transfusion, like inverter therapy, but your own blood.
And it's tough to figure that stuff out. Like I feel like it's always going to exist, even though we try to solve it. That's kind of my stance. To be honest with you. People are greedy. People are greedy, dude. That's where I'm at. People get pretty damn greedy. They get big check. I don't know what's the matter. It's hard, right? Coming into like a lot of money or something. It can be life changing. It can be like almost character changing at times, right? It's like I think the people that have actually worked their ass off to attain that is what gets that, right? Like that's a better way of looking at it from my perspective. Like that's money that's like actually like learned to be earned, right? So it's actually 100%. I see Charles jumps up to speak. I appreciate you jumping up, Charles, late tonight, man. It's good to hear. Yeah, man, pretty good. You guys are up late. Yeah, so this is stage for late night space. So yeah, no, I'm gonna say like all of these issues are already solved actually, but they're being held. You guys know what the Invention Secrecy Act is? I've never heard of that. Like the 600, the reason why they're banned, they're bought by the federal government and shelved and hidden, basically hidden, right? individual issues, like one by one, and then you get your politicians to say yay or nay, and you know exactly where they stand on each issue. Right? That's actually the way you should. That's actually the way you should do it. But that's the way you give and take, right? Like, hey, yeah, I guess I'll vote yes on this because I'm getting a couple of things to kick back to my state, right? That's what's so fucked up about politics. I think you should vote either yay or nay on every single issue. And that's the way it should be. Direct democracy, like where each person is actually voting on each issue, and they're very clear issues. They're not representing puppies, and they're actually about building the nuclear arsenal. That's what we have right now. But yeah, representative democracy is a real issue, but democracy in general, if you have too many people, their ideas and understanding are so diverse that they shouldn't be encapsulated into one jurisdiction. 300 million people. I mean, dude, go to your neighborhood and try to decide amongst you what you should do with something as simple as like, should we build a new road? You'll find not a good shit. Go ahead, Rabbi. Feel free to speak, man.
Thank you. I just wanted to lend some clarification on what I meant in terms of some of the therapies that I discussed. I mean, I'm not talking about taking any blood from anybody aside from yourself, but it's really a plasma exchange where doctors remove your plasma and replace it with saline and albumin. It's used already for autoimmune diseases, perhaps aging in the future. Another type is platelet-rich plasma. You may have already heard of this. This is where your blood is spun down, platelets are concentrated and re-injected locally into skin, joints, and hair. As someone who talks about world peace, I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't feel it's my right to be able to put my hands on you without your consent, nor you on mine. So I wanted to clarify that. And then just close as well that for all of these different types of therapies, eventually your body's going to break down. And if you want, and these are just things that I talk about, I'm not saying I necessarily endorse them, there's a type of technology that has been discussed known as mind uploading technology, where scientists can scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that perhaps that maybe not in this generation, but generations to come, these might be decisions that humans may be making. And with that being said, just it kind of goes along the same lines of what I discussed. Is I have an optimistic view of the future. I think that perhaps we may be able to solve some of the challenges that currently plague the earth, like certainly a lack of food, lack of water, and certainly war. And hopefully, the people not just now, but in the future, have that kind of future foresight to be able to hopefully make this planet a better place. Thank you.
No, you nailed it. And just like before, I mean, we're just up here talking and, having fun and debating a little bit. So there's no apology needed for any of that type of stuff. But, I appreciate the clarification and all that. And, Rabbi, I appreciate you so much jumping in here. It's fantastic that you come into the space and chat with us. And, yeah, we're just here shooting the shit. I'm sure you can go to the normal forum. Yeah, I'm getting the honor of just listening to him, and like actually like seeing him, like talking to us. That's pretty unique. I'm kind of digging this, dude. Like, you should do this more often. 100%. We'd love to have you anytime. So thank you so much for jumping in.
Thank you so much. Well, I have followed everybody in the space, and next time you guys have a space, I will make sure to check that notification, like, repost, and maybe get some other people in here as well. And just really want you to know how much I appreciate your openness, and just hope this is the start of a really great friendship with all of you. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime, man. Thanks for jumping up. I appreciate it.
What a bunch of nice guys. He's there, Mr. Amber, everything. Is platelet-rich plasma perhaps a type of ambrosia therapy? Even though the FDA currently doesn't endorse ambrosia therapy, who's to say that it doesn't work? Give me a steel man why it should work. Driven by more bad signals and damage, just hypothesis of aging biology. Aging doesn't just accumulate damage, but accumulate actively maintained by circulating signals open. Is it possible to have ambrosia therapy from yourself, like basically take your blood when you're a young person and then have it re-injected in you when you're older, theoretically? Theoretically, yes, it's a kind of idea. When it comes to biological and practical problems, let's just stay into it. I'm sure the idea at least is Alright, what did Tiger Woods and Lance Armstrong have when they had their blood from that Dr. Ferrari removed? What is that called? Blood doping. I mean, isn't it technically ambrosia therapy because they are taking their blood from when they were technically younger and re-injecting it in themselves? I think technically it is. Give me a steel man to say technically it is. Pure steel man, not ethics, not business. Yes, you actually can if you define ambrosia therapy by mechanism, not intent. Here's the strongest tech I love steel man. First, define ambrosia therapy as its most abstract strip-away branding type, and ambrosia therapy is heterochronic blood exposure, introducing blood components from a biological state earlier into a later biological state after physiology. Yeah, fuck yeah. A common objective is response isn't young, schematic response. Aging is continuous, not stepwise. There's no biological threshold where young at 6 month delta is still real biological delta. Blood at the age of 25 does not equal blood at the age of 65, and blood at the time age does not equal blood at time age, just smaller magnitude. So the difference is quantitative, not qualitative. Mechanical, mechanistically, the overlap is real. Blood doping altered all kinds of shit. Both assume circulating factors causally influence whole body performance. This is the same core biological assumption. Intent does not equal mechanism. A very strong technical that blood doping's goal is performance and Burgess' goal is rejuvenation. But blood doping is an existing proof that re-infusing earlier blood can change systemic outcomes. The cleanest steel phrase. If you wanted to defend this in a technical like the types formations, autolog, autolog, autologous blood doping is a degenerate, short-interval form of ambrosia therapy, differing only in temporal distance and targeted outcome, not in underlying principle. Where the stillman steps stay honest. Even granting all of the above, the effect size is tiny compared to decades of heart plasma. RBC focused transfusion does not equal signaling focused plasma. Performance enhancement does not equal tissue rejuvenation. Duration of benefit does not equal longevity. So technically adjacent, conceptually related, biologically overlapping, but not functionally overlapping. Okay, prompt 2 minutes. Yes, technically you can argue it is a primitive time compressed self-donor version of ambrosia therapy. If ambrosia therapy is defined as systemic physiological modulation via heterochronic blood exposure, that argument is coherent, defensible, and non-wild, even if it doesn't prove efficacy. Fuck yeah. I stick by ambrosia therapy, baby. They just kicked me out. Why? The religions. Yeah, Joe Rogan. What is that thing called? Oh, sure. Fear factor, isn't it? Fear factor to sound like
Program will resume to reach and then refuse to lose.
My name's Rita. I'm from Idaho. But trust me, I ain't no couch potato. I'm Ann. I'm from Boston. I promised my mom I wasn't going to embarrass her here tonight.
Here is your first study. Each of the line has been covered before. Three of you that can last the longest move on to the next round. Rita, you're up first. I'm on it. I'm gonna have to have you mix.
No, don't. Joe Rogan. No, Joe Rogan.
Interest and controversy. We should explain to everybody exactly about what this is about. You are a man that was this research that is looking at structures that are underneath the bottom of the pyramid. Incredibly controversial, it's very fascinating, and if it's accurate, it sets the right tone. It's a big sort of thing that
I would tell you something now. Joe Rogan, you love that much.